But
Oh yeah.
before we start, because this is going to be a video, if you would like to introduce yourself to my side of the world real quick.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone. My name is Deadly Naya. I am primarily a survivor main on DBD that primarily solo queues. I have about 8,000 hours, and I actually prefer solo queue over everything else in Dead by Daylight. So yeah.
You're the odd one out on that case. Um, you have what 10K? Oh, you have over 10K, don't you?
Nope. I'm getting there. I passed the 8,000 hour mark like not too long ago. It's funny. A lot of people think that I started playing the game like in 2016 or whatever. I've only like watched DBD content back then. I didn't start playing until, unironically, my main got introduced to the game, which is Yui, and she came out in December 2019. So that's how long I've been playing, basically.
That is, yeah, that is surprising. I actually didn't know that. I assumed you've been here since the beginning. um, I don't know why I thought that.
I used to watch, like all sorts of like YouTubers that would play DBD. Like there's a lot of YouTubers that don't play DBD anymore just cuz like, it was like a thing that like a lot of these big YouTubers I used to watch would play it, but they would go and move on to other things and to more horror element stuff. But I've watched it since the beginning. I just thought to myself, "Oh, well, since I watched the game, I don't see a point in playing it." And then it got gifted to me, and then now I stream full time with it. So
And it's mostly been Survivor for you, right?
yeah,
And
I've played Killer, but it's not my preferred role.
fair enough. That once again, I don't even. Most people play Survivor, right? That is the more common role.
Yeah,
Behavior
yeah.
hasn't really done the statistics lately. I don't know. I never really thought about that. They haven't really given player stats on sides in a long time. Huh. Well,
I
go ahead. What?
I think for like this genre of game with asymmetrical, Survivor will always be the more popular role just because it's the role that you can opt to play with friends. It's the role that I'd argue is least stressful because you have, teammates that can help pick up the slack in case like you make a mistake or something. Whereas killer can be a lot more stressful for people at times because again, it's like if you make a mistake, it's all on you. You don't got
Mhm.
homies to back you up or anything. So Survivor does appeal to a larger portion for an ASIM.
Yeah, except 2v8. She said should prove the op. Well, I mean, it proved the point, but in the opposite direction. um,
Yeah.
but I guess we'll get kind of started here. They're not really questions and such, but the main topic we're talking about is going to be just grievances with solo queue, maybe how to fix them if we can come up with anything, and just how the problems have kind of compounded a little bit for, I would say, the general player base, not everybody. I mean, like you said, you prefer solo queue nowadays, in
Oh,
general.
absolutely. Yeah.
Um, but the big first topic that you brought up here, that is one I try to avoid even talking about, is SBMM, or skill
Yes.
based matchmaking, or ELO, which it technically isn't, but it is. Uh, so I'll open with my thoughts, and I'll let you elaborate a little bit on this. I think
Mhm.
SBMM is fine.
To an extent, I
Uh,
can I can agree.
and I think it's a necessary evil in almost every video game.
Yeah, and with the game that has been running as long as DBD has, it's something like that is necessary. I do think there are some nuances to it where I do feel like at times it doesn't feel like it's working.
Hmm.
Um, if I can reference another content creator here for a second, I will lurk a content creator called Momo Seventh. He is notorious for having possibly one of the largest win streaks ever, and this guy plays Blight, an incredibly high tier killer.
Hmm.
And I think the reason why I think skill based matchmaking can be very very weird in what it's supposed to do is So this guy has been playing the game for a long time, and his win streak almost got up to 2,000 wins. And I remember watching him when he was well past the 1,200 wins in a row. That's 1,200 4Ks in a row,
Hmm.
and he was still getting people who hadn't even gotten 100 hours in his lobby, and he wasn't queuing at oddball times either. This was like early afternoon to late afternoon, early evening type thing. It wasn't like a manner of, oh, well, he's playing at the dead of night where, the game is just going to match with everything. No, he's actually like getting these these people at really oddball times, and I can agree with some people where it's like, hey, I don't think matchmaking should be putting these guys in a lobby with a killer, like this, and I can agree to that, you know. Um,
Go on.
but overall, like aside from like little nuances like that, I don't mind there being matchmaking. I think it can be improved upon, but I don't agree with the crowd of people that have said that they wish it was removed entirely because again, with the surge of new players that are coming into the game every day, and especially the surge of new players we're going to get coming next summer.
Why would that happen?
Yeah, yeah. I do think that matchmaking is incredibly necessary for this game. Um, I don't like the thought of new players that are going against very experienced killers, or like new players that are matched with someone who's very experienced, because it can create like this, like it makes me sad, but I do see some serves that are pretty nasty when it comes to being paired with new people. It,
Mhm.
it does it does make me pretty sad. I don't really mind playing with new people, or newer players. I think I mind if I happen to get someone who like literally just touched the game, but that hasn't happened in a long time now. So it used to happen. It used to happen. I remember I got I got I got a bill who thought that you were supposed to be taking your chances off the hook. Like he thought that was like like he was supposed to do that. That there wasn't the whole concept of someone has to come and unhook you. So,
I mean,
I mean,
it doesn't force anyone to do the tutorial, so I guess that's part of the um
so yeah.
do you know the game X Defiant?
Um, I'm actually I've heard of it. I've seen very very little gameplay on it though, but I have heard of it.
So one of X Defiant's selling points was that it didn't have SBMM. SBM. It didn't have match or skill based matchmaking. That was one of its
Mm.
selling points. I played it 2 weeks after launch. It was miserable,
Oh yeah.
like absolutely miserable. Um, Everyone in my lobby like had already had like 200-300 hours, knew exactly where the spawns were, knew how exactly how everything already worked. I didn't even have a chance to learn what I was doing. Um, and I dropped the game after like 3 or 4 matches. Like I'm all for like getting your teeth kicked in to like learn a game. That wasn't me getting my teeth kicked in. That was me getting executed every match. Uh, it just wasn't fun, and I feel like when matchmaking in this game works, which is probably the bigger problem, um,
Hmm.
it's fine. I think the fact that it doesn't work sometimes is the bigger issue, but that's also a problem with backfill, and because backfill doesn't take into account matchmaking from what I understand, what little we understand. Uh,
Yeah.
and it also, the soft cap is relatively low, and the soft cap can kind of match anyone within the soft cap region or above
Yeah.
with anyone else. Um, which is why when people say their matches are always sweaty, I never understand. Um, like
Yeah.
like we can't see our MMR, which I think is also another problem personally. But I win like I get like a 3K like minimum. I'd say 80% of my matches, and I don't think
Yeah.
all my matches are super sweaty. Like I don't know, maybe that's just a me thing. But on the solo queue side of things, I would assume MMR has improved it at least decently so, because your
Um,
teammates are more. There's more of a chance of them being more competent. I would assume most of the time.
um, kind. It's kind of hard to like say yes and no. Just trying to think about my experience with the old matchmaking versus new matchmaking versus introducing crossplay, which like was a big one. Uh, the fact that you can't depip anymore, which kind of encourages people to like not care as much. Like,
Hang on.
I'm someone. Listen, I'm someone who advocates for bringing back depipping. Okay, I fully support bringing back depipping. I think it's dumb that they took it away.
Hang on.
Um,
Let me double check your notes here. Did you put it in here?
I think it was something that Swert brought up a couple days ago, so I probably didn't even think to put it in.
No,
But it,
it's something that's been being brought up the past like week or
yeah,
so. That's not you didn't specifically name it, but I'm sure we'll talk about it.
yeah.
um, but yeah, like I don't know. Like I said, I don't play solo queue that often, and I suck at Survivor. I will admit I am terrible at Survivor. Um, so I'm probably not going up against the greatest caliber of killers when I play, but for the most part, my solo queue experience is fine. Like I can't like yeah, it gets a little frustrating with people DCing and
Mhm,
giving
and
up
we're
on
gonna talk
Hook.
about that. We're gonna talk about that later.
That's what I was alluding to. And yeah, I do think depipping is probably part of it as well, because getting rid of that does mean
Mm,
that like there literally is no punishment for just leaving. Um, which in
yeah,
turn means that people aren't staying in matches longer, which means in turn they're not practicing as much, which means in turn they're not playing as well. Um,
right.
Also, do we know? Does we'll get more into DCing later, but does DCing lower your MMR? Does it count as a loss? Because they don't count it
Um,
in the kill stats.
it should count as a loss, but here's the thing: once you reach like that soft cap point,
Mm-hmm.
like I, I'm not trying to encourage anything, but I think I've gone on massive losing streaks before. Just like I've had rough nights, everyone has like their rough nights, not
Mm-hmm.
playing well or just like unlucky killer, unlucky anything. I've gone on like a lot of losing streaks like all the time, and it really doesn't affect my matchmaking. Like you play long enough, and like losing just does not punish you. Like you would have to lose I would say like hundreds of games before you start seeing it actually take an effect
Yeah, they have
on your
a
matches.
I mean, it's not just a soft cap. There's also a loss prevention um system in place, so you can't just purposely lose a bunch and like lower your MMR on purpose, which is really weird when there is a soft cap. So
It's
it's really dumb when you think about the actual like. I'm sure there's a reason they have it. Like it makes sense on paper, but like when you really look into it, it makes no sense.
yeah, it's flawed. Like I will say it's flawed. And I'm never gonna say like, oh, um take away matchmaking or anything, because like games do need matchmaking, especially games that get more popular that have been out for years like DBD has. But there's definitely flaws to it. And like I said, I think I think the lack of like punishment you get from giving up all the time is actually does play a bigger role into solo queue than people are willing to admit. Um,
Well,
but
I mean, there's also like there's a lack of incentive to stay anyways. Like not just the depipping, but I've talked about that. Like let's say Survivor or Killer Main, it doesn't really matter, but you get
mm,
everything right. You've gotten all the perks. You especially on Survivor, like you have everything you want on the Survivor you're playing.
mm,
And I'm going to sound really weird saying this. What is your incentive to finish the matchup? You don't need the blood points anymore. Devotion doesn't mean anything. Your rift's probably already done. So
I
like
mean,
there's no real like tangible feasible reward at the end of the tunnel.
if only we had P100 rewards, though. If only. But no, FOMO.
Well, even then though, like on Survivor, most people tend to play only one Survivor. Once they P100 their Survivor, then what?
Well, I mean, listen, as someone, I feel like this is my time to shine because okay, a lot of people who have the same hours as me that play Survivor has a lot of P100s.
Mm-hmm.
I tell my chat all the time, I hate blood points. I don't need them. I don't care for them. I play the game because I just genuinely enjoy the game. It genuinely is is a nice experience to, I guess, do the best I can in my matches and see them through because I enjoy the game.
Mm-hmm.
The incentive for me is just like, oh, performing well because, you know, there's a lot there's a lot of things that you can always improve on Survivor, you know, like people say like Survivor is just gen simulator and it's like, well, yeah, you do need to be doing the gens to progress the game. You're not wrong, but there's still different chases with killers. There's still game sense, knowing when to reset, knowing what gens need to be prioritized. There's always like special situations that can't be replicated every game that you kind of have to make, you know, good decision making. And I find a lot of fun in that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think solo queue especially helps the longevity of the game for me because solo queue can just it's just a mixed bag. You never expect like what kind of teammates you're gonna get. Like, do you have a teammate that is running like a unique healing build that you've never seen before? Are they doing something completely different? Um, a lot of the builds that I get inspired to run are from my teammates that I get paired with. I'm like, oh hey, what are they running? That looks cool. I want to try it. Um, you get a lot more variety in solo queue, and that's a huge enjoyment for me. I didn't get that enjoyment with Swifting because when I had a period of time when I played in a Swift, the builds were very stagnant, pretty much the same. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Unbreakable, Soul Guard, Dead Hard, Decisive,
Stop giving me
pretty much.
PTSD, please. Dead hard.
Um, Yep, Dead Hard. Every single one of us, it was Dead Hard.
Ugh.
Every single one of us, it was all Dead Hard, all UBs, all Soul Guard. Sometimes I'd be the quirky, different one that would put on FTP. You know, some of us had Iron Will, some of us had DS.
We'll we'll get into like talking like about the meta and stuff probably a little bit later, but I think I was talking to Gaming Athlete. I don't know if you know them. They're a Dredge main.
Mm,
I was talking to them, and we brought up the point that if more survivors in like normal matchmaking brought more different builds, it would throw so many killers off.
oh, absolutely.
Because like the
Um,
meta is so solidified, a lot of us like know what to expect. So if you throw a curveball in there, it's like when balance started becoming popular again.
me being a balance enjoyer since day one. Let's go.
um, yeah, because balance started getting meta again. I don't want to say meta, but it started getting used more again like a month ago. Like I see like every other
Mm.
survivor using it now. But when it was like first starting up, like it threw me off every single time. Uh, and I do think I'm going to bring up a word that the Dead by Daylight community is terrified to hear. It's like chess.
Oh no, here we go.
Okay, let me preface. um, with like solo queue and killer, and especially when you don't have communication, you're looking at the pieces on the board and trying to work around them as best you can. Um, and I don't mean that to demean your teammates, and I'm not calling them objects
Mhm.
or anything. I'm just saying if one of your teammates is running a full healing build, it would probably, once you realize that, it's probably okay. Well, it's probably best to let them go do the unhooks if they can. and
Mm-hmm.
I'm good to stay on the gen. Or you notice that one person is really far away, so you use that information to be like, okay, well, they're really far away, I'm closer, I'll go. Which kind of segues into the next thing you brought up, which is the lack of info that solo queue has,
Yeah.
which is there's a fine line with this. I feel because I feel if you make it okay, let me ask you: do you think voice comm should come to the game?
No,
No.
absolutely not.
Okay. Any particular reason why, or do you just don't think it would do anything?
Um, there are multiple reasons. I think part of the reason I actually like this game so much is the lack of voice comms. To put it like very very plainly, I am a female on the internet that also identifies with the LGBTQIA, and
I don't
I'm
want.
also a person of color.
I'm not laughing at you,
Um,
by the way. I'm just.
yeah, no, it's all good. So yeah, voice calling as a streamer is like voice comms is a no go. But people say, oh well, it'll probably be optional. You can just like mute the comps or whatever. But if it's part of the core gameplay, you're missing out a part of the core gameplay, and I just don't see it as a good thing. And I can also just see so many different situations where like you're trying to play the game normally, someone is just screaming their head off like, oh my god, come take a hit for me, and they're not even like on death hook or anything, or people screaming into your ears to come and unhook them even though you touched the gen for 2 seconds, or um it could create a lot of situations where you can create situations where people gang up on each other, like, oh, here, come by, block this, or don't save this person. Yeah, it's a lot of mean girl mentality. I
Mhm.
feel like can definitely come from it. Especially it can come from like if let's say two people are on voice call and the other people aren't, and the two people are just like, oh hey, we're on comms and they're not, let's sandbag them, or it just I just think it's a rocky road that leads to a lot of harassment.
I think if it the way I've always said it is if it was here from the start, I think it would have been fine. It still would have had its issues like every other game with voice comms, but I don't think you can add it into the game at this point. I think it's too the game is too solidified and it's already toxic enough. And while I personally think voice comms actually lowers toxicity, um, I think there's studies on this, but that's just a me thing. But I think the other problem with it, in my opinion, is like you said, you can just turn it off because it would have to be optional. Uh,
Mhm.
you know what's worse than thinking you can, or you know what's worse than not being able to talk to your teammates,
Mm.
thinking you can, and they have you muted.
Yeah, yeah,
um,
and there would be so many perks that would just become obsolete if voice comms were a thing. Like,
yeah,
yeah, it again, like perks are a very big deal. There's already perks that are essentially useless in a Swift. So I don't like the idea of like making even more perks obsolete in the process. There's already so many of them.
what do you mean solidarity is a completely meta perk. That everyone runs every match. I love solidarity, by the way. Um, uh, but yeah, and I mean the lack of comms like can be fixed in other ways. Like, I mean, it's been mentioned so many times. Just add a ping system. Like, would that be?
Ping system can be like I don't particularly agree with a ping system just because again uh it would definitely ruin a lot of chases for killers, especially killers that rely on stealth. And
Mm-hmm,
if someone who's unaware that should be like getting hit because they fucked up, it sucks that like a teammate can just ping exactly where the killer is and be like, oh, they're over there, thank you, because I screwed up and didn't check spot properly. It could also A ping system also can just be spammed and abused, and I really don't like that. but there are other things that they could add that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I I still don't know why in 2024 we still can't see our teammates' perks when we press escape. I think it was 2v8 that had a really cool UI system. While the UI showed classes, it still was enough to at least know, like, oh hey, I
Mm-hmm.
know what they're doing. And there is enough space to the left of survivors' portraits on the UI to actually show the perks. It will still be a learning curve for new players because not new players are not going to know what every icon is. That's just, new players have a lot to learn. But for people that have been playing for a decent while, it will be extremely helpful to them.
I mean,
uh I also don't.
no,
Oops,
go.
go ahead. Sorry,
I
sorry.
was gonna say, I like on jumping off of that. I think I think a good example is what's the perk? God, I don't know Survivor perks. Is it will make it that gives you, it's 100% when you unhook, right? 100%
Yeah,
healing
that's
speed.
will make
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why I had a brain fart for that. When someone unhooks you and they have will make it, a little icon pops up at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Why? It's like one of the few perks that does that. Why? Why is it when I'm in range, a little icon can't pop up? It's like, oh, this person has solidarity, so that you should probably let them heal you first.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. There's also people healing with Resi, desperate
Mm-hmm.
measures. Um, Leader even actually shows a icon for its
Yeah,
benefits.
it's a lot of the
It's
earlier
very
perks. It's weird that it didn't show up for the newer ones.
it's very there. A lot of people when they play the game for a while will realize firsthand it's very inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
There nothing is consistent in DVD other than the fact that it will be inconsistent. um,
There's even a simple someone I was talking about head on in a video once, and someone suggested a buff to head on. Why doesn't it make the locker yellow when you hop in it?
yeah, no idea.
Like that, like it doesn't change the strength. It just means in solo queue you could semi coordinate with your team.
Yeah.
It's like
Um,
little stuff like that. I feel they could very easily add.
Additionally, in terms of lack of information, that actually would have helped me the other day. I don't understand why they added a anti-camp mechanic, but they don't show the
Show it.
bar on the UI for your teammates to understand what's happening. There is I literally got face camped by a skull merchant that was watching the stream hitting me on the hook, which by the way, do not care about any of that stuff. Like if you guys are thinking that you're gonna watch this thinking that at one point I'm gonna say, oh yeah, solo queue is miserable because of camping and tunneling, no, I will never agree with that. Get
Well,
over it.
I love that you're saying that because there's a particular game in the background right now. It's the player that shall not be named because he is legend.
Yeah, yeah. I just it would be so helpful because again, I got face camped by the skull merchant player, and it's like, oh well, I'm gonna get anti camp so my teammates can just work on gens, and I had people running up to the hook. It's like, no, I do not need you here. Just go back to the gen. Like my bar is full, but they can't see that my bar is full because they
Mhm.
don't have that information. And like, sure, the person seeing me getting face cam probably should have put the two and two together, but it's so easy to. I can't exactly blame people for not understanding anti-camp because like it's so forgettable. Like
The
it really is forgettable.
yeah,
So I don't blame people for forgetting its whole existence in the first place.
it's in the tutorial now, by the way. Um,
Yeah, but
do,
I mean,
do you know what it's actually called? By the way, it's not called anti camp.
no, what is
It's
it?
the resolve meter.
Oh.
It's the official name. It's the resolve. But even in the tutorial, it doesn't say anything about um how it works. It just says that it does. Like it doesn't explain it tells you like if the killer's outside of a certain range,
Mm-hmm.
it won't fill or it won't fill up. But it doesn't say anything about like if someone's slugged next to you, if someone is chasing around
Yeah.
the hook. It doesn't tell them anything about all that.
Yeah, there are so many games where it's like, could I have anti-camped? I can't tell because someone is lurking with the killer next to me, so it's not going up as much as it should be. And it's just, ugh.
Yeah,
Again,
I've noticed it a lot in I know a lot of people don't like the mode, but Lights Out is going on right now, and they doubled the range of
mm,
anti camp in that, and I have noticed a lot of people don't like because I've actually gotten it to go off a lot in Lights Out because of the double
mm.
range. Um, but the amount of people who like run up to hook even when the killer is like right there and just keep chasing around the hook, hoping something will happen. I guess. Uh,
Yeah, it really does need to show up on the UI because if people see it present more on the UI, they'll ask questions about it. They'll be more mindful about it. But as of right now, it's like a out of sight, out of mind ordeal where your teammates don't even think about that. They're just, in their brain, they're like, "Oh, this person is on the hook, and I want to be a good teammate and try to get them off the hook. I want to make an attempt."
mhm.
So it's like it's not I don't like having like a visceral reaction to a teammate making like an honest mistake because like a lot of mistakes in this game, and we're gonna talk about more of this when I get into the mentality thing later, but a lot of people have to realize not every mistake that people make is just because, oh my god, they're dumb. Like they're just
Trying.
honest
They're just
mistakes.
yeah,
They're
they're
trying.
just trying.
It's honest.
And I think I was talking to somebody on Twitter about this the other day. It's like a lot of the times when I do dumb stuff in solo queue, it's because I would rather my teammates get mad at me for trying something dumb that would help them than me just sit there on a gen and let them go to second stage. Like, yeah, the team wins, but like now I feel bad. I would rather go for the unhook that I know is going to that not no, but that might lead to a snowball because the killer was nearby or proxying it or something like that, than just sit on the gen and hope that that's what leads to the win. Because it's still going to feel bad for the person on the hook regardless.
Right. And obviously there are exceptions. Like if you're getting camped by a Bubba, like good luck, dude. I'm sitting on the gen, like yeah, Godspeed, bro.
Just hang in there and keep pressing the button, please.
Yep, yep.
um, but like I think because the devs saying what they said, I really hope they come back to this. By the way, the whole years comment with seeing loadouts in the lobby,
Yeah.
like I don't even need full loadouts. Like if it was just like I don't know, like
Mhm.
they have a healing perk and an exhaustion perk and like a gen perk, and like it doesn't tell me exactly what they are. I don't know why it wouldn't, but if that would be simpler for some reason, yeah, I'd be fine with that too. Just something, just so I know going in.
I I'm indifferent about the lobby things because I know I know that lobby dodging would be like more common if people could see loadouts. Like, imagine you like, hey guys, I really want to get my achievement for adept or whatever, and I have to play David, and all of a sudden you're just all your teammates just dip. Like I do understand. I don't have to see. I don't have to see perks in the lobby. I can adjust going into my games just fine if I, press escape or like look at the UI and I can see like that that is so much better than nothing. What I would like to see in the lobby that I don't know if anyone's ready to discuss is I would like to see ping. I
Oh,
really, really, really would like to see ping.
is it? I don't know if it's possible. Is it?
It used to be. You used to at least get an indicator. You used to get
Well,
a normal ping indicator, yellow indicator, or a red bar indicator.
doesn't the ping change in the match though? Once you're in the match,
Uh, Not really. At least, like, yeah, no, not really.
because
As far as I'm aware.
the ping's based off. Well, no, it's yeah, no, it's not dedicated servers. Yeah, it's based off the I don't even know the technicals of the ping, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Um, yeah, never. I mean, I guess it would be possible. I mean, it would be nice just to know if I'm about to go into a 200 ping David or not. Um,
The servers are dedicated. I just want to see people's ping to the server so I know what to expect. Because listen, I play on West Coast at VPN o'clock, okay? I need I want to know some things.
is it? I thought they weren't dedicated. I thought people still complain about that, or are people just being dumb?
No, the servers are dedicated.
Oh,
It's not peer to peer anymore. It hasn't been for years now.
so why do people complain? What are they complaining
I
about?
this is the first time I'm hearing about this. I thought it was common knowledge that the servers are dedicated.
I swear, I still people still have people like complaining that the servers aren't dedicated.
No, they absolutely are.
Oh, okay.
They're not peer to peer.
Thanks, Dead by Daylight community, for gaslighting me. Wouldn't be the first time.
In fact, a lot of people criticize the dedicated servers because there's like so for NA, it's literally I think the server for West Coast is based in Seattle, and then the East Coast. I need someone in the chat to actually tell me where the East Coast server is located at, but I think it's like close to New York-ish.
It would probably, yeah, it'd probably be new. I mean, if they're stationed out of, I know League servers are in. Oh my God, I used to know this. There's a huge like server base for a lot of games, and League uses one of them. That's the only reason I know. I think it's Colorado. 'Cause I remember when they swapped to having multiple server locations. A lot of people complained. Not Dead by Daylight. This is League of Legends, but of course I brought up League of Legends in a Dead by Daylight podcast. I always do. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, if it's possible, I would, and that's me just being ignorant if it
Mhm.
is. But if it's possible, yeah, I think showing ping wouldn't be that big of a deal. Um, and then you brought up on here killer perks. I think that one would be a little bit harder to do. I would love it, but I like there's just some that like I don't know how they would do it. Like I could see certain ones, like if pain res goes off on a gen and someone happens to have line of sight of it, or an ability to see it like Sabo or something
See,
that just tells you.
See, I'm not really referencing perks like pain res. Like that's totally fine. I don't need to see that.
Hmm.
I'm more so referencing the perks that only affect solo queue and literally do nothing in a Swift, like Rancor. If someone is exposed for Rancor, I don't know why the obsession icon like lights up red or something, or
Hmm.
like even if they have like friends till the end, like if the killer has something where it interacts with the obsession and the obsession is exposed, so again like Rancor, I at least would like to know, because if you're in a Swift, because you just say, hey, I got Rancor, right?
Hmm.
But in solo queue, all you see is like, oh my god, why is this obsession not fucking doing anything? I'm on the hook. Like, come help the team. At least like
I could.
have something.
I mean, I could see like status effects being added, including exposed. Because like if the gens pop and you see that the obsession has exposed next to them, well, you know Rancor's a thing. Like if someone pops it, well, everyone gets it for haunted, so never mind. But and I mean, you get
Well,
it for stuff like Devour Hope and Noed. They pop up.
yeah, but they'll pop up for everyone at that
Yeah,
point.
I suppose. I guess it would be
Um,
just the
but
individual ones.
I but I would, I would like a way to see like, oh, this person's exposed in some way. Like for example, like Starstruck, for example. It'd
Hmm.
be nice to know, oh, hey, my teammate's Starstruck, which means they're somewhat near, what's going on over there. So I at
Hmm.
least have a good idea of where people are, without always having to run Bond. I will talk about perks later, and Bond still remains like best solo queue perk ever. I wish
it's
more people ran it. Oh my God.
it's my crutch perk in solo queue.
It's so
It's
good.
so.
It's
I
so
think
good.
I think Quick Gambit. I know it has its. I know there's a lot of people complaining about Quick Gambit. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna run it for the aura reading more than anything.
Oh
You,
yeah, Quick
it's
Gambit's gonna become top 5 easily.
it's yeah, it's map wide aura reading pretty much while you're in chase.
While you're in chase, you give a teammate gen buff because why the fuck not? I don't know what behavior is cooking with that, but hey, we're just gonna let it slide.
Someone did the math. Like it's not that bad. It's still gonna be annoying, but it's the gym buff isn't. It's like
It'll
20
be
seconds, which can matter.
it's not the baseline like percentage itself. It's the fact that it will stack if
Hmm.
somebody else is running something different.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
know, just
Which is
just
a
if you got deja, if you got prove thyself, if you're doing the hyper focus bullshit, like that 5% is suddenly gonna matter a lot more.
What do you mean? People
So,
aren't going to combine hyperfocus with corrective action or anything like that?
oh no, not at all. Who's Jonah again?
I really hope someone better. I'm not doing it, but I hope someone tests that tomorrow. If two corrective
Hmm.
actions can like feed into each other, because if they can, that's going to
Yeah,
be the most miserable thing on the planet.
yeah. But again, just to kind of recap everything to the chat, we're kind of like going over people's general problems with solo queue. We talked a little bit about people claiming about matchmaking, teammates' performances. We're talking about the lack of information. What I want to get into next is fucking map offerings. Oh my lord!
I
Like
I'm
map offerings do affect like everybody, not just solo queue, but
mhm.
it's especially awful in solo queue. Oh
so
my
so
goodness.
I'm a killer main, as many know. I have a special place in hell for offering.
Yeah.
um, sad thing is, it's like 5 map offerings in particular.
Five? Just five?
I mean, okay, all right. I'm okay. You know who I mean. Um,
Hmm.
I don't mind Erie because it's his best map. I will die on that hill. Uh, so Erie, I don't care if I see an Erie offering. However, if I see a Macmillan offering or an Otto Haven offering or a Coldwin offering,
Oh,
that
so you hate everything that I like,
yeah,
so
the I don't like Coldwin because I can't see. To be fair, um,
that's fair.
yeah,
I don't like Area because I can't see, so
Ira's the only map I can see on.
I have to have a reshade for Irie. It's so ugly.
I have a I'm old. Okay, I have old man eyes. I need bright. That's why it's part of the reason I like Irie. But regardless, like my point with map offerings, because someone's brought this up before a few times, where it's like, why wouldn't they bring the best advantage? For me, the problem with map offerings isn't the advantage. I don't even care about that because if teams really wanted to, they could bring, and some of them do, 4 brand new parts and 4 deja vus and unbreakable. Like people could bring the most meta stuff every single match. Like
Mhm.
if they really want to put it into their favor. The thing with maps offerings that make it upsetting to me is part of this game is supposed to be the RNG of the maps. That's like inherently part of the game. And I feel like map offerings take that away. Um,
Oh, absolutely.
Now, what's your main issue with it for solo queue? Out of curiosity.
Um, a couple things. Again, the whole bringing a map offering, going in with a specific build for that map offering to
Mhm.
have the most miserable experience ever affects solo queue more than like a Swift. Like if you're a killer bringing in like, oh my god, okay, I have to get this off my chest. I have to get this off my chest. Fuck Scratch Mirror Myers. It's so fucking abysmally boring and it only works in solo queue. Literally. I'm so tired of that cornball cheese ass add on. If you want to run it, take the goddamn risk. Stop bringing me to an indoor map thinking, oh
I
my god, guys, it's a horror game. Like,
that
oh my
is
god, like,
that
I'm
is
sick of it, bro. I'm
what
sick of it.
what you just said though, the take the risk part, because I will agree with this on because I've heard the argument, well, killers should still be allowed. No, killers shouldn't be allowed to bring them either. well, then they can't bring like certain builds. No, that should be part of the fun of the build, is seeing if it can work on whatever you get. That should
Exactly.
be part of the fun. Like
Exactly.
like
And
I don't understand why I don't want to say a lot of people, but some people just don't understand that. Like that's in any other video game on the planet. If you're doing a dumb strat, um like you usually don't get to pick the map until
yeah,
like you come with the strat afterwards. And that's something unique about Dead by Daylight, I guess, is because you don't know what map you're going to get, but like I said, that's part of the fun with this game.
as far as I'm aware, every game that I've played where there are different maps to go to, either it's randomized, it's lobby voted on,
Mhm.
or it's something that you specifically queue for with other people who specifically queue for that map or specify that they don't care.
Yeah.
The main takeaway is normally there's like a whole lobby choice within the matter. It's not like
Mhm.
decided by a single person, basically, in any of the games that I've ever played.
Mhm. Yeah, Valorant, it's
Um,
random. Well, unless you're no, even in ranked, it's random. Rainbow Six is it's a map ban system. League has one map. Um, I'm trying to think of
yeah.
other video games.
WoW, it's you either specifically queue for it or you do random. Overwatch, it's random with competitive having map pools.
Mhm.
Um,
I
any shooter game, it was always random or voted for me.
yeah.
I don't think I've seen a single shooter where it's like, oh yeah, you can pick. No, it's never
Um,
been like that.
Speaking of the map pools, they did try that. Uh, I don't know if they were doing it for an experiment or legitimately just because they thought it was fun. It's probably the most miserable week I had in a long time. But God, RPD every other match RPD. Um,
Yeah, I don't know.
but like I'm not opposed to that because I feel like there's enough maps that if they did like 6 a week or like rotated 6 a day, I don't think it would be that bad.
If the rotations were good, like if there was a rotation where it was physically impossible to have like Gideon and RPD and Larry's all together, then sure, right? Sure, go for it. But um no, and another thing about map offerings that is kind of going to get into the next topic of why I think people have grievance with solo queue
Hmm.
is when a solo survivor brings their map and it whatever the fuck they're trying to do with that map doesn't work out for them, either they get shit on or someone brings a sack ward or somebody else brings another map offering and it wins. When that person goes down, guess what they'll do, everyone? Guess what the fucking person will do?
It's
They are going next because when my map offering didn't work, I didn't get to do the dumb shit build I was gonna do with my map offering, and now I'm gonna fucking baby rage and make it everybody else's problem and leave. So fuck map offerings.
Otz's law.
Odds law.
It happens so much. It happens so much.
Yeah, and next topic about people's grievances with solo queue is again people AFK go next on gens, DC at 5 gens, like or go next on hook, DC at 5 gens, dude. Like,
For the
oh
littlest
my
stuff.
lord.
For the littlest stuff.
For
Like
I'll get into more of it later. I used to be someone who was like a lot more laid back about the going next on hook. I used to be a going next on hook person maybe like 2 years ago.
mhm.
Maybe. You know, I've improved a lot, mentality change. Y'all should try it sometime. I can't even sit here and be chill and like unbothered by people going next on I can't not ignore it anymore because it happens all the fucking time now. All the time. All
And
the time.
you know, from the killer perspective too, the weird thing about this is if someone DCs or goes next on hook, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, is there an etiquette at that point?
See, See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's fucked up for y'all because there are some survivors who are gonna expect you to sit there and farm and like, oh my god, be all wholesome. My ass is like, if you fucking farm, I'm going to hurt you. Like,
Exactly. Like I don't,
end
I don't know what the
end
right call
the
is.
fucking game. Like, chase me, hook me. I don't want this whole like playing nice bullshit. Like, I'm not. If I want to play a farming game, I boot up Stardew Valley. Okay, like for the love of God, I hate farming, dude.
It's just like when someone DCs and the bot is put in. I never know if I'm supposed to just get the bot out of the game or not.
Oh, I do. If the rare time I want killer, I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay.
Unless I'm playing a killer that I play that notoriously sucks against bots.
Oh, that's the reason why I chase the bots is I know it's gonna piss me off later, so I just get it out of the way now.
Fair enough. I fucking hate going against bots. Oh my god. I play a killer whose half of his gameplay is mind games. Can't mind game a bot.
Me trying to use Pyramid Head's power
Oh my
against a
god.
bot.
Or
Yeah.
Unknown. I remember when Unknown was on PTB and I couldn't get lobbies, and I was like, okay, well, I'll play against bots. Pixel perfect dodges. Like it didn't matter. It
Mm-hmm.
didn't matter.
They have zero ping to the server, so I mean,
Oh, it's so frustrating. But yeah, and even like for the other people in the lobby, it's like, do they just stop trying and go for the farm, or do they just keep playing it out like it's normal? Like,
I guess it depends on the context. I feel like the general rule of thumb, like again, everyone's different, right? But the way that I see it is, if it happens at 5 gens, I will I will have a chase or whatever, just get that out of the way, but I don't expect anything at that point. And if my teammates decide that they want to go next, then we're all just going next at that point because it's like, not many people want to play a 1v3, at 5. Now, I've done it before. It has worked out.
mhm.
But it really depends on the killer.
um,
But generally speaking, not a lot of people like playing with bots. People have seen me yell at bots so many times where like a bot refuses to heal me, a bot refuses to pick me up off the ground. It's
I don't know. The bots teabag me still, so I can't.
yeah.
I actually kind of miss. I'm glad bots are in the game, but I do kind of miss people just popping out of existence sometimes because it
Yeah.
did lead to some funny clips. I remember very distinctly. I was playing Ghostface once, and there was a Dwight following. I was chasing a Claudette, and a Dwight was following around with a flashlight for saves. I exposed her and went for the swipe, and she DC'd in the middle of it, and I just swung at the air, turned around to the Dwight, and just walked away.
Yeah, Mocha in my chat says "Rip Narnia Tech." I loved the Narnia Tech. It was so
The
funny.
Narnia tech.
Yeah, you'd fucking run to a locker in DC as the killer tries to open, so they just open an empty locker.
Guys, we can't just put tech at the end of everything.
Oh my lord.
Um, and like, I was asking if you had DCing on here. I think you do. Maybe.
It's like mentioned in a bullet point of just DC. I'm going to be talking extensively about going next later on because
Yeah.
God knows that's a hot topic right now.
But I guess this can kind of lead into the slugging and bleed outs, especially since the background footage was a particular Wraith player, who
hmm
will not be named. Uh, his name was banned in my server, by the way.
Oh,
um, so the whole, I guess this would kind of lead into the unfun things the killer can do to the survivors,
hmm
such as camping, tunneling, which I'm going to say something that I think a lot of survivor players are going to be mad at me for. I don't think tunneling is unfun as a survivor
I
personally.
I I don't think so either. Um I think camping and tunneling are non-problematic for the most part in solo queue, and that might be a hot take for some people because there are some people who really fucking dislike tunneling, especially. Um, and I really don't see like how that's going to be a problem with new Blood Rush next patch. But anyways,
Does it
I
work when
think
you're not healed? They didn't
I
specify
think
that. I'm
so.
still confused about that. We'll find out
So
tomorrow.
I
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think the way that Blood Rush is going to work is it's basically going to be like a free exhaustion reset. So essentially, you get off the hook, you use Sprint Burst, and then you activate and use Sprint Burst again. Basically, is how it's going to work.
Okay. I'm just,
I
yeah,
need to see tomorrow as well. Like
yeah.
it's a confusing perk. It is.
Well, it's just like the new poise. They didn't like the way they worded it. It sounds like someone could just keep tapping the
Yeah,
gen, but I
yeah,
I have a
yeah,
feeling it's not how it's gonna. I hope it's not how it's gonna work. Um,
yeah. So for me, I feel like what is more of a general problem with solo queue that I'm not entirely sure how to address is uh mass slugging, and to really lay into that, bleed outs. I do have a solution to fix bleed outs that I can talk about later, but I feel like slugging and bleed out has a lot more effect in solo queue, especially with a certain perk.
mhm. One that I particularly hate. But
Yeah, but
I mean, I've heard many things, and I don't know if you've watched any of these other ones before. I bring up a lot, at least especially recently. I do think slugging is going to start becoming meta, like really, really meta. Um,
I don't blame it for becoming meta because of just how many survivor perks negate, how many like things negate hooking. Like there's, as of right now, slugging creates more pressure than any force slowdown build could ever.
mhm.
That's just the hard truth. So
Yes.
I don't hate on a killer for slugging like initially, because like I understand it, dude. Like gens, if you have a very efficient survivor team, you kind of do have to slug in certain situations. If you don't slug, you might actually lose games against really really good survivors. And they don't even have to be, people think like it has to be a coordinated survivor
No.
team. Not really.
Mm-mm,
No,
mm-mm.
you just need survivors who are good at spreading gens, and people in solo queue can be good at spreading out on gens, believe it or not. They can be. So
Except that Dwight that keeps following me around the whole time. Other than him, uh,
um but I don't blame the whole slugging thing. What I do think is starting to like rightfully, like this is a solo queue complaint that I do agree with, is the bleeding out.
mhm.
The knockout bleeding out thing. And again, I just think knockout is a problematic perk in itself that just needs to
Yes.
go. It just needs to go, or it needs to have like a short like 10-second like duration, then everyone can see you again or
Hmm.
something. I don't know. It just needs to go, personally.
I used to use I when I first started playing the game, and a little bit after, I was actually a knockout enjoyer. I loved that perk, and even I understood its problems. It is not
Yeah.
healthy. And even in Swifts, like I know everyone brings it up as like a counterpoint. It's, oh well, Swifts make it useless. No, that's not even that's true. Good Swifts make it useless. Those guys just playing with their friends on the weekends, though, and they're just
And
talking about
suited out of their
random.
mind.
Yeah, like no, it's still offend. Like I remember distinctly, I was playing against a Swift once with. I was using it on Deathslinger. It was on Midwich basement. I downed someone by the bed. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
Hmm.
they didn't find him the whole match. My intention was not to bleed him out, by the way. When I ran knockout, I need to make this very clear. When I ran knockout, my intention was never to bleed people out. It was just to leave them there to come back later. Um, just
Right.
so I could keep my momentum going. It was the whole point, which is also part of the reason I think slugging is going to become meta, because hooking takes way too long, and everyone's safe while it's happening. Uh,
And I mean, why do you expect killers to hook now that Sabo has been applied to every fucking toolbox now?
yeah, Sabo, and then if you don't hook, you don't get to deal with Dead Hard off the record, Decisive
Hmm.
Strike. The worst you have to deal with is Unbreakable once, and
Yeah.
that's it. Um, But yeah, even when I used to use knockout, it's like even I feel like it's part of the reason why I understand why it's such a problematic perk. Like I've been on like the other side of it. I've seen people bleed out randomly. I used it a couple weeks ago for a viewer request build, and I once again I was not even trying to bleed someone out. They just bled out. I hit them, they went down. I forgot they were there. Their teammates probably forgot they were there because they didn't see them. And then they just died 4 minutes later. There wasn't anything they could do.
Yeah, and uh the other thing about knockout, it's not even just about like whether or not it's good against Swifts or whatnot. It's bad against experienced players, and I think with the amount of new players that we're going to be getting every day for up until the summer
Mm-hmm.
and even past summer, it's it's not only just a very unfriendly perk to solo queue, it's a very unfriendly perk to just people newer at the game.
Mm-hmm.
And um I think it needs to get addressed soon because like one, it's getting more popularized. I'm getting more knockout gamers than just the Wraith guy. And especially like when you talk about it more, there's gonna be people like, oh my god, it's getting talked about. I'm gonna go run it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's it's been problematic for a hot minute, and I think
it got buffed.
it did get buffed.
Yeah,
Um,
that was surprising.
yeah. I don't know what they were thinking with that, but um and then like when you sit back and think about like the slugging and bleed outs, like I'm trying to think of a survivor perk that is free with the game that is anti-slug that isn't locked behind a paywall. I mean, I guess there's exponential, but that's a boon. It can get snuffed.
Mm-hmm.
If you, I mean, is Bill part of the base game now? Did they
Yeah,
did they make
Bill's
Bill?
free. They
Okay,
they can't sell anything
okay,
for Bill. That was part of the deal.
okay. So at least there's Bill. Tenacity locked behind something.
Mm-hmm. Flip flop is a Ash. Uh,
Yeah, licensed.
Power struggle, which isn't even technically anti slug, but go off. That's technically free, but it's also not actually anti slug. We're gonna live forever, even with the buff. I mean, it's on David. It's technically free. Um,
Technically free, but again, requires somebody else to come and pick you up.
that is
And
true.
a lot of people struggle with slugging coordination. That's a big thing with solo queue is hard to determine like who needs to be sticking their gen, who needs to come over and pick somebody up. Where's the killer at? It gets chaotic pretty fast. Even like if people that I watch that are doing scrims at a competitive level of Dead by Daylight struggle with some slugging killers, how do you expect solo queue to not struggle with slugging?
Hmm.
I don't I don't want to see like slugging indefinitely get punished, but I wish that there was I wish that there was some way to make it a little bit more bearable. And I hate the whole bleeding out lobbies. I don't understand why there isn't a mechanic in the game where if everybody in the lobby is either dead or dying, that we can't just, hey, call it quits. Have a mechanic that just calls it quits right there.
we
Why do I gotta?
we did have a mechanic, and everyone hated it. um,
Well, I think it was badly implemented at the
yeah,
time.
fair enough. Like I'm not saying it was perfect. I'm saying we did have the behavior was going to put a mechanic in, and then we didn't. We never tried it again for some reason. I will still never hate or not hate them for that. Um, you can't just do something once, be like, oh, it didn't work, and then just never do it again. It's not. That's not how science works. Um, I don't know.
Well,
I've heard like I've always had the idea of like one base kit unbreakable that takes 2 minutes, but I've heard the
I think
ideas.
that's more reasonable,
Well,
actually.
my thought process with it is when you hit the find help button or meter, like when it's like 95%, a second meter pops up like an anti camp meter, at the bottom, and after a minute, it fills, and then you can get yourself up. Uh, with how the bleed out timers and stuff work, you'd only get it once. And that's after being on the ground for almost a minute and a half. And I feel like it's more than enough time.
Yeah.
The other ideas I've heard make tenacity base kit. I've heard I've heard some people say make flip flop base kit. But I think that would actually make it worse.
Nah.
I think
Nah,
that would make
yeah.
it worse. um,
No, I think a reasonable, like, I know a lot of people hated the idea of base KUB, and I wasn't too fond of it either. But if it was more reasonable, like it activated after you've been slugged for a very long time at a certain point,
mhm.
then I think that is more than reasonable. Because the way that I see it is, I don't play a lot of killers, so I could be like off ball with this. But from my understanding, is if you're an M1 killer, you really don't sit there and slug a whole lobby because like you're an M1, you go slow, it gives more people a chance to pick up anyway. So for my idea, an M1 killer typically like slugs a person, downs the next one, hooks them, goes back for the slug person if they haven't been picked up
Eh,
already.
it
The that's my idea of like
yeah.
how typical M1s work.
It
But
depends a lot on map where everyone is, the build you're running, but in general, yeah, you're right.
um but in terms of like let's say like mobility killer like a blight.
Mhm.
If a blight is leaving you slug for 3 minutes, he's probably not picking you back up. He is endlessly slugging around the map, and if if a survivor can have a base KUB against a blight that has slugged you for 3 minutes, then I'd say just let them have it. Even even killers that are based in Snowball, like Twins, Victor, or Oni, even they, I don't feel like slug for 3 minutes straight. I wish,
No,
I wish I had broken in the
I
chat. He's a 17k hour Oni main. I don't even think he would slug for 3 minutes. I know he slugs a decent amount of times, but not for 3 minutes straight.
I mean, like whenever I bring up that unbreakable idea, where I'm like, it should take like a minute and a half to 2 minutes or so.
Hmm.
The one response I always get back is, well, Swifts would just abuse it and just have you just like chase you around the survivor until they get it. If one individual person can run you for more than 2 minutes, that's a skill issue for the most part.
Hmm.
Um, I'm sorry to say, they're like I feel like 2 minutes is more than enough for a killer to get a snowball off if they need it. Like, I don't know. Like, and the other thing, like with slugging, and the other reason I think it's becoming, it's not just the I think the Sabo buff they did, the hook timer change they did, the the amount of perks that activate once you get off hook. Um, I think the other thing with it, and I think the anniversary event actually showed us this, it's the momentum.
Yeah.
Like I said, when a killer picks somebody up, you're safe. Everybody's safe until that person is on the hook.
Yeah.
And I think it's another reason why it's starting to become more of an issue. As far as the bleeding out goes, though, that's more of a game design problem than a
Yeah.
and
It's
and like I don't like I can't. I mean, there's other things they can do because did you play VHS at all?
no, but I watched it.
Um, when you were slugged in that game because there wasn't any hooks, you would turn into like a little spirit and you can go around the map and you could like
Yeah.
pick up orbs to get your healing and you could still call things out like, oh, there's a thing here, there's a thing here. Um, and I think that was actually a kind of an elegant solution to it because even though you were slugged and you really couldn't do like you couldn't move or anything, you could still be doing something. Um,
Yeah.
I think that's the other problem because that in my opinion that's the problem I have with camping and such is it's not necessarily that it's unfair or anything like that. It's that the person on the hook is doing nothing.
Yeah.
And if their teammates aren't coming to save them because the killer's nearby, they're doing like they feel like they can't do anything. And I think that's a bigger problem with it. Um, it's a reason why I don't mind tunneling because like I'm getting tunneled. Okay, well I'm still playing the
Yeah.
game. Like it's
Yeah.
annoying, but
Between getting camped or tunneled, I much prefer tunneled.
mhm.
I just I just don't think camping is like the worst thing in the world because it's not something that is feels drawn out unless you have that rare instance of, oh, I got reassurance and I'm still not getting saved,
Mhm.
but that never fucking happens. um,
The amount of people who
um,
pop reassurance and immediately just because.
yeah. Yeah, like reassurance actually is an insane perk. It just gets used wrong all the time.
Speaking of
Um,
going back to information, I wish my teammates knew if I brought camaraderie. Um,
yeah, that would be nice.
uh, but like I think, and you know the concede option. The thing with that, and because we'll get into the giving up on hook thing, um,
Hmm.
it wouldn't. Like I've heard ideas of like once you're on the ground, you can like bleed out faster. It would have to be within a certain time limit. It would be have to be like after a minute or something before you can do it. I feel
Yeah,
because if it was immediate, like people would just do that instead. um,
yeah,
and the whole concede thing, like if everyone's on the grounds, like and no one has a way to get themselves up, I think having an option where you can just leave at that point would be fine. Um,
yeah, absolutely.
I can't see an issue with it. I mean, like especially like if the killer does end up just bleeding you all out, like that just it's just gratuitous is the wrong word, but it feels like the right word. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah, it's just there is no point. Like I do understand the only time that I have ever bled somebody out other than like having a homophobic name because I'm just like that. I don't fuck with that.
That's fair enough.
Sabo squads. If I physically cannot hook you,
Oh
I'm sorry,
God.
but you are bleeding out. And I wish when I'm bleeding out a Sabo squad, they had a way to like die faster. You know, at that point, I wish they had ability to go next fast because shit, y'all wasting my time. I don't want to be here with you guys. Like fuck, you know.
I
If I could DCS the killer without punishment in that situation, I fucking would. Okay.
I was playing Dracula. I think it was like 3 days after release. I was going up against a flashbang background player squad, and
Hmm.
I shoved my face into a wall, and a flashbang got me when it picked someone up. I didn't bleed them out, mind you. Slugged every single one of them. Slugged. I did not pick anyone up until they were all slugged. I was not risking. But
I feel that.
it's yeah. I also will say, by the way, to Survivor players coming from a killer player, um, if you guys bring all anti-hook perks like Sabo squads and flashlights and flashbangs, you cannot be mad at the killer for slugging. I'm gonna make that very clear. For the most part, you can't be mad. Bleeding you out, yes, you can be very mad about that. That's different. But just generally slugging, like if you're bringing an entire build around me not being able to hook you, I don't understand how you can be mad about it.
Like, I
Frustrated.
don't mind people. Yeah, frustrated is fine, but getting to the point where like you're like hella angry at the killer and like ripping into them on your stream or in the match chat, whatever. Just like that's a little bit weird, brother. Ain't gonna lie, it's a little bit weird.
We hop up, boil over. Why did you pick any of us up? You had boil. Okay, all right. Um. Moving on a
But
bit. Unless you have anything else to add to this.
no, I'm ready to get into why I enjoy solo queue and
um.
everything.
I'll let you start. Your first thing is the challenge, which I think
Yeah,
is not a common
so
sentiment. But yeah, go ahead.
so the reason why I, as someone with 8,000 hours, enjoys solo queue a lot is, I do enjoy the challenge of it. Solo queue makes the game a lot more challenging when you don't have the bubble of a Swift to, hang around, always having communications up 24/7, always knowing where the killer is, what they're doing, all the perk callouts.
Hmm.
It makes the game a little bit too easy, a little bit too dull. Like the game, yeah, doesn't mean that my chases are going to be any better or anything, but I just having like a group of people who are really good at the game constantly. I just don't think like is that challenging, and I really do like the chaos of the teammates that you'll get because it's not about like, oh my god, my teammates are so bad and stuff. Like they play differently. I
Hmm.
get teammates that have different perks, different ideas. I learn something new from randoms all the time. I meet new people all the time. I love that. You don't really get to meet new people if you're swiffing all the time, and you never know. You might like meet a new friend. You might meet another content creator. Um, but overall, I just really like meeting all sorts of different type of people, and for me, swiffing is actually really fucking boring. And again, I mentioned like earlier about how swifts typically run the same perks over and over again.
Hmm.
Um, excuse me, sorry, I had to sneeze there.
You're good. I thought I
um,
lost you for a second.
no, it's all good. I was like, ugh, it's had to look up at the ceiling for a second. Um, Another thing that I do want to say is I do think that if you are someone that plays in a Swift all the time, it really narrows your scope of reality of the game. I feel like you are looking at the game through a very like thin scope instead of like the bigger picture, because um if you're constantly playing with the same people or the same like-minded people, you're just going to have like you already have a biased opinion by being a survivor main or a killer main, right?
Hmm.
Like there's always a bias, but I think you have an even worse bias if you are just constantly around the same like-minded people all the time instead of like branching out. Like
Hmm.
if you play, for example, I'll use my past self as an example. I played I played in a Swift for a long time that some people would label as a quote unquote bully squad, which by the way, I fucking hate the terminology bully squad. But that's how some people would describe it. The flashlights, the dead hards, the sometimes head ons, the flashbangs, all of it, right?
I think for me, I think it's
And
intention that determines it. It's not. I don't use it for like every team with a flashlight. It's just like if their entire goal is to not do gens and just mess with the killer, that's when I would call it a bully squad. But
yeah. Um basically a lot of that.
mhm.
And it made for some funny clips and everything, and I had a lot of great memories, and I'm very grateful. But the problem is playing in the same group with the same like-minded people made me very ignorant to a lot of things. It made me like, I used to I used to be one of the people that's like, oh my god, you put on Lightborn, you're such a fucking pussy, or Franklin's demise, or like one of those. Okay, like it was bad, right?
Mhm.
And it's because you have that such a narrow scope of just like, why don't the killers pick up? Well, we're just having fun. We're just having fun, and you have to like get outside that little bubble, that like-mindedness, and realize, hey, maybe that isn't like the most fun thing about this game. Maybe getting blinded all the time. Um, this maybe getting blinded all the time, and like maybe I just want normal games. Maybe having my chases be cut short because these survivors are just hopping in a locker and I just have to pull so I can get blinded. And like maybe that's not fun for people, you know? And on the flip side, it's also like when you're so obsessed with like the flashlight things and stuff like that, you don't realize that going outside of your squad into another squad, maybe people find that annoying. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I do understand like the hype of flashlights and flashbangs, but do you guys have any idea how frustrating it can be to be having a chase with a killer and hoping that part of the thrill of having a chase with the killers is seeing like, oh my god, how many gens can I make pop while this guy's in chase with me? And then I see like a little Naya off in the corner, just in a bush, watching, having a flashlight for like 2 minutes straight. And it's just like, dude, I get it. You love flashlights, but look at the bigger picture here. You're not doing anything. I'm literally having a chase, and you're not doing anything. You could be on a gen or something. Like, again, it just comes from this whole like narrow scope that people have that I genuinely do think comes partially by playing in a Swift all the time or consuming specific content all the time, which for survivor content, a lot of the time it is Swiffing. I think it really comes from like that narrow scope when you're again constantly playing with like-minded people and stuff. You ignore the bigger picture, and I think solo queue kind of helps a lot of that because you are exposed to so many different types of gamers, and it kind of teaches you how to be more versatile and I guess like more adaptable to the different players that you will get.
Hmm.
At least in my opinion.
No, I can see. Do you play solo queue in other games?
Sometimes, yeah.
Would you say it's kind of like a similar experience in those games as well, or do you think Dead by Daylight's kind of unique in that sense?
Um, Dead by Daylight has a lot of unique things about it, but in terms of like uh the experience of learning more by playing with different people, oh yeah, that can be applied to so many different games.
Hmm. And I know you brought up the whole flashlight saving thing, and someone following you around when they should just when you kind of just want them to be doing gens.
Hmm.
I'm curious, how was it during for the people buckle up meta? Was it worse? Was
Oh,
it better?
um, it was a mixed bag. Some people were smart about FTP buckle up and didn't hover, but then other times that's all like I think the worst is being when you're paired with a duo that wants
Oh,
to do nothing but gens. I think that's the worst. When you get like people in the chat might know what I'm talking about. Have you guys ever just had you get into a solo queue lobby, but there's a duo, and that duo is either a flashlight duo or I guess like an FTP buckle up duo. Like, listen, either it will be the most fun experience ever, or if the killer is smart, then it's the most miserable experience ever.
they're buffing teamwork perks too.
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Like,
and collective
don't get me
action.
wrong.
No.
Don't get me wrong. I love playing in a duo. I really I love my duo,
Mhm.
but oh my lord, sometimes sometimes it could be so miserable when you have people that are refusing to touch gens and want to go for like that thing. And I understand there's a time and place. A flashlight save can make a difference in a game.
Mhm.
FTB buckle up can make a difference in a game, but a lot of people a lot of people refuse to like be a jack of all trades, right? If someone's doing that, but they like went and did a gen themselves or went to go reset people, I probably wouldn't like mind that much, but it's just when people go into the game, like, yes, I am not going to touch a gen. I am not going to heal a person. I want to get a clip on this killer.
You
It's like, okay, bro.
you don't have to name
Oh,
names, obviously, but do you think the content creator sphere on the survivor end is part of the problem?
absolutely. Absolutely. I've talked about this in my channel, and I've even gone on to say on record that the way that I acted years ago contributed to the problem because we are influencers, and I have influenced like a horrible mentality in the past. I
Hmm.
fully own up to it. 100% own up to it. I would even go so far as to say like this whole going next bullshit epidemic that we're in is partially caused by content creators. It's very influenced. I don't know if I'm gonna get canceled for saying that, but I strongly believe that as a content creator myself.
So I mostly watch for Dead by Daylight content. I watch streams, obviously, mostly my friends and such. But when I'm watching YouTube and things like that, it's mostly discussion videos for Dead by Daylight I watch, and there is a severe lack of discussion content from Survivor mains. I obviously you're the exception with your accessibility video and things like that. But even then, like consistently speaking, like I don't know very many Survivor main players that like aren't just full gameplay type videos. Um, which I think is also part of the problem because a lot of those, like I think it was I forgot the creator. No shame to him because they were even self aware in the video. They were doing a video talking about Scavenger,
Hmm.
and they were trying to showcase it. And they said they hated make like in the video. They said they're gonna hate making this video because it's just gonna be a video of them doing a generator. Um,
Oh, I see. I see.
because it's very hard. Like how do you do a showcase video on a Survivor perk when the whole perk's
Mhm.
design is just doing a gen?
Right. Yeah.
How do you make that entertaining?
Well,
um,
personality goes in a long way, and also just hyping it up.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Um, but you know, it's vault build 37 or
Yeah.
I mean finesse when finesse got released that was a huge boon for the Survivor main content creators.
I can't I can't fault, like, again, like, I love watching other people's content all the time. I understand why it's made,
Hmm.
people in terms of Survivor content like doing like the whole, like, chase things, or like this build made the killer do C, or I made this killer salty, here's a dual POV, because it gets clicks, it gets impressions, it gets views, like, really really fast. I do
Hmm.
understand that. Not hating on it. I also just feel like people do, some creators that are around my size get into this trapped mindset of thinking that that type of content is the only content that you can make on Survivor, and that is just not the case at all. In fact, I would argue that if there's any Survivor content that I think is in super demand right now, it's going to be educational content. Again,
Yes.
there are surges of new players coming in, and we'll continue to pool in leading up to the FNAF stuff. So any educational content, I think, is going to be really in demand, and I would
I
like to see more of that going forward.
I feel so bad for not knowing her name offhand. Um oh my god, her avatar is like it's like a winking girl with like brunette hair.
Mish.
Mish. Yes, Mish. Mish is a great example of it, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Absolutely.
there's a lot of it out there. It's just like when you find it, like it has so like what's the word I'm looking for? They have so few views, and it feels unwarranted. Like they should have.
It's definitely hard to get reach
Hmm.
on that type of content, unless, yeah, you're out starving
Yeah,
basically.
pretty much. Um, and it's just sad because I would love to see more of that content get more popular. Um,
Absolutely. I think it could help people tremendously. And that's part of the reason why, like, I do say that, a lot of like the struggles of solo queue, or the struggles with people going next in general, can partially be traced to content creation and influencers to a certain degree, because I generally do think you would notice some overnight changes if you had a lot of Survivor content creators out there giving more effort into their games, and also being more, I guess, educational about
mhm.
certain things. I genuinely do think you would notice a change in, like, player attitude. Like, I talk about this later, but entitlement in Dead by Daylight is is taught. It's taught 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, oh shit, we got a raid from Ninny. What up, Raiders?
um, yeah. Like I mean, when I was bright eyed and started playing this game, it's funny. I knew about the entitlement before I started playing the game. Um, and like how bad it was in this game compared to a lot of different games. Don't get me wrong, other gaming communities are entitled as well, but not in the same way this one is. Sometimes, most of the time, a lot of the time. Anyways, um, and it's very strange, and I do agree with you. Like entitlement is taught to a degree. I do think the game also. I don't know if we're gonna if you brought this up, but are going to bring this up. We talk. It kind of goes into feeds into the MMR talk though. I also think the survivor quote win condition end quote is also part of the problem.
In a way, I can agree. I think like, I mean, a lot of problems that arise in DVD, even on a social level, does come from the fact of a flawed a flawed design with DBD that breeds like bad mindsets. For example, one of the things I like to talk about a lot in Dead by Daylight is accessibility
Mm-hmm.
and the lack of it that exists in an 8-year-old game. I mean, like the fact that we can't even adjust graphic settings is fucking ridiculous. Um, but an example of this, I've always held this belief that if your game lacks in accessibility settings, it breeds ableism. We saw that when uh, we didn't have an FOV slider until about what, like a year or two
It's not
ago.
even. It's like 6 months ago. It was when Chucky came out.
Si- oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it was.
my concept of time.
Yeah, it was about a year ago, but it was. I think it was the patch Chucky came out,
Yeah.
which
So
was November 28th, by the way.
when FOV slider was in talks of getting added and stuff, I don't know if people remember this, but so many
Oh,
people had pushback against it about like again and saying like a whole bunch of ableistic shit about like, oh well, um maybe this game isn't for you if it makes you motion sickness. Like you get that all the time. I got that all the time with like
I,
old clown bottles, by the way.
I,
Like again, because like you like at the end of the day, like yes, those people are awful for being ableistic, but that type of mentality is reinforced when you don't add accessibility settings because you as a developer are kind of saying like, hey, this this is an issue for us. So you get people in the community that are like, hey, the developer said it's not an issue, so you know what, you
or
guys are the problem. You know what I mean?
or when they straight up say it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that legendary quote that will live in infamy. Oh, we don't care. I'm paraphrasing, but that's I forgot who said it about colorblind modes. Um, that was such a fucking like. How can you sit there and say that on a stream? Like, I don't. Whatever.
Yeah.
But
But
I bring up, and this is kind of a different kind of accessibility feature. I bring
mhm.
up phobia filters a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Um,
you have games like Lethal Company that has an arachnophobia
and
uh filter in it.
but the thing is, every time I bring it up, there's always one or two comments. Always one or two. And don't get me wrong, I'm fine with people having a discussion about it on like how far do we go with it? And
Mhm.
like what should we consider? Should it just be like the more common phobias? Should we get to a point to where it's all of them? Should there be a low res mode for the game so people with phobias don't have the problem? Things like that. If people want to have a discussion about all that, it's perfectly fine. But the ones who just straight up dismiss the idea outright are the ones that always blow my mind. Like,
Oh yeah, it's sad, but it's part of the problem is just you have like this foundation of the game that is just never changing despite it needing to change, and people will defend it because like, oh well, again, the devs don't find this a problem, so therefore it is not a problem. Like you have people like that all the time. It could even be applied outside of accessibility issues.
mm-hmm.
It like the going next thing, for example.
Or
Going next has been a thing for 8 years now. It does not need to change, guys.
or
You guys are the
the
problem.
whole filter argument. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the devs are cool with it, so it's or no, the devs aren't cool with it, even though they've never said they aren't cool with it. Um, so it's cheating. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's it's a weird, and it's the internet. People don't really. I hate to toot my own horn with this, but like a lot of people don't really bring up discussion to actually discuss. They bring up a discussion to argue, which is a huge distinction.
Yeah.
Um,
And there is a lot of arguing in this community because this phrase was going to come up at some point in the podcast, but them versus us.
you said it backwards. You said it backwards. Why? Um, yes, and while it exists in other games, Not like it does here. The game is
Yeah,
basically
no.
built around it, to be fair, but it's
I
not good.
and again, this is one of the things where I do feel like it definitely got blown out of proportion with the help of influencers.
Yes.
I'm sorry to say,
Yes.
because
Yes.
yeah, it's because it was good content to be, fuck the killer players or fuck these survivors, but then now all of a sudden it's like everywhere.
I get I don't know if you do this on stream often or not, but I'll be playing a match and a survivor will do something and I'll be like, "Oh, that was so good." Like not like ironically or anything, like legitimately like,
Hmm.
"Oh, that was a great play. Cool, whatever." I get like a comment or two every now and again where it's like, "Why would you compliment the survivors?" What
Yeah.
what
Or I had this issue, not so much anymore, but I'll be like chill. I'll be getting like tunneled or something, or getting hit on the hook or whatever, and I'm all chill, laughing, having a good time. And then someone in my chat will say something along the lines of like, "Oh well, what a loser, killer, blah blah." I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Like, how are you gonna get mad when you're not the one playing? Like, how in the fuck are you in here all mad when I'm chill? Like, what? Stop it!"
it's
Like,
or
and
or like
it's not even like an extreme situation. Like, oh my god, I got tunneled when all the fucking gens were done. Like, God forbid, you know what I mean?
or back to the bleed out thing. It's like sometimes I'll run into like a boil over squad, and I'll slug them all, and then I'll hook them. But I have so many people and I don't know if they're joking or not, but like so many people will be like, "Oh, slug them or bleed them out. They deserve it." No, I'm just gonna end it, man. I'm not sitting here wasting 4 minutes of my time, like just to be
Yeah.
like petty about it. Don't get me wrong, I can be petty. Um, I'm petty in dumb ways, though. I will wait out off the record. I'm not gonna lie. I've done it. I've done it a few times. I've waited off the record. It's a match.
When I used to run Stabiffle, I just viewed off the record as like, oh my god, another free stack. Let's go.
Yeah. I there was a match a few weeks ago, and I've said before the reason I hate the Iron Will buff, and this is why I hate it. Don't get me wrong. I think it's fine. I'm not gonna be like Iron Will needs to be nerfed. I just find this
Mm.
annoying. There was a Leon that got off hook, and I couldn't hear his breathing, and he was body blocking. So in my mind, I'm
Mm.
like, oh, he has off the record. And I was already winning the match. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be petty real quick and I'm just going to wait out the 80 seconds. I sat there for like 3 minutes waiting it out. And like, am I counting wrong?
Oh my god.
I still won that match. They gave
Yeah.
up very quickly after I started waiting it out. But yeah, like the thing is, like a lot of the positive creators, and it's one thing I respect, like a lot of the more positive creators, um, like Hens, like Otstarva, for is they are generally speaking extremely positive people, and even on the survivor end of things, it's like I mean you're extremely positive. I mean we all have our moments, including myself,
Yeah.
but like like
To an extent. Wait until I get a pig in my match, then
um but it's just you have to find that ironically, even though like Ots, Hens, and a lot of these other positive creators are like super big in the space, you still kind of have to dig to find them if you don't already know. Which is, and then meanwhile, we'll get a video of someone raging at the survivors for like three
Yeah,
minutes. That
salt farm content has been popular for a while now, and yeah.
I think it's getting less popular, honestly.
Uh,
It
it
was
depends.
it
I
seems like
think
it.
I think on YouTube, yes, I see it a lot less on YouTube. On stuff like TikTok, short form, it's still pretty. It's still up there.
I mean, is that? I mean, that's the same platform that brought us. No, Skibbity was YouTube, wasn't it?
Actually, I have no idea.
Neither do I. I don't know the intricate
I need
lore,
to
the lore and
need
history of
to need to
Skibbity.
ask some of the younger people in my chat where it came from, Guys, where is the origin of Skibbity Toilet, dude?
What is the origins?
What is the origin, bro?
It's the thing is like it's so ingrained in the way the game is now though, and the community is. I don't know how to fix it other than doing what I'm already doing.
Yeah.
And that's the set, because it's like I can't get mad at them, because if you get mad at people for doing it, they just get mad at you back and they keep doing it out of spite.
Yeah. It's frustration, like, is always valid. It's just about how you vent it out.
Right.
And going into that, when going back to the topic of solo queue, a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people talk about, like I saw a post the other day about like solo queue is absolutely miserable right now, blah blah
Mm-hmm.
blah. You know, obviously I don't agree. Um, the way that I see it is, at the end of the day, if the devs came out tomorrow and just did an insane, like, this patch is like super mega buff for solo queue only, like if you queue solo queue you get access to Boon Dead Hard, and you see everybody's perks, and you'll never go against a skull merchant ever again. We banned the skull merchant forever, you know, like all this crazy shit,
Yeah, we
right?
kind of did.
At the end of the day, I don't think solo queue will improve for some people, because at the end of the day, a lot of the problems with solo queue comes down to the actual player that's queuing up for it, and their mentality for
Mm-hmm.
it. And you know, I'll explain why. One of the big hard to swallow pills that a lot of people need to get over is, almost no matter what, right? There's exceptions to everything. No matter what, no matter how shit a game went, no matter like, oh my god, this bill like went down like at my hook or whatever, there's always something that you can improve on and do better, regardless of the teammates, regardless of what killer it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's always something that you can do better. Maybe it could be something as small as dropping a pallet earlier, or something a lot more significant, like rotating around for a save, or stealthing for pull, or that type of thing. There's something that I feel can always be improved on, and there's like the complicated thing about the game is every match can be a different experience, just depending on what your killer player does, what they're running, how they're positioning, and how you respond to certain situations. I don't agree with people by saying, when they say like every match is pretty much the same, like, oh my god, same perks. I don't have that experience. There's even if theoretically, if the game was a game where everyone had the same exact perks and you could not swap off the same exact perks, it's still a different experience every single match.
Mm-hmm.
Every single match. I do not care what people say about perks. So the big takeaway from that is there's always something to learn from it, whether it be significantly or small. So at the end of the day, spend a little less time raging at what mistakes your teammates did,
Mm-hmm.
and address at least something that you could have done differently. Something that you could have done differently. Because hindsight is always 2020, but it's not going to be 2020 if you never look back at what you did. Instead, you're just going over, oh my god, my teammates did this and the killer did this. You know, there's always something you can do. In most situations, there's always something you can do. You might get that 1% of games where you get hooked and you just get left all the way to die, and I'm sorry that happens sometimes, but it's so rare. It's so rare.
One thing I will add to that a bit is I don't know if I'm gonna get hate for saying this. Guys, I hate to tell y'all this. Sometimes you're the bad teammate.
Oh no, 100%. Oh, we just got rated by Momo, who I literally referenced earlier.
Oh,
What up, Momo?
hi, Momo.
Momo, welcome to the podcast. Sorry, we got rated by Momo, Alu, and Coco Nini. Thank you guys so much for the raids. We really do appreciate the support. Welcome to the Solo Queue podcast, where I'm talking about everything Solo Queue with Bennett here. Momo, we actually referenced you earlier. I was referencing you earlier when we were talking about skill-based matchmaking. Just to quickly interrupt and recap here. I was referencing, Momo, that I was watching your Blight win streak games, and you were about 1,200 games in or whatever, and I was referencing how, hey, I actually like that there's matchmaking in Dead by Daylight, but I literally watched Momo get like 100-hour gamers, which is something that probably shouldn't have happened. So, it's just funny. I was talking about you earlier. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in.
You can't make it up sometimes. I still remember the time I was talking about Gummy, and then he rated me like 2 seconds later. um, what were we talking about?
Sorry, yeah.
Sometimes you are the bad teammate. That's what I was talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I see so many people. And don't get me wrong, sometimes you do get bad teammates. It happens, even though most people are trying their best most of the time. But at the end of the day, statistically speaking, some matches you're the bad teammate everyone's complaining about.
Oh no, 100%. Sometimes you are the one making the mistake, or sometimes you are the one that's making the biggest mistake that did cost the game. Sometimes it was you, you know?
And like it just seems like a foreign concept a lot of the time because I don't ever see people be like, oh, I should have done this better, like in a clip. This kind of goes back to the content creation thing. And once again, this isn't a DBD problem. This is an every video game problem.
Mm.
I don't think people post their losses enough. I know
Oh no.
why they don't. Don't get me wrong. I understand it. But I have so much more respect for people who do every now and again post losses.
I think ironically, the only people that I know that I've ever posted losses was Momo and Spooky Loops.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Spooky Loops did a very like special long video that was covering like some really bad losses he had, which I thought was like, damn, that's really cool. And I remember seeing some YouTube comments of being like, why would you post you losing? It's like, bro, come on. Come on, dude.
When back when I was into League of Legends, there was, I forget the content creator. They said the reason why they didn't post losses is because someone watching a video that's like an hour long just for it to end in a loss is dissatisfying.
Yeah.
And I think it's similar in Dead by Daylight, but it doesn't come off that way. um,
I
it's
I feel kind of opposite in a way, like 3 gen merchant, right?
mhm.
I was like, if I some people are saying like, oh my god, yes, we spent 45 minutes being a skull merchant. I am so happy. I'm the opposite. I'm like 45 minutes of this shit and I still feel mad, bro. Like,
um,
oh my lord.
well, like I did it for a little bit there. I haven't done it because I've been lazy, but like I did like a 13-minute video of me missing slice and dices on Chucky on purpose. I just posted it just to prove a point that I don't hit all of them all the time. Like, because there's some people who are like, oh, you're like so good at Chucky and all this stuff, and I'm like, I'm not. No, I miss like everybody else. Um, I lose like everybody else. I'm not like some messiah just because I'm like a content creator. It doesn't instantly make me like better at the game.
I feel like it would be a nice like morale boost to the general, like I would think like to the general killer community if you had like prominent creators known for like playing the montagey killers fucking up every now and again. Like if somebody made a montage of how many times Alran or Scooty misses on Wesker all the time, I feel like that could make some people feel a little bit better about how when they're learning how to hug tech with him, or
Mhm.
people learning blight, and just I do think there's room where like showing your mistakes as actually overall a positive thing. It just doesn't happen
Yeah, and it's
often.
not even that it doesn't get views because like if you do it every now and again, I've seen it happen with like spooky loops, like you said. That video got a lot of views.
It
Um,
did.
like I'm not saying like people need to post their losses all the time on either side, but like when you're doing like if a survivor creator does like a vault build video,
Mm.
I know I bring it up a lot, but they're like all I ever see. Like maybe like your next video or like an in-between video could be like all the outtakes, all the bad games that happened, right? Like instead of showing like do the video where like you run them for 5 gens, right? Have that be the main
Mm.
video, and then like 3 days later, post one of the or one or two of the games that were just really, really bad.
Oh yeah, and I think this is like a problem that I feel like a lot of smaller streamers or smaller streamers have a problem with is you'll get people that consume YouTube content of like survivor content, so it's like these perfect games or bullying this killer, or I'm using bullying as like a
Yeah,
label,
I
not
know what you mean.
actually.
Yeah.
Like survivors doing all this cool shit, and then you go onto a stream of the actual reality of survivor gameplay where it's a lot of fucking up. Like a lot of survivor gameplay is fucking up. Like the difference between solo queue and swiffing just for like information and just call out somewhere the killer is night and day.
Mhm.
It's different of someone being like, "Hey Naya, the wraith is coming your way," versus I'm just on a gen out in the middle of nowhere and then I give a free tag and my chase is cut short then and there. It's a huge difference, and I think survivor content actually would be more refreshing if people weren't afraid to show themselves getting shit on by killers every now and again. Sometimes people do. Sometimes people will do like funny moments clips and stuff, which I think are great when
Mhm.
it's showing you like getting absolutely rolled by a killer, because
And
people can get a
still
laugh at it.
and still having fun, by the way.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
still having fun.
um because I mean people do show losses sometimes, but it's like the salty videos mostly. It's yeah. I think like I do think we're at a new era with content creation in this game. I do think it's I know a lot of people have left the scene. But as someone who's experienced this in other games, it's I call it content generations,
Hmm.
where we get the new content creators start coming in. There's one or two that are there forever. But the new content creators come in, they kind of add some spice to how it was and change up how things were done a little bit, and they start getting bigger. I think like Puffalope is a good example right now. Um,
Hmm.
I shout Puff out like every single one of these. Um, but I think like Puff is a very good example. Puff is also a good example of an I don't want to say X, but Puff was a Survivor main. Only played Survivor for like I think 5K hours,
Yeah.
and then started learning how to play Killer, which is just very admirable because I know plenty of people who just never touch either role if they're once they're maining one for like any reason. Um,
Give Pyramid Head his add-on rework, and I might consider playing more killer.
it'll never happen. Pyramid Head doesn't deserve it anymore. He's too good.
Uh,
He's too good. Um,
too good, bro. Too good. He was put into an S tier recently, so by
um, this
by a
is
tier list maker.
oh my
So
god. I don't listen. I don't want to get too much into tier lists or anything. I hate tier
yeah,
lists. I hate tier lists so much. Um, um,
they're very
they're
they're very bandwagony. Once like one person does it, then everyone wants to do one. It's like, oh, so it's just a tier lists come in waves. Like you don't see them ever, and then all of a sudden there's like 10 of them,
I
and it's
just
like, oh, okay, we're doing this now. Okay.
I just my problem with tier lists is always just qualifiers are never made.
Mm.
People will be like, here's a tier list. Okay, are we talking comp? We talking solo queue? We talking
Oh, see, I specify my tier list whenever I do make them. I do because yeah.
yeah.
If I just see like S through F tier and a bunch of killers, it's like, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, why is Huntress at the top?
Yeah. Are we
Why is Nurse at the bottom? Like, what are we doing here?
are we taking perks into account, add-ons into
Yeah.
account, maps into account?
Like explain, because this don't make sense.
Like
But
I don't
then
need like an essay, but like a couple, like versus solo queue or no perks into account, only their best maps, like things like that. Like cool, okay, that makes
I,
sense.
I think it's worse though when you ask someone to explain their tier list and then the answer just leaves you even more confused. It's like, okay, now it's just worse.
Uh, yeah, maps are taken into account. Okay, why was Billy an S then?
Yeah, like
Anyways, but player
anyway.
mentality, like it's a hard thing to break, like or fix. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. It's like with assault content or like the people who get like very frustrated and angry at the game. what can we do as individuals, like realistically speaking? I mean, you have way more influence than I do, but like even then, like we can try, but like is that really all we can do is just do our little part and hope it works?
I think that just by constantly encouraging better mentalities, because I do think entitlement in this game, again, I do feel a lot of it is taught to us by other content creators, other veteran players, which I'll get into in a second. I just think like overall it's like a mentality that like gets shared, and I feel like the best way to combat it is to, one, call it out, two, to encourage like better habits, better mentalities. I tell people all the time, like, because I get people asking, Naya, I don't know how you can solo queue all the time, and it's like, well, number one, I'm probably like one of the most unbothered people ever when it comes to playing this game now. Like I like very rarely will I ever have a bad game, and you guys will never hear about that game again. Like if I'm in the next game, boom, I'm in the next game. I'm not even thinking about the other game. I don't. It's not on my mind. Like I'm a firm believer, right? I'm a firm believer that if you are getting so frustrated to the point where you can't physically GG and go next from a game, you are sitting there bitching and whining about it minutes after, then you need to get off. Like full stop. You need to get off. It's just a game.
Mhm.
It's just a game.
Mhm.
Get off the game if it's making you that mad. Like
Yeah.
as blunt as it sounds, like real
No,
shit.
it's true. I mean, if you're playing football with a bunch of friends and you like get so mad that you almost punch one of them, they're gonna go tell you to sit on the bench for a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
and don't get me wrong, like I know it's technically not the same because of whatever. My point is, if you're getting that mad and that upset at the game, go take a break. Like it's even to content creators, and I get it. It's very difficult sometimes to like switch games or like in stream early or whatever. I understand that, but sometimes you just have to.
Exactly. And
And
again, I really do encourage people though to like, again, I mentioned this earlier about how me not playing in a Swift has like actually broadened my horizons with the game. If you actually find yourself someone in a position where you are constantly playing in the same like Swift or friend group of people that are all the same like-minded, and you're like miserable in the game, I think one of the things that you should do, like if you all are like miserable on the video game together, like one, y'all need a break. Two, you need a break from that friend group. Okay. Like, let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you guys something. I, like I mentioned, I used to Swift like 2 years ago with other content creators. And again, we were like the survivor flashlight bully squad thing. Like, again, I'm using bully squad as a general term,
mhm.
right? Um, it really, when I played with people that constantly bitch at the game and bitch at the killer for what the killer is doing and not following all the made up rules I had, it also made me very entitled. Again, like I played with people that had entitled mentalities. I also ended up having a pretty fucking entitled mentality. And the way I kind of broke out of that was, one, I went off by myself and met new people, got a better scope on things. I'm someone who's never touched a a like a competitive tournament in my life, but I do watch some comp content. I do see like what players like Momo, what players like Nini do and stuff. I met a lot of people that come from different areas of the game that do different shit of the game. I meet killer mains all the time. I meet people who don't even like chasing at Survivor at all. They're casual, like stealth healing type of gamers. I met all these different people, right? And you meet all these different people just by playing solo queue as well. So just meet meet people that are outside your horizon, especially when it comes to this game. And just approach things with an open mind and be willing to tell yourself that you might be wrong on an issue with Dead by Daylight. Like you might be in the wrong in
Mhm.
some cases. Maybe you shouldn't have followed this person around for 2 minutes with a flashlight. Maybe that's not the killer's fault after all. Maybe that's your fault that the game is lost. because
Um,
you decide to follow a killer around with a flashlight and the killer had Lightborn and that's somehow his fault, you know?
this is more general advice as well, and I know it's generic and everyone says it, but legitimately though, for both sides of the spectrum here, if you only play Survivor in a Swift, for one, yes, you should probably start solo queuing a little bit, play with different people. But I would also highly advise you. I'm not going to say play killer. If you don't enjoy playing it, that's fine. Whatever. I can't make you enjoy something. But at least watch killer. Same thing with killer players who don't enjoy Survivor. At least watch some Survivor content. Like, I would recommend streams over YouTube because YouTube is what's the word I'm looking for?
It's manipulated
Yeah.
content in a way. It's a lot of edited. With streams, you get like the raw experience,
What
right? No edits, no nothing, happening in real time.
do you mean? Every single one of my games I post is raw and never. I've never like cherry picked my games for a build showcase ever. Distortion is actually disillusion is S tier, always has been. Um,
Yeah, I don't like I said, I barely play killer. I've given it a try multiple times. But I think majority of the DBD content that I watch is killer content.
mhm.
Um so that's my way of like getting the experience from the other side. And again, it's just like I said, entitlement a lot of times it's taught and stuff. And like, if you're around people that are miserable at Dead by Daylight, try to hang out with new people. Like, I'm saying that as kindly and as someone who has friends that get on this game and are miserable, and I try to tell them all the time, like, dude, take a break. Like, go play with other people. I'm serious. Like, the
It's
moment, like, when other people are in a bad mood, they're gonna put you in a bad mood. It's just basic socialization
yeah,
shit,
misery loves
right?
company.
Exactly.
Like when I was in the military, when it was cold, that's all any of us would talk about. We would just bitch about the cold for hours. That was it.
Yeah, so it's like if you want to have a better experience on Dead by Daylight and you're hanging out in a group of people that are just bitching about DBD, like one, did take some time away from the group if you want to genuinely enjoy the game, like genuinely.
Like, and this is more life advice, but if you're with a friend group and they're constantly miserable and making you upset and like bringing down the mood, just mention it. Like, I know it's hard, but just if they're like really a friend, they'll understand and try to try at the least to be better, or like understand that you need some time away from them. It's not me saying cut
Yeah.
people out of your life, but like just
Take breaks.
yeah,
But believe me, sometimes you need a break from people too. All right. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person or you're a bad friend. Like sometimes, listen, it happens. I can see with my stream. I can see someone watching my stream, like, okay, I need a break from Naya for a little bit. I don't hate that. Like, yes, take a break from me. I'm a serial yapper, dude. Like, take a break. You know what I mean? Um, but no, I'm glad Nacho brought up the expectation thing, especially with
hmm
Swifts. That's another reason why I do think a lot of people really have a hard time with solo queue is they have unrealistic expectations because they come from a Swift, and it's like you cannot have these expectations that you have from a Swift into solo queue
hmm
when it comes to player performance. Like yeah, maybe you play with like a bunch of gamers that are really strong in chases. Not everybody is going to be as strong in chase in the game. Like, I don't even consider myself a strong chase. It happens. Like, make the most of it.
yeah,
At the end of the day, I do think chase is like super overhyped in this game.
and
I think
even
it's very fun, but
yeah, we'll get into we'll probably get into that
yeah,
later.
we'll get
It's
into that.
it's
Yeah.
actually interesting because I think I have the same kind of insight. Anyways, I think the other thing with it too, with the expectations is when you're playing in a Swift as well is just because you're in a Swift does like yes it's what's the word I'm looking for that doesn't make it sound it's an advantage over being in solo queue. Don't expect just because you're in a Swift that you're gonna win every single match and be able to steamroll the killer every single time. I would also add that in there as well. Um,
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, I do feel like people do have high expectations of their solo queue teammates
yeah.
because they come from like a really strong Swift or just a efficient Swift, and then they go into solo queue, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, like this is the worst thing ever, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, but
I
why do you have these expectations?
the thing I bring up is the analogy I usually work or use is when you're at a job and you're working with your coworkers, you can do that job just fine. For the most part, everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone knows what they need to do. Now, if you get four random strangers on the street, give them all $20 to do a job, um, one of them is going to be sitting on the bench. One of them is going to be doing it. One of them is going to be telling them what to do. Like it's not the same, and
Yeah,
like and it's never going to be. And something I often bring up is that this is part of the reason I asked you if you played solo queue in other games. Is this isn't just a Dead by Daylight problem, but it's really bad in this game for some reason. Like people, like in other
yeah.
games, people kind of accept that solo queue is just kind of going to be a hodgepodge of random players that all have different mentalities, different builds, and different things like that. Um, but in Dead by Daylight, for some reason, there's like this expectation that everyone.
DBD has a lot of made up rules imposed by the community that
Mhm.
was here from the beginning, type thing.
Yeah.
Hence why camping and tunneling is still a taboo topic for whatever reason that it should not be fucking taboo in the first place. Get over it. um anyways, going back to the entitlement and entitlement being taught to us by others, one of the things that I talked to my chat very recently about is I actually, in terms of like solo queue, I shit you not, I prefer playing with newer players over a lot of veteran players
Hmm.
because a lot of 2016 players are like stuck in a 2016 mind game. Not all of them, right? I don't want to overgeneralize, but like,
Hmm.
oh my lord, like so many times I have newer players that will play out games even at massive disadvantages, and then I'll have a player that's been playing since 2016 give up at 5 gens on the hook because like, oh, the killer's running the Franklin's Weave bullshit.
Hmm.
Like dude, the again, new players come into this game because they're less influenced by the 2016 mindset or other content creators or whatever new players that just want to play just good old Dead by Daylight, right? I like playing with them, even if like they're quote unquote worse at the game mechanically. I will still take them over people who are super entitled because I find that the more entitled you are at Dead by Daylight, the more likely that you're just going to give up. You're going to give up or bitch up a storm, whatever. And I don't want to play with you.
um,
We're about to, Krovi. We're about to.
I think like do you know the statistic of because I know you were talking about entitlement being taught. Do you know the statistic of people who play a video game that actually watch content on the video game?
No.
Would you like to take a guess at what the percentage is?
No, just tell me. I don't do guesses.
It's 2%.
I feel like for general video games, like something like a
Hmm.
big title like Call of Duty, I 100% believe that. I, however, think that Dead by Daylight has a larger.
I would agree.
I feel like Dead by Daylight has a much more significant, like content creators have a much more significant presence and influence in this game than any other game, just because of one, how niche
Hmm.
the genre of game it is, and one, I genuinely don't think people would know of Dead by Daylight at all if it weren't the content creators from the start, like
Okay.
100%.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I do agree that, you know, a lot of content creation has very minimal influence in general games, especially when you look at something like Call of Duty, like CS:GO, like League of Legends, StarCraft. But in DBD, I do think it has much more cause and effect than people give it credit for. We have a lot more influence than people give credit for. And I think that actually can be partially backed up by the fact that I think with the like a couple of exceptions with that new that's not new consultant program
Hmm.
that's basically made up of content creators.
Hmm.
So I feel
Yeah,
like that kind of backs my point a bit.
yeah, fair point. I would love to see. I mean, I don't even know how they got the original stat, but I think it was just a survey, which isn't always the best way to get it. But yeah, I just always think it's an interesting statistic. But yeah, that is a good
Mm.
point. I guess Dead by Daylight is because there's a lot more people who watch this game than play it, from what I understand. Um,
Yeah, or play it very minimally compared to how much they watch it, for
yeah,
sure.
which is weird because I'm kind of in the opposite end. But uh, you did mention the whole giving up thing, and I think that's a good segue into the giving up on Hook situation. If you want to talk
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah. All right. So, chat, we're gonna get into the next conversation that might like be a long one here. But I do want to talk about going next on Hook because I do think it's ruining a lot of solo queue experience for people, and rightfully so.
Mhm.
And um I like if anyone's been like following my social media, it is no question. I am on a fucking brigade to get going next on Hook removed from the game. I think personally, chat, I think that being able to attempt on the hook is a very outdated mechanic and it needs to go. I think that the more popular that any game gets, people will abuse and exploit loopholes for
Mhm.
like any situation. For like we see it with the bleeding out shit. That wasn't like as super popularized as it was. The whole, slugging thing, uh
Chess merchant.
Sky Billy got removed because of how popular it got, like overnight. Locker saves got removed because of, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
as things get more popular, you need to address them as it does because, it's just something wrong with either bad coding or just an outdated thing. Like, you have to make adjustments as the community adjusts. And um, so I'm here to tell you that I think that hook attempting, yes, it's been the game since like the start, and I think it needs to go. I think there is hardly any benefit to it other than, maybe you can like Kobe for hatch or whatnot, but I would give that up in a heartbeat. I would give up. I listen. One of my most popular clips is me Kobeing off the hook and getting a flashbang save. I would give that up in a heartbeat. I would give all that. I would give up the Kobe for the hatch in a heartbeat. I would give up the Kobe and saving my teammate off the hook and
You
escaping. I would give all that up in a heartbeat.
you can't even Kobe if you're the last survivor anymore.
Well, not if you're the last survivor, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like saving, like like if everyone's on the hook and
Hmm.
someone's about the fourth person about the hook, and I get off I would sacrifice all that. I would literally get rid of all that because as of right now, too many people are going next on hook,
Yeah.
and it's a genuine problem. I can't watch any stream without it happening. Even I play at the dead of night, and a lot of people would sit here and argue that people who play DBD like during demon hours has like probably some of the most like quote unquote sweaty gamers. People that we call them absolute demons. Even during demon hours, I get people that are going next on hook for the smallest thing ever, right? And you might be thinking, oh well, Naya, it's the dead of night. They probably just had a bad game. They're getting off. They're going to bed. No, motherfucker, because I queue a next game and they're right back in the lobby. So sorry, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
It's and like and the whole DC penalty discussion that keeps getting brought up too. It's like it keeps going both ways as far as the DC penalty as well, where it's like some people are like, oh, it shouldn't exist, so people can just leave a game when it's unfun, and some people are like it should be more strict so people don't do it. And honestly, I think the DC penalty as it is now is fine. I think the DC
Yeah,
penalty is
yeah.
perfectly okay how it is now, but
The,
the loophole is the problem.
exactly. I have no problem with how the way DC penalties work. And like, listen, I don't want DC penalties to be get worse because I know how often the games can crash for some people. I know that like IRL happens. I know, like internet problems. I don't want to make the DC penalties worse. What is the fundamental problem of this game is majority of the people are not actually eating penalties
No.
because there is a loophole to get around it. That's what attempting on the hook is, and letting go on the hook. It's a literal fucking loophole to get out of a DC penalty because, oh, boo-hoo, my teammate like totally sandbagged me even though it was a complete accident, or oh my god, the killer is a Billy and I don't want to go against a Billy, or oh my god, I played a map offering and I got sack warded and it's a map I don't like, so I'm gonna go neck. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
everyone just has like these little reasons, and
And,
and I feel bad because I know like a lot of content creators used to do this like early on, going next on the hook was not as looked down upon as it is now because a lot of Survivor content creators, I'm sorry, did this years ago. And people didn't really have a problem with it because it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Now everybody is fucking doing it.
and
Everybody's doing it.
it's because like I like people bring up the thing of like, well, if the game isn't fun, I should be able to leave. Yeah, you should be able to leave through the DC penalty if you really want to. But I cannot think of a good reason to keep the 4%ing. I really can't. Like I think it should say, and I feel like this is the most sane argument I hear most of the time. I think Deliverance should stay the way it is. That's perfectly fine. I think Wicked should stay the way it is. It's perfectly fine. Slippery Meat's a different kind of thing. I think it should be adjusted somehow if they get rid of it. But like,
So my idea for Slippery Me is you can make Slippery Me a anti-camp perk where it activates the Kobe anti-camp situation at like 70% instead of 100. So it just becomes anti-camp.
that's I like that actually. Yeah, because then someone can't just bring it with the intention of. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And then like someone just said in my chat with the luck mechanic, can we just get rid of the luck mechanic? It doesn't do anything.
I gaslit myself into thinking that luck actually gave you better shit in chests, which would be a cool thing, but apparently it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Apparently it has no effect on items, which I think is fucking weird.
I'll do the wiki real quick just to double check, but I think it really is only hook attempts because it used to be getting out of trappers traps. I the first what is
Keep 4% for only for when we're I don't agree with that, Undead, because endgame's already like tough for killers as it is anyway. I don't really believe in robbing a killer of an endgame because of pure luck.
Luck only determines whether the odds of a survivor succeeding a self-unhook attempt are higher or lower, which is indicated to the survivor displaying the chance proficiency indicator in their hut. Wait, it's a chance what? I didn't know this.
Yeah, luck is incredibly weird. Luck, like, again, if luck was other into, oh, I see.
Oh, and up the ante. Someone brought up the ante. They would have to rework that one too.
Understandable, Undead. Like, I get again, like, it could literally just be like related to items. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I'd be like, okay, whatever. Like, you know, you're spending time plundering a chest that's not a gen. Like, I don't care.
What do you mean? All the best perks are that now.
So it's just like, yeah, like whatever. Like, rework luck to be like item based or whatever.
Yeah, or just like I wouldn't even if they just outright removed luck as a mechanic. I really wouldn't care. If I'm perfectly honest.
I'm getting to a point where like I feel like a lot of offerings just need to go in this game.
What like all of them except for the PP ones, honestly.
Like, if you really think about it, kinda, yeah. Because like, let's do a recap real quick on offerings. Map offerings are fucking problematic. Hook offerings problematic
On both sides.
Luck offerings only for cobing, which is an outdated mechanic. So again, outdated mechanic needs to remove.
Spawn offerings.
Fog offerings. Yeah. Also, if you bring a fog offering, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, are you good? Or are you okay? It's like, what's wrong with you?
The spawning offerings are for both, are for the opposite side for the advantage. So
yeah, the spawn offerings are very weird. Very like it is all outdated to me. It's just like
And then now, we still don't know till tomorrow, because they didn't word it very well. Mori offerings should also are basically getting killed anyways. So,
well, yellow Maris, yeah.
Well, we don't the way they worded it. We don't know what's happening with green and red.
I think green and reds are staying. No.
No, because the way they worded it, it sounded like they're also just giving BP.
Oh, I thought it was just the yellow.
Because they
There's a lot
said
of things we have to see tomorrow.
yeah, because they worded it very strangely. Because in it it said it said all Mori offerings. It didn't say Cypress.
Oh, okay,
So
interesting.
I hope it's not that, but we'll see. Um, I'm actually kind of cool. Yeah, I'm in the weird camp where I'm actually fine if the green and red ones go. Um, uh, but yeah, like yeah, the offering system needs a fucking it needs a revamp. Honestly,
Yeah, it needs a revamp because like from where I'm standing, it's just like for me, it's like BP offerings are nice if you want to bring coin or a cut coin offering. That's fine, I guess. Though the killers who bring cut coin, like, ooh, when I get my hands on you,
what do you, it's just Dredge
uh,
and Xeno, isn't it?
I
Um,
had it was really funny. There was a slinger that would play like at demon times, and I'd know it was him because he'd always bring a cut coin and then just sit and insidious by somebody's hook. I'm like, this motherfucker, dude. Look at this guy.
I do fishing with that. I do totem fishing doing that, but okay, go on. I guess.
He would just sit by your hook, and this was before anti-camp was a
Yeah.
thing. So it's just like you would just sit by your hook with Insidious, cut coin, and just chill by your hook. It's just like this motherfucker, dude. I don't like again. I don't care about camping. I just think the
Hold
whole
up,
concept is
hold
just
up,
funny as hell.
hold up. What is the okay? Hang on. All right, what is the point of cut coin in that situation? I'm confused.
I don't know. I don't know. He's just a motherfucker that just says, "Yeah, no items for you, dickhead."
I'm like, I'm trying to math that out. What is the point? Um. Oh yeah, and then the hatch offerings. Yeah, even those. Like, I don't mind the hatch offerings. They're still kind of dumb though.
The hatch offerings would be a lot more dumb if they were secret offerings. If
Mm,
if they were secret offerings, then they would be absolutely like
yeah.
horrible. But the fact that you can kind of like look and be like, okay, well, I need to go to this location when it's about to be last serve. You can play around that. But yeah, I don't know. Like either they needed again like they really got to get rid of map offerings or sack ward needs to be a brown add-on. Because I am tired of it. I am
To
so
the
tired of it.
survivors who bring sack words, by the way, not all heroes wear capes. Okay, just saying. Um. Uh. What did this conversation start out at? I don't even.
We're talking about the going next when we were
Oh,
talking
going
about
next. Right. Yeah.
luck offerings and shit and
Like
how offerings are just
I
overall meh.
like no one has given me a good reason why they should stay. Because
Yeah.
every reason people give, I'm like, okay, well then just DC and take the penalty.
Yeah. And again, I'm gonna talk about one of the counterpoints people make is that I really dislike, by the way, because it blows my fucking mind. Because it's like people forget that this is a video game, a luxury, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
People sit here and try to say, you can't force me to play this game. Dog, I didn't force you to queue the game in the first place. If the game is so strenuous to the point where you will have to defend DCing at every fucking like inconvenience possible, then get off the game or get punished for leaving the game.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here I'm not sitting here and saying you can't DC. I'm encouraging you to DC instead of going with a loophole. Like, do you not understand? Do you not understand what's going on here? I'm telling you, if you want to leave, DC, eat the penalty.
Like there are some arguments I've heard where it's like, well, if I get a plague 2 times in a row, I don't want to hit like in the accessibility issue of the vomiting sound. My solution to that is two things. One, add a slider for the audio. That's the bigger one. Or
Yeah,
two, just like and I am a huge advocate for this. I don't think survivors should be able to pick the killer they go against because it's stupid. But
yeah.
I do think there should be a killer prevention system because
There was
that would
there
stop
was
it a little bit.
supposed to be a killer prevention system that prevents you from getting like the same killer twice in a row, and it doesn't work apparently.
I thought there
But
was a
that was supposed to be a thing, but
I,
it doesn't
I
work.
thought there was a map prevention system.
Oh, it might have been map, but
Yeah, it
that
was
doesn't
map.
work
That
either.
that one doesn't work either. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work either.
The
There should be a killer prevention system
the
though.
only problem with a killer prevention system, the only problem I can think of is if a killer does become so popular that it starts causing issues. But that is not likely to happen. The only killers who have come close to that are Huntress and Wesker. That's it. Throughout, I've checked the player stats throughout the history of this game. They're the only two killers who have ever gotten over like 6% pick rate, apart from like a brand new killer coming out.
Yeah, and even dude, when everyone was complaining that they got nothing but Weskers, I'm like, bitch, where? I am fiending for one. I'm on my knees begging for
That's
one.
all
I
I
just
got
get
for like
Trapper,
that's all I got for like
Trapper,
six
Wraith,
months.
Myers. Well,
That's
okay,
all
not Trapper. No one sees Trapper. It was like, oh, who was I getting a lot? I was getting a lot of doctors for some reason. West Coast likes Doctor for some reason.
um,
It's
no,
whatever for
yeah.
me.
When Wesker released, that's all I got for like 6 months with Wesker.
Yeah, see, I got Wesker for maybe 2 weeks, like on and off, like a
Mm.
lot, and then after the 2 weeks, it was like, okay, well,
And
back to back to tricksters and shit.
but I think the other problem with that is a lot of people have said like, well, obviously the problem is just the game's not fun. One, that's a personal
Uh,
thing, and two,
yeah,
like,
personal thing.
and like this is kind of leading into the killer prevention thing. It's like if the problem is that a killer is being played so much, we have to look into the reason why. Is it because they're really good or because they're really fun? And if the answer is because they're really fun and that's why people are playing them a lot, then we have to bring the other killers to a point to where they are also fun, so it stops that from happening. It's a game wide issue that would need to be fixed. And at that point, it's not as simple as just giving up on Hook to fix it.
And even then, like when people argue that the game is just not fun going next, like one, if the game's not fun, take a fucking
Yeah,
break.
don't
And
play
two,
it.
I don't know where people are coming from with like, oh, the sudden the game is so fun. I literally argue solo queue, aside from the going next on Hook epidemic, is honestly in the best place it's ever been in years.
Mm-hmm.
You don't I don't when I first started playing the game, I felt very encouraged to run like basically pick from the same 8 perks because outside of that, and it wasn't going to work out, right? Nowadays, there are so many builds I can roll into with solo queue that, like, there's so many good perks for survivors now. There's so many different builds that you can run and actually work. Um, I I think solo queue is actually like in like one one of the best places ever. And someone mentions the queues as well. Solo queue, like the longest queue that you get nowadays is like 5 minutes, but normally it's just instant.
Yeah.
So I don't. So even if you had a bad game, let's say you actually get tunneled out of the game, okay, you are back in another game. It's fine.
Yeah. And
It's in a great spot if people would stop fucking giving up at every inconvenience.
another and I kind of got into this a little bit earlier, but I think another problem is just not necessarily the win condition for the MMR, but it's the win condition mentality for players. Um and what I mean by that is I think the game encourages people to play selfishly too much. Because like if you
In
get
a way.
down if you get down in 10 seconds and the killer hooks you, everything the next until you get unhooked, everything that's about to happen is in your teammates' hands.
Hmm.
And I can understand why that is frustrating to play into. But the other thing with it is like, let's say you get tunneled for 5 gens. Well, in theory, let's say you ran the killer for 5 gens, you got tunneled or whatever, and you die, and your 3 teammates get out. Killer lost, you lost, your teammates won. But you still feel really bad unless you have a particular mentality that the game doesn't even like really encourage. Because you also get out of there with 7k blood points.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's also another problem with it, that it kind of bleeds into the mentality. The game encourages you to want to get out by yourself and not care about anything else. Um, And my solution to this has always been, I think the blood points need to be a pool, but that's just a me thing. Um, but like, there's other things, just like, I mean, updating the HUD could help. Updating, but still, at the end of the day, as long as giving up is an option, people are
Yeah,
just going
at
to
the
give
end,
up.
you are only as good as your teammates, though, results wise. I don't agree with that. In context of public games, I do not agree with that. Arranged. Do not.
What, that you're only good as your teammates are?
Yeah,
I
not
think
true at all.
I think in certain situations.
In some situations, yes, but the general public gameplay standpoints, not at all. You can have you can have newer teammates that are inexperienced, but can still make good decisions during the game that overall can help a lot. Um, you also as an individual have a lot more control than giving credit for. Like, here's the thing: like, a chase is gonna be uh talked about a lot. Is yes, there are times where you have a long chase, but a lot of people need to understand that you need to have smart chases as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you are having a good chase, right? Like you know, you're having long chase. If you are running a killer to active gens, and I'm not saying like you do that, but this happens all the time with streams that I watch. It happens all the time. Someone will be like, "Oh my god, I'm taking a juice or a chase," and then just mindlessly running the killer into the 3 gen,
Run
right?
bond. It'll stop
Like
that.
running the killer into the 3 gen. It's like, why are you expecting gens to pop then? Why do you expect gens to pop if you are literally making your chase worthless by putting them onto gens? I wish that we encourage people to die in smart spots rather than having the longest chase possible, because like, yes, having a long chase is good. However, if the chase ends up on the active objective side of the map, then I see the chases, depending on the killer, it could be essentially a useless chase,
Mm-hmm.
right? I would much rather have someone have a 30-second chase and die in the corner of the map away from everybody than having a minute long chase, but they die on top of an active gen.
Yeah.
So I wish that people would, like, again, like, a lot of people, it makes me sad too, because I see people shame newer players all the time, or random teammates all the time, about having fast chases. Sometimes people have fast chases. Sometimes, like, a killer really does, like, just mind game or surprise them, or has, like, end fury and whatnot.
Or it's a killer designed to get fast chases.
Yeah, or it's just a killer designed to have a fast chase. At the end of the day, sometimes people just have fast chases. I really hate how much they're shamed.
Mm-hmm.
I really hate how much we shame people over just not having the strongest chase in the game. Especially because, like, unless you're like someone that plays ladder all day every day, then you probably are also gonna have a fast chase too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like, so somewhere along the line, there's going to be a killer player that shits on you, and you're going to be the one with a 10-second chase. Okay, so like, let's stop bitching at people for having fast chases. I would much rather teach people basic game sense first over everything else about spreading gens, when to double, when not to double,
Mm-hmm.
dying in smart spots. Not glorifying. Oh my god, guys, vault build, guys, vault build, guys.
Vanessa's OP.
Residual manifest in the Alan Wake flashlight perk, guys. Oh my god, blind
Hey,
them at every pallet. Like, holy.
Champion of Light isn't a perk; it's a way of life. Um,
You know what I mean? Like, encourage like just smarter gameplay decisions rather than just like, just slap on these perks, guys. Just slap on these perks and you know, the chase, guys. And make sure, remember, chat. If you guys aren't mindlessly greening a pallet, then you're a bad player. If you pre-drop, you are a bad player, guys. Remember that. Remember, okay?
well, that's with the the pre-drop discussion gets brought up a lot, and it's like,
I hate it.
and even I'm sure you've seen my little polls I've been doing on Twitter about skill expression from killers, but or you might have, I don't know, but I bring up skill expression a lot in this game for like every killer and on the survivor side, and I hate so much that the macro and the decision making of this game is shamed's the wrong word. It's not shamed. It's just people don't bring it up. No one ever thinks or talks about it for the most part. And I think the pre-dropping thing is part of that. It's like, yeah, of course they pre-dropped. It was the best choice to make in that specific situation. Like reading it right there would have been dumb.
Yeah, a lot of times, like I've seen most of the games that I see that go south due to like a chase is unironically because someone greeted when they shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I it was actually a comedy. I had this slugging Billy that wasn't Dwykel. It was just someone like copying him. They literally had his fit on and everything. It was really funny. They were really cute. But uh someone went down at a pallet and he's across the map, but he sees us, and I'm on the other side. It's the person I'm picking up, right? So I pick the person up. I'm like, okay, you're gonna drop that pallet, right? Because you're in front of me. I have to run away. I cannot drop the pallet because you are in front of me. This person does not drop the pallet, so the Billy hits me. Instead of because the teammate turned instead of dropping the pallet because they were close, they turned to the right, and Billy is just like okay and reaches me instead, and it's like oh okay, so we just mindlessly agreed because it's the god pallet. Okay,
It
like oh my lord, I hate how much like yes there is a good time and place to greed, but there's also a good time to place a pre-drop, and none should be shamed over the other. It's about teaching people when's a good time to do it, when's not. And there are a lot of killers in this game where pre-dropping is the correct play.
oh yeah, as much
But
as as much as
it's
I
not.
hate
But it's the boring play.
uh
Remember, because it's not good it's not good montage, right?
the
If you pre-drop, it's not good montage quality.
I
You know.
know I'm gonna bring him up again because I play him all the time, but the amount of times I tell people, because I hear people complain about check spots a lot, and I tell people
hmm
all the time, just wait and hold your own check spot, and people are like, but that's boring. I, I just
How is that boring?
because they're
What?
just standing still and not doing anything.
I see.
And I'm like, okay, I just told you the solution, and you're okay. It's, I don't know. It's and same with like clown. Like if you're going up against a clown, 90% of the time the option is pre-drop the pallet. That is how you play again most of the time. If you're playing against Vecna, honestly, Vecna is probably the exception to this. It's actually better to greed the pallet most of the time against a Vecna.
It's all situational. I
Yeah.
think like I think the best example that I can give is Pyramid Head, one of my favorite killers to verse. With
Mm-hmm.
Pyramid Head, the way that I play against Pyramid Head is if I have enough distance on the Pyramid Head where I can drop the pallet before his M2 can even reach me, I drop it that
Mm-hmm.
early. That's how you should play against him. However, if he's close enough where if you drop the pallet, he has enough time to hit you, then you need to greed and play for a vacuum stun and or play for a vacuum stun,
Mm-hmm.
basically. It's situational. Like a
Yeah.
lot of things are situational,
Even
but
even things like what tile is next to that loop. Like,
yeah,
is the main
exactly.
building nearby? Do you have life up? Like, is your sprint burst about to come off of cooldown? Do you have dead hard so you can make it to another loop if you do get hit? Like, there's so many factors into whether you should greed or pre-drop or try to drop it on their face or
Hell, every killer becomes a pre-drop killer if they're running End Fury. You can't play for a stun. You have to pre-drop it.
uh,
you know, if I see a killer that has enduring that is just walking through pallets at the start of the game, I'm assuming End Fury. I'm sorry, I see it too often now. Like I'm just dropping, bro.
I've been running no in Fury, but I've been running Hubris on Dracula lately. I don't think people like it.
Oh God.
No, okay. It's hubris enduring, no spirit fury, because he doesn't
It,
need spirit fury.
it, I hate it on Spirit. I'll probably hate it on Dracula too.
Oh
So,
man, no one's running it yet. I really hope I don't start something somehow.
ugh.
Um, But yeah, it's there's so many factors that go into it. It's never a simple answer, and that's the thing with Survivor. 90% of Survivor, and this isn't me crapping on anyone who's mechanically good at Survivor, but 90% of being good at Survivor isn't mechanical. It's decision making.
No, 100%. Anyone who argues that Survivor has a lot of mechanical skill is just flat out coping. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. It's just straight up cope. No, a lot of it is just situational awareness, and a lot of game sense and being able to make decisions in very unique situations,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um and that's all fine. And again, I'm never in when I'm having all this conversation about like things that you should be doing and whatnot. I don't ever want to come off as like I'm upset if people lose me a game, because no, I might be like bummed out in the moment, but I think one of the biggest things that I think should help people out with solo queue is if you I'm not saying not try it to win, because like trying to win is fun for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't be upset for losses, because they'll happen all the time in solo queue, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's literally fine. And I think a lot of people, it's so weird because people have a weird mentality about well, one, I think a lot of the people who say that they only play for fun and don't care about winning are like kind of lying, because I think there's always a kernel of truth that a lot of
Yeah.
people care more about winning than they let on, in my opinion. Especially when it's like, hey, I don't care about winning, but also I hate the way that you chose to win the game, which is like,
I'm, I'm in a I'm in,
okay then.
I'm in a weird limbo with that because I don't care if I lose. It's more so how I lose when I get like kind of upset. But even then, it's I don't think
I think that's fair though.
like
I think that's absolutely fair.
yeah
Like,
like
you know,
like I've said it before. It's like if I'm playing a match and I, this happened on I was playing Singularity and I was on Shelter Woods and I was chasing somebody and I kept overclocking them and they kept just pre-dropping. I started counting. They pre-dropped. I think it was 17 pallets. I could not catch them. I could not get them. I could not tag them on a camera. I couldn't do anything. Part of me was like, that's kind of impressive that he was able to do that. But part of me is like, this is so frustrating that I lost because of this. Um, but yeah, like with the solo queue part of it, it's like, don't get me wrong. Like we both said it. You have a lot of influence when you're playing solo queue, even by
hmm
yourself. But
yeah,
sometimes you are put in situations where you're not gonna win. Whether it's map RNG,
yeah,
the killer you get, the teammates you happen to get, the perks you brought. Like, I mean, if you bring a full healing build and you go up against a plague, sorry.
yeah, yeah. Like, no, I'm not coping that there are situations where like you go into it and it can be a loss. But I think what I'm trying to tell people is you have to be okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it like bothers you for a second, let it be a second. Don't let it be for an hour or fuck like 5 minutes after the game. You like, if like I'm telling people, like, you gotta move on. And someone in the chat brought up I care about winning, losing. Some nights being goofy surpasses that desire, but if I'm losing every game, it feels bad. And I think that's valid. I
Yeah.
think you're valid for, if you're on a losing streak for any game, it feels bad. But like any game, like sometimes like it's just not your night, and that's perfectly okay. Um, because like, whew, listen, losing nights on Overwatch is something else, bro. Whew, let me tell you.
I almost had a panic attack on stream the other day because I was losing so much.
Yeah, like,
um, Actually, I don't know what set it up. My point is, I lost a bunch that night because like my brain just wasn't there, and like I didn't get. Once the night was over, I
but
just forgot about it.
um, but basically, what I'm trying to get at is um, it is perfectly okay to lose in solo queue, and it'll happen a lot. I just don't know what I just don't know what people are how people expect their teammates to get better if a game is not going your way, and instead of like setting a good example of like a good game sensing, or just like, you know showing someone how to run a killer or whatnot. You know, if they're all slugged, like I don't understand this whole like, yeah, I'm just gonna go next. Like, oh my god, my teammate had a 10-second chase. I'm going next. How does that help? That's
Just
my question. How does that help at all? How is that helping anybody?
just play it out. Like you never know. That's the thing. Like if your real concern is just winning, even if that is your only like goal and objective, which it shouldn't be in my opinion, but if it is, like you never know. Even like I get it, there's not a lot of comeback mechanics in this game, but shit happens. Like I, and as far as like just giving up, it like you said, it accomplishes nothing. It
Also, I just think if you come into a game like Dead by Daylight with the expectation to win in solo queue, I feel like that's kind of like an oxymoron, right?
mhm.
Like at least with games like Overwatch, like if someone goes into Overwatch expecting to try to win, but they're queuing competitive, it's like okay, yeah, I can see it because you're queuing a competitive game in its competitive mode. With DBD, it gets awkward because it's like everyone knows DBD has one mode. That's it. So
Mhm.
you get the mixed bag. So knowing that you're going in there, knowing that you're going to have a mixed bag, I think going in there expecting to win without a Swift is a little bit weird. Again, it's fine to try and
Mhm.
like no one's saying that you cannot try. Like I'm not shaming people who try. Like I know people like to throw the word sweaty around like a fucking
I
insult when
hate
someone's
that.
trying to win the game.
Sweaty try hard. I hate those words. I hate those words.
Yeah.
So what do they even mean? I don't. Whatever. Um.
Yeah, yeah. Um, no one's like I'm not again, it's just don't be upset when you lose in Dead by Daylight. Or
Mhm.
at least like upset enough to the point where you're making it everybody else's problem.
And also, kind of to the whole taking a break thing, I do want to also say that when I personally tell people to take a break from this game, I don't mean just stop playing it. Like, stop playing it. Don't watch any content on it. Like, just get the game out of your mind completely for like a couple hours, for like a day, for like a couple days, and then come back to it. If the game is frustrating you that much every match, to the point to where you're giving up at any inconvenience, it might be time to move on for a little bit and come back to it.
No, absolutely. And because like again, like I'm glad you said something because just stopping playing isn't enough for some people. I'm going to say something that might get people upset. I said it once before in my chat, but I'm going to say it again. I'm not gonna say like I'm speaking for every content creator here because everyone's different and whatnot,
Mhm.
but it's really fucking awkward when I'm sitting there having a good time in my game, just having a blast, entertaining my chat, and somebody comes in. Not even a hello, how are you doing, Naya, or what's up, everybody? Somebody comes in the chat and is like, oh my god, I literally just had the worst fucking game. This game sucks. And then they give me like a entire play-by-play of what happened in their match, and it's like, bro, one, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm sorry, but I really don't give a shit what happened in that match with you and the blighted killer. I really don't. I don't. I promise you, I don't care. Okay? Like, I don't care. We are sitting here having a good time on the game. Why do you feel the need to come in here with this fucking negativity and just like it's just so weird for multiple reasons because like one it's just weird, not even a greeting, not nothing, just a play by play of a match and it's like you're obviously not over the game. If it's to a point where you have to go into a random fucking stream and say all this shit, it's like okay, you're clearly not over it.
It's never a regular either.
It's
It's always like some like it. No, it's not a
it's
regular,
not
and it's
yeah,
not a
it's
first
not a
time
first
chatting.
yeah,
It's
exactly,
like
exactly.
someone like you see pop into chat like every like couple of weeks. And I'm not shaming anyone who does it. I'm just saying like it usually ends up being one of those people.
Yeah.
um,
Now, granted, this is a lot different than someone being like, man, I had a rough couple of games or whatever. I'm not criticizing that. I'm literally like, there is certain people that will come in and give an entire play by play, no greeting, no nothing, and just shit on the game. And it's like, okay, well, uh,
I
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this.
back
I'm
when
sorry, I guess.
back when I was doing daily YouTube stuff and discussions, there would be so much venting in my comment sections.
hmm
So much vent that had nothing to do with the subject. Nothing. I would do a video about like knockout, and the conversation someone would like start venting about how tunneling is actually the problem. Like
Yeah.
okay, and they would be like an essay of like a play by play of like 4 matches they had that clearly show that tunneling is the issue. Okay. Like I know it's a public forum, but no
Yeah.
one cares, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah. like,
Um, like, like don't get me wrong. Like if people want to vent about the game and it's brought up in conversation during the stream somehow, go for it. That's
yeah.
perfectly fine. If you want to have air out a couple grievances with the matches, perfectly fine. But I do not need a full synopsis of your game that
Yeah.
made you frustrated from a week ago. And I know I'm being
Even if yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I know I'm being a bit of a hypocrite because I brought up a few times where it's like, yeah, 2 months ago in this Singularity game, my memory is just good. I'm not actually upset about that game. My memory is just
hmm
my brain sucks. Okay, I remember this one time I yelled at a lady in a parking lot 5 years ago. I remember her name, her face, and her phone number. Okay, my brain sucks. Anyways,
like if you guys wanted to like vent about your problems with solo queue, like this would be the chat to do it. There's a time and place for things, all
mhm.
right? But like if you're like my point is if you need a break from DBD and you know take the actual break. If you get off the game but then you go huffing and puffing in other people's chats, you're not taking a break. You're really not.
No,
You're still sitting there fucking fuming about it. And the worst part is when people first start getting frustrated at DBD, they really only need like an overnight break. But the problem is people don't quit, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And suddenly that break that you need to take becomes days and months
Mhm.
because people just do not because people just like do not take the breaks that they need, and it just creates this it's created this situation that's happening now. I genuinely feel like if we normalize people taking a break from Dead by Daylight, we wouldn't be having a going next epidemic happening right now. There is a lot of people that I wish
I,
took a break from the game.
I hate saying this because I think it's very demeaning to say sometimes, but legitimately, go touch some grass, please. Some of you.
No, touch some grass, or there are like so many other games. Like, you
Yeah.
know?
Look, I tell people this all the time. I have more hours in Doom Eternal than I have in Dead by Daylight. I have more hours in Destiny than I have in Dead by Daylight. I have more hours in Warframe than I have in Dead by Daylight. I play other games when I'm not streaming this game. Not that I don't enjoy the game. I do. I enjoy the game a lot. But to keep myself sane, I play other things.
yeah.
And
Like, no, 100%. And Branch says, I think the worst offenders are the people who try to convince others in DVD streams to dislike the game with
oh
all this
my
game sucks,
god.
watches DVD streams daily. Listen, there are people who watch my streams that don't care about Dead by Daylight, but they don't make it my problem. Like they'll sit there and watch the stream and hang out and have a good time. That's how I know that they're taking a positive break because
Mhm.
they're here, but they're not being negative. So obviously they're doing what makes them happy. But then on the flip side, there are some other people that will come in and be like, yeah, this game sucks, this game blows, this game blows.
I
Does
think
not play it, but continues to shit on it at every fucking point. And it's like, why are you here?
I think my favorite comments on YouTube videos are the people who are like, I haven't played the game in like a year, but it still looks like shit. It's like, why are you watching a video then?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're here watching the video, bro.
They don't even add to the discussion. They're just like, this game's still shit. And then they leave. Like, okay. Alright. Whatever, dude. I, like, and breaks are fine. Like, even the bigger, like, super massive creators take breaks from this game.
Absolutely.
And they don't talk about it, but they do it. Like, wasn't Ots just on vacation?
Otz went on like 2 vacations or some shit, and
Yeah.
he's been like doing variety as well. A
Yeah.
lot of people been dipping into variety and stuff, and I'm happy for them. And I think a lot of people, I don't even like people are I hate this too because people see like everyone taking breaks and they think like, oh, the game is like in a horrible
Oh
state
my
right now.
god.
And it's like, no, the game is actually not in a horrible state. It's just a lot we're actually normalizing something good, which is taking breaks. That is not a bad thing. Like these the problem the reason why there's like a lot of people on break is because it's something that should have happened a long ass time ago, and a lot of people are realizing like, damn, burnout is really real. You can burn out doing the most fun things, right?
Yeah.
You can burn out from streaming is like a dream job for so many people, and people can burn out from streaming. You can literally burn out on
There's
the
a
thing you love if you don't moderate it.
there's a reason I stopped doing daily content. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't even, and I'm going to be perfectly real, doing daily videos like I was, because I wasn't editing them that much, was not, quote, difficult. But the mental stress of being like, I have to have something to talk about every single day. I have to make the video every single day. Even if the thumbnails were easy, I have to make a thumbnail every single day. Then I have to read all the comments every single day. Like, the mental strain of doing that every day, all the time, or like having it set up for like 2 weeks, just like it got to me. I couldn't do it anymore. That's why I stopped. And I felt so much better after I stopped, even if I did enjoy doing it. Also, this is off topic, but someone in chat is asking. I'm not going to TwitchCon. Are you going to TwitchCon?
No.
Okay, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm not going to TwitchCon. I can't afford it. um,
I
but
thought I was going, and then I saw the price of 2 tickets because if I went, my husband would have to go too, and I was like, nope, that
I
is not happening.
I work 80-hour weeks. I can't afford to take a couple days off of TwitchCon. But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, breaks should be normalized, and it's just so weird. And I think part of the reason breaks aren't normalized, and I do think part of it is the grandiose statement of leaving the game that happens every time. This isn't me hating on anyone who's made them, by the way. Everyone has their reasons, but like,
Hmm.
and I'm not going to name anybody, but when people make a video and they're like, "Hey, I'm leaving the game, and this is why," and then they come back and people like call them a hypocrite or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm glad they took a break or whatever, but I really wish they didn't make the video. If that makes any sense. I think it does more harm than good most of the time. I'm all for keeping people up to date and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like it's the way it's done that kind of bothers me a little bit.
I think it depends on how people curate their audience and videos. Like, I think a video is good to like bring attention to a lot of issues that need to be addressed, and if those issues get addressed and you come back, like, perfectly fine. I think like what kind of like sucks in my opinion is I don't like when a video is done and they're talking about problems, they don't offer solutions, and then they
Mm,
let a chat or a comic section just be like oh, let's just shit on the developers or people that are participating in the things that you have a problem with.
hmm
Like, it's if someone says, like, an example of this is someone says they're quitting because like the amount of tunneling, right? Which is like, hey, if you don't like being tunneled in a game, like, sure, I can't make you like it, but if it turns into a comment section that rips into people for tunneling and blah blah blah, I think you're kind of partially to blame for that hostility
I mean,
because you curated that and didn't do a disclaimer like, hey, don't like harass people or don't be nasty just because someone plays the game differently from you, just not for me.
I mean,
But it said there's like sometimes like not it's not applied to everyone, but some people, again, it's the us versus them type
mhm.
shit where
It kind of happened with, and sorry to cut you off, but it kind of happened with the hook attempt conversations.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, some people were like, "Oh, well, I do it because all killers do is tunnel and camp now." And then people
Yeah.
were like, "Yeah, killers should stop doing that. If you do that, you're a terrible person." I saw it.
Yeah, it's
In those were the nicer ways of saying it, but I saw it a lot, and
yeah, I
I mean, you went through
Uh,
your entire when you made that one tweet. You went through like every response, didn't you? I'm sure you saw.
I went through a lot. Like I'm sure there's been so the thing is, right? I've actually started muting almost everything I post on Twitter for my mental health,
I should probably start
right?
doing that, honestly.
I started muting like I'll make a post, almost immediately I'll mute the post. Immediately because I'm like I don't care. I don't want to argue with people. I want to say what I say and I don't want to argue because like if people want to have a discussion, fine. But most of the time it's not discussion. It's oh, you're a fucking brain dead idiot, you know, and here's why. um and um you know, I'll mute everything. But yeah, I went through a lot of replies on the tweet that I made and then I went through some of the replies on Swart's tweet and it blew my fucking mind. I think one of them, hold on. I think one of them actually like messed me up so bad that I had to bookmark it and look at it later because I was like, I can't.
I'm sorry to make you relive this, by the way.
It's cool.
If it makes you feel any
Um,
better, I get hate every day just for playing the killer I play, so it's fine.
so one of the okay, since a little bit off topic, but since I referenced it, I just wanted to show chat real quick, or read something out to chat. So the whole going next topic really started to take off from my friend Swear making a tweet about how the game is unplayable with how many people are going next, right? And
Mhm.
I quoted him. But so for those of you that don't know, Swear made a tweet and it's a screenshot of him playing Freddy with a shitty
Yep.
brown add-on that makes him worse, and all he had was Unrelenting as a
Unrelenting.
perk. That's it. That's it. One of the weakest killers in the game with an add-on that makes him even shittier and one perk. And people still went next, right? That was the point. And the conversation was like uh the that you know, that was the point, right?
Mhm.
This comment, you know, because the topic is survivors are just giving up at fucking everything, and it's a problem because going next is just too fucking easy to do and just needs to not exist because if you want to leave a game, you should get punished either by a DC penalty or a report, right? So, so this is what this comment says, okay?
I'm prepared.
These comments are really proving that DBD Twitter is killer sided because how you clearly see an F tier killer getting a 4K with unrelenting only and blame the survivors for the DCs. It's funny, but people on DBD Twitter have Stockholm syndrome or something just because the game was very survivor sided. And
There's
then the
like
comments.
there was like 7 things wrong with what he just said, but okay, go on.
And then in the replies, he goes, "The thing is, why they give up? You can't just blame the survivors for giving up, but there's many reasons to give up in a match.
So you
Dog,
just contradicted what you. Okay, all right, go on.
this is like dog. You literally like."
Go on.
So basically, someone took that tweet of fucking one perk Freddy and somehow twisted to being, well, why are you guys getting mad at the survivor? The killer that is an F tier killer is still getting 4K. It's like he got a 4K because they gave up. You fucking idiot. You literal moron. You literal fucking papegi.
It would have been like if the response was like, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood," and then he said what he said. Sure, okay, you're still like, I do stuff like that. That happens. Whatever. But the fact that he like doubled down by contradicting himself, so
Yep.
much better.
So, and since we didn't like touch up on it, and I know it's probably gonna get like brought up, or it gets brought up all the time, rather.
Mm-hmm.
I really dislike two things. I dislike how many people saw my brigade about getting taking away the ability to self unhook,
Mm-hmm.
or I guess coping. They took it as a means to say, oh, just remove the DC penalties. I could not believe how many people thought that was a solution because that is horrible. And then I also didn't like how many people genuinely believe that this many people are going to try and throw the game when if Kobe was taken away. Like
To be
people
fair,
like
to be fair, I about 3 weeks ago I was one of those people, but not to the extent some people were saying it. I was just saying if someone wanted to, not that they would.
yeah. Obviously there will still be a group of people that will do everything in their power to throw a game because, they're miserable.
Mhm.
But majority of people who go next on hook do so because it's right there. It's literally there in front of them, like
Mhm.
dangling like a little fucking carrot, like, hey, you should do this. I promise you'll get a wholesome chungus Billy if you go next right now. Okay, come on, come here. You know what I mean? Like it's there. It's tempting people. Like you guys have a lot of faith in people if you think people will go through the trouble of trying to like run around and harass the killer to try and go next faster. Anything that requires more effort than clicking a button and then not clicking a button,
I mean,
right? Like,
the thing I brought up was someone could just go into the match with no other plot twist and just do it, but they would have to go in with the intention of that. Is
I had
still
to go in with the attention of that, and then also
like,
like at the end of the day, you're still a body in the match that you know what I mean. You're
yeah.
still a body in the match in some degree. I can use you as a distraction at either end. Even if it comes between having a teammate that's going next to hook or having a teammate that's constantly running at the killer, trying to die as fast as possible, I will still take the teammate running at the killer. It's still doing something, like wasting the time, distracting something. It's still a lot more than what I get.
Mhm.
And it also like maybe this is like the rude me talking. It also provides the killer the opportunity to, slug somebody out if they don't want to play the fucking game. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna lie.
I
If someone's baby raging at me and is running up and harassing me because they didn't like that I sniped them 30 seconds into the game, like I might leave you on the floor for a little bit. I
my
might not bleed you out, but
my my stupid brain is remembering the time I was playing Clan on Larry's and someone was trying to get me to put them on hook and I slugged them. Their teammates got them up and they just ran around dropping every pallet.
at that point it's something reportable though. That's the other thing too that actually
They won.
like annoys me, that if you okay, if you didn't want to play the game and you're throwing yourself at the killer and purposely dying or going around sandbagging teammates, dropping pallets because you want to get out of the game, that is reportable.
Mhm.
That is something that you can literally get reported for and suspended for. Especially if you actually go through the trouble of going on Behavior's website, providing like footage of them doing the thing. Like that is very, very much reportable, right?
Mhm.
But going next on hook isn't,
No,
because it's
it's a
a game mechanic,
right.
technically.
Also,
That's what fucking bothers the shit out of me, and why this is like, so like why people can't see why this is a mechanic that needs to not exist.
I'm also going to bring up this is kind of an us versus them arguments, but it was one that I didn't see a lot of people. Some people did start bringing it up though, and I'm glad it got more traction. If killers started doing something like this, people would be pissed.
Oh yeah, if killers could just DC whenever they wanted, or just open the gate whenever they wanted, and
Yeah,
just said okay, bye.
or they just sit in the
Yeah,
corner for 4 minutes.
people think like, oh, it would be funny, right? And like people going next, it's funny at
Once,
first when it
yeah.
happens, but then when it's 20 games in a row or like multiple games 5 days a week, it starts to get less funny. The haha, oh my god, they give up. It starts to get less funny and more like, oh my god, can I please just play a normal game of Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, like I have people try to play friendly with me sometimes, and it's like I down them, and I'm like I just want to play the game, man. I'm not like I'm sorry. And I know it's like kind of a different topic to it, but it's like even when like I do like I've talked about this before. I do fishing streams on Dead by Daylight.
Mm-hmm.
To explain to people who don't know what that is, I play Xenomorph with Dragon's Grip. I find a gen that's being done. I kick it. I hide in the tunnel. The moment someone screams, I pop back out and I hit them. I don't hook them or anything. I just go right back into the tunnel. I wait for Dragon's Root cooldown to go off, and then I do it again. I will do this for hours. Now, if every killer started doing it, because I've had people get frustrated when I do, people get mad at me for doing it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone wanted to literally just not play the game on either side and just sit in a corner, it is still technically reportable. Someone could make the argument it's like, oh, it's their choice, they're using a game mechanic or whatever. But
Yeah,
like,
they
go on.
yeah, they I believe it was a mechanic introduced a couple months ago, but they started doing a thing where uh to combat like killers using like a macro to just constantly queue games and just not be there. If you actually are genuinely AFK as killer, you get a DC penalty as killer.
What, really?
Yeah, I don't know when they added it or if it's still a thing, but essentially, if a killer just loads into the game, does not do anything, when the game is finished, the killer gets a DC icon.
Huh.
So they eat a penalty.
Huh.
So yeah.
I should stop doing fishing streams. I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, if you're downing survivors, it doesn't count as you
Yeah.
being AFK.
Yeah.
It's so the reason why this was added is there used to be, I guess, a bot problem. I don't know if it was a bot, if you would call it a bot or just a script people would run. But essentially, there used to be this problem where you would get a bot running an AFK Wraith, and it would just spam AFKing in lobbies.
What was the point?
Trying to drop MR. Someone said blood points, but I don't know if blood points was a thing because
You wouldn't get any.
you don't get any.
Unless
Like they
someone
would
walks
always
up to
end
you and
with
it starts chase, I guess.
yeah, and they would also put on Lightborn and shit too.
I don't.
So I
But
don't know.
and
This I actually cannot believe I recalled this because I haven't had a bot wraith in forever.
and
Dude, they used to be so prevalent too.
like even like playtime, like well, no, because you can just leave the lobby open.
I thought by default you got at least 1K or something if you don't do. You know what? Branch, I actually think they did, but when they implemented the DC bot mechanic or whatever for killer, I think they also took away the blood point thing too. I think you're right though.
There's a
I think I think both got removed at the same time. So they no, what it is? No. So when they DC, they lose their blood points. That's what it is. They still get the blood points, but because they added the DC penalty to people AFKing as killer, you just lose the blood points.
oh
Because when you
yeah.
DC, you
So
don't get anything.
I didn't even know that was a thing, but huh.
It was a thing last time I checked. It's been a while since it deterred people from doing the strategy because I haven't got one in like a year now.
I don't know anyone who would do it. And I play killer, so like I never see it.
I'm not playing tonight. I deadass might just AFK a game out and see
Huh.
what happens.
Yeah, too bad for the survivors, I guess.
I'll play like a killer that no one wants to play against, so they'll be like, "Oh, thank God," or something. Like
yeah.
I'll just be a non-mode skull merchant,
Skull Merchant or
just
Chucky
AFK.
or Pinhead or Dredge or Demo. I can keep going. Um, it's yeah. That's so weird.
I wonder if I can AFK a lobby as a skull merchant, but okay, picture this, right? Imagine I do this, right? I get into a lobby with the intention of just AFKing. Imagine my survivors see that's a skull merchant because you can tell with the portraits that they all DC anyway. So it's just a fucking lobby that's just for all DCs, dude.
So I feel like two things we just brought up go segue into two things you have on here. The first one, because I think this is more interesting to talk about than the second, is stealth gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, stealth gameplay. Speaking of, distortion isn't dead. It's just going to be different. That's all I'm going to say on that. But stealth gameplay.
Okay.
Go on.
So two things, right? Number one, I do think that survivors that are able to just hide without progressing the game and forcing a killer into like like I say like a minor hostage situation because a killer like in that situation I do think a killer has a better chance of ending the hostage situation than if it was reversed, but it's
Hmm.
still really fucking annoying.
Hmm.
Those type of games that happen rarely, it sucks. I wish there was something to combat that. Um, but the other thing is, again, going off of my personal experience, okay, I actually think stealth gamers are actually overhated in a lot of situations.
Ah,
I think a lot of people see someone stealthing and they immediately think bad when stealth is actually like very important in a lot of situations. Like if I have a teammate that's good at stealth
mhm,
and we have a nurse, I will love them forever.
mhm.
Okay. I will love that teammate because that teammate I can trust to get the pulls. I shit you not. Okay, I know that distortion is super hated, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, fuck distortion gamers!" Like, yo, yeah, you got it. I don't have that experience in my games. Like, if I have like a teammate that is like um playing in an undesirable array and they happen to have distortion on, I'm not gonna really blame the perk because there are so many instances where I have teammates that are really good about getting resets, are really good about doing gens and stuff, and they just happen to have distortion on, and it doesn't mean that they don't take chase ever. Um, like I have no problems with it. I really don't know how bad distortion gamers really are because most of my interactions with them are actually pretty positive.
I mean, from my side of it, seems because I don't hate distortion. I find distortion annoying. I don't find it like super annoying. Um, from my side of it, often the only time I really get mad about it is if more than one person has it. If and I mean
Yeah,
if let me rephrase that. If the whole team has it, it's whatever. If one person has it, I get it's also whatever to me. If two people have it, that's when I it kind of annoys me because especially if I'm running a full aura build, I end up like I don't like tunneling and camping. I try to go out of
hmm
my way not to do it. But if two people have distortion, I kind of like have to
yeah.
because
I do think that distortion was problematic in the fact that it felt like it could counter entire builds, which
mhm.
doesn't seem fair at all. Like
Light point.
I'm
Light
like
point. Anyways, go on.
I'm not criticizing distortion getting nerfed. I did think it needed to get changed, nerfed, whatever. I'm
Mhm.
not criticizing that. I think my point is more about stealth in general. I do
Yeah.
think that stealth is overall like generally overhated.
Oh,
Like
it's
I understand
great.
I understand that there are some situations where like yeah it's annoying and I know from a killer perspective like yes I don't like going against stealth gamers as a killer perspective, but from the solo queue perspective I don't think there's a reason to
It's
hate someone just because they're stealthing.
uh,
Okay, like it depends. Like are they stealthing when everyone is on a hook and they're not doing anything? Then yes, that's shitty.
mhm.
But most of the time it really isn't like that. It really isn't.
No, like I mean, if someone's like stealthing is a form of slowdown's the wrong. Well, I guess it is slow. You're wasting the killer's time in the right. It's just like with the pre-drop versus greed conversation. In the right situation at the right time, stealthing is the play. You don't have to
It,
just run out and start getting chased to waste the killer's time. If the killer can't find anybody, you're wasting their time.
Yeah, absolutely. If again, like some killers like stealth against nurse, super important. Nurse is
Hmm.
the best chase in the game. You will probably last longer trying to stealth her out than trying to take chase with a good nurse. Like that is just the hardcore truth. The same thing with blight. Blight, if it's a good blight, very good chase. Not a lot of people are good at
Hmm.
playing against blight, and it's fine. Like that's another thing I want to bring up too. Is like there are a lot of killers that you just are really good at chase and also aren't being you don't get often. So yeah, people are not going to have the best chases against them. That is fine. That is completely and utterly fine.
Hmm.
So again, stealth can be so fucking good. If a killer is running play with your food, if my obsession is the best stealth person and never gets found, I love them forever. Okay? If the killer is a pain res mobility killer and this person is delaying the pain res as long as possible by not getting found, great. Okay,
In in
great.
in general, like a lot, I hate bringing it up all the time, but once again, I main the guy, so I had to bring it up. It, one like stealth against Chucky, you'd be surprised how much that will throw a Chucky player off. A lot of our
Yeah.
gameplay is
Also,
going off of
yeah.
momentum. We have to.
Yeah.
We're slow.
Yeah.
It's
Also, like, what I don't understand is how is stealth this overhated, but then people criticize slugging. Like, you realize stealth actually helps counter slugging, right?
mhm.
You make a slug a lot worthless if the fucking killer can't find the next person.
Yep.
If you're able to stealth around, manage to get a pickup before the killer realizes what's going on, that is phenomenal for
Yeah.
slug builds.
One of the best things I said about why I think slugging is going to become meta is because it keeps your momentum. But if you
Hmm.
hide, I don't keep my momentum. Like, it's yeah, I do think it's violently overhated. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people have negativity bias. Obviously, you're going to remember those
Hmm.
matches more of that one Hattie that was in the corner, just literally stealthing the entire match and doing nothing. You're going to remember that more than the one who
Um,
was doing it the quote correct way. Um, but like at the end of the day, like not only is it a playstyle, it can be effective. I don't understand the hate. It's just, or even like I said, it just wastes the killer's time, which is something you want to do. And it can, if you're doing it correctly, you can probably waste more time stealthing than you can chasing.
yeah, sometimes people have a stronger stealth than they do having chase. That doesn't make them inherently a bad player or anything. Just people have different strengths in the game, and that's totally fine. I think like I okay, like I know like the number one reason, well, two reasons why stealth is overhated is one, people bad experience, like, oh my god, the Claudia is urban evasioning and self-carrying in corner and just crouching around, not helping. People have that, and then stealth is like the complete opposite of the survivor content creator, like again, vault build, juicer, magooser, like, yeah, run the killer's face,
Yeah.
drop those pallets, greed those pallets, dumb tech them, fucking CJ tech, like it's the complete opposite of like that
Listen,
type of content. So
I
like when you consume content like that, when you consume like high energy survivor content, like high action content, and then get into a game and then you have a teammate who is the opposite of that, your perception of that team is, oh my god, this teammate is fucking dog shit, right? Because you're consuming this other survivor content, even though stealth is just as important as, all the high action stuff too.
mhm. I've talked about this before. I used to play Splinter Cell a lot. I have a Splinter Cell tattoo actually. I love stealth games. Um, and from a content perspective and from a gameplay perspective, the issue with stealth, and part of why I think it's looked down upon is the reason why a lot of things are looked down upon in this game. The it's not the satisfaction, it's the what's the word I'm looking for? The is it gratification? The the impact of what it's doing isn't apparent.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's part of why it's looked down upon. As far as people not liking to play stealth, which is a different topic, kind of, but that comes down to stealth is the act of making waiting fun, and people don't typically like that. So as a result of them not liking it, they don't like it when other people do it because they perceive it as the wrong thing to do because it's not fun and not actively doing something in the moment. So yeah, it's a whole psychological reason I feel why people don't like it when people stealth.
Yeah.
Um,
And then another thing that's overhated that in solo queue that I think is very silly, that a lot of people disagree with me on, slowdowns. When a
mhm.
killer's running slowdowns, I think they are overhated. There is like an exception. I think Pentimento is fucking awful to go against in solo queue, and I will die on a hill saying fuck Pentimento. I literally do not care about Pop or Pain Riz or Grim Embrace or Dan Mans. That is all fine and dandy to me. I like hot take. I don't have a problem with those.
I
Most of the time, I don't have a problem with forest slowdown builds. Like, listen, I think forest slowdowns is a lot more manageable to deal with for me personally than for chase perks. I hate Enfury, Quiff, Coup de Grace. Like, oh my lord, I hate them. I hate them so much. I hate Pentimento. I hate Knockout. Um, just no, no, thank you. I will take the slowdowns.
um, I mean, I agree to an extent with the Pentimento thing. I was having an argument with somebody about this the other day. I use it, but even I understand why, because I do think Pentimento is very unhealthy. It's a very unhealthy design. Um, and I don't think it needs to be nerfed. I think it needs to be reworked because if it was nerfed, it would never be used, and I don't want another perk that's never used. Um, because I've heard the suggestion of, oh, put the gen thing on the second stack. They did that. That was on PTB, and people said it was a terrible perk because of that. Um, and then it would probably never be run because it. Anyways, uh, yeah, the slowdown versus chase argument. Like, I think there are other slowdown. Like slowdowns can be frustrating because it feels like you're working towards your objective, and now your objective is being not just stopped, but like reversed. Obviously, because the word regression, but and I understand why that
Mm.
can be frustrating. And like,
But here's the hard swallow pill for people. Just because something is frustrating doesn't mean that
mm,
it's unhealthy for the game
yep,
or bad.
yep, yeah. That I would completely agree with that. It's just and
A lot of people have to come to that conclusion with killers. There are just going to be some killers that no matter what they do, they're always going to be frustrating to you, but it doesn't mean that they have to be removed from the game, or not every killer has to be designed in the same way as Wesker, Blight, or Billy, um, even though like, like those are my favorite killers, right?
mm,
But I know not every killer has to be like that.
yeah, it would get boring and stale. And like, I think that's the only conceit I can take to the slowdown thing, the slowdown argument. Yes, it is boring seeing the same four perks over and over and over again. I do agree with that, but that's not a necessarily a slowdown. That's a game design problem. And it's also a problem of there's not very many perks that are as universally effective as slowdown. Um,
We can circle the drain about perks like day in
mhm.
and day out, but the problem is you can't really like do anything about like massively changing perks unless something is changed about the core gameplay
Yeah.
like of DBD. It's like that's just the reality of the situation.
Hmm. I mean, and they've
Um,
tried, but it never works. But like, yeah, I don't. I do think slowdown gets a lot, way too much hate. Um,
yeah.
I mean, I
Uh,
don't run it often, but like, I'm sure people hate my builds when they play against them. People, I
do
get.
you mind if I? Sorry.
I was gonna say people hate my stealth builds all the time.
Yeah.
I get so much hate for my stealth builds.
Listen, I like Tinker, but oh my lord, the
Oh,
unknown perk is so
uh,
so annoying,
oh
but
no, no,
like
no.
a good kind of annoying.
My stealth build on Chucky is soak pillow, strobe light, monitor, and abuse. Face the darkness.
Oh, that is pretty annoying.
If 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 anyone's curious about the math there, it's a 10-meter terror radius.
Um, do you mind if I read a comment from someone in the chat?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
So Greaser says, I'm have to respectfully disagree. I think the most fun aspect of the game is the chase interaction. Again, fun is subjective, Greaser.
Hmm.
When killers have chase builds, they feel stronger, which incentivizes them to want to chase, compared to most killers that run 4 gen perks and drop chase after 10 seconds to go and protect gens and forget that their whole purpose is to playing to chase and kill. Well, okay, there are two things I have wrong with that statement. Is like, again, like we're arguing about like fun, which is subjective here, and well, not arguing, just discussing. Um, Two, I don't find that for gen like it really just depends on the perk. Like if a killer is running pain res pop, they're gonna want to chase. That is their slowdown. Like
Hmm.
their incentive is to chase when they're having those perks. Now, something like Ruin, yeah, I can see like Ruin based killers, playing more to drop chases and stuff like that. Um, But at the same token, I feel like it no matter what perks that the killer brings though, Greaser, like for a slowdown or not, at the end of the day, there is still a massive there's like depending on the killer that you're playing, there still is always going to be times where you are going to have to drop chase. Sometimes survivors have really strong setups, sometimes survivors just have very strong perks with those setups, and sometimes you do have to go check on those gens because with the way that some survivor chase perks work, with how some maps are set up for survivors or the RNG that you can get, sometimes killers can chase something and know that it's going to be a loss, so they're going to drop you.
Mhm.
Like no matter what they run. Like if it's something like a blight, right? Like sure, a blight can probably commit to a chase and be totally fine, right? Like blight, one of the best chase killers. But if you are let's say you're a Freddy, right? Let's say no, Freddy's too low. Let's go with something. Let's go with something middle, like Wesker, right?
Mhm.
If you are Wesker and you have a 3 gen top, right, or a 4 gen even, like on Pit, right, and you are chasing a survivor with exhaustion perk, windows, finesse, resi, whatever. If you are a Wesker and you are chasing the basically like the big hefty middle of Pit that is just chain central, and you just have a really good survivor that is reading your movement and everything, do you really think that the Wesker, even if he's running like brutal or whatever, do you really think the Wesker is going to stick chase with Pit middle, or do you think he's going to go and check on the gens that he knows people are over there and working on and are potentially in a lot unsafer area than Pit middle? Like I have Scooty in the chat right now. Scooty, you're a Wesker player. How long do you think you would dedicate a chase to a survivor with a very strong setup and has good chase perks? Scooty, like how long do you think you would chase a survivor? Even if you had like brutal, bam, whatever, like how long do you think you would chase? Hi Coco Latte. Hey, how's it going? Another killer man. Oh my god, all the
Hi,
killer mans are coming
Coco.
out.
A lot of times for like in a situation like that, the way I look at it, I'm a very patient person. Um, People comment, tell me this all the time. Sometimes too patient. Um, when in a situation like that, I am literally all I'm doing is biding my time until the survivor puts them either gets bored enough to put themselves into a position, or I can somehow corral them into a position where I know I can down them super quick and then get my pressure back. The fact that I have slowdown versus no slowdown has no effect on that. At the end of the day, if they finish that gen, it goes to end game, and I probably lose at that point. I lose so much pressure doing that. Being able to centralize the survivors in a specific area with a 3 gen or a 4 gen or what have you is what I'm using to my advantage at that moment.
But my counterpoint is you of yourself has said that you don't care about winning, but
No,
some people do,
yeah.
and they don't like, I don't think they're in the wrong about caring about winning.
Mm-hmm.
And to go off of that, you're also playing Chucky. Like respectfully, you play Chucky, okay? Like your base kit is like perks, all right? Like I hate to break it to you, but I'm not like I'm not trying to like shit talk you or
No,
anything.
you're good.
I'm
I
just
get it all. Trust me, I get worse every day.
yeah.
I get 2 death threats a day. I wish that was a joke. Um, yeah,
I wish
yeah. That's what I'm saying though is that like the perks I have isn't determining necessarily like in a
hmm
situation like that. At the end of the day,
yeah.
if I want to win, I should have prefaced with that. If I want to win, like, and I'm down to the last gen and I have a 3 gen situation, I'm going to pressure those gens until I'm in a good position to get a down as fast as I can. It's
Right, exactly.
if the
It's a
survivor,
zoning thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
if the survivor starts running to main building and and I know the pallets are all still up because for some reason they're still up, I'm not gonna keep chasing them. It's just a waste of my time, and the gen's gonna pop while I'm doing it. Unless the situation absolutely calls for it, I'm like, okay, well, I have time. I know where the other 3 survivors are, but that's very seldom to happen because they're probably waiting for their chance to hop on the gens. Like it's, and I don't think the perk choice necessarily determines that factor. That's just a game design thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely the game design. If the problem is the way that I see it is I don't think this game is in like if Chase was a lot more factored into this game, I for one do not think the gens would go by this fast.
Hmm.
I really it's not the game is not in a position where the killer has time to have a decent long chase with every single survivor in the match.
Hmm.
Okay, like if the playing field is even, right, if you have like the same experienced survivor players and the same experienced killer player, like the killer player more often than not, unless like they're playing an S tier, is not going to have the time of day to have a quote unquote good chase with basically all four survivors, unless the survivors are essentially letting it happen
Hmm.
by not being efficient on the gens.
Right.
So
And
if basically only one thing, if this can only happen if the other side essentially ignores an objective, then I don't think the game is bounced around that.
mhm.
So that's my whole takeaway is I love chases. I do. I love chases for both sides, but the reality of the situation is the game you can't really fault killers for not like you can't fault perk builds or like killers for not taking chases because it's literally the design of the game and how you win games.
Hmm.
So, and especially now that like now that like there's anti 3 gen and everything, it's
Yeah, and
you know
we haven't really talked too much about the new patch. I know people have their opinions on it. I do want to say I actually kind of like that we're adding more auras, mostly because I think it encourages jumping from chase to chase. But
I do think the aura thing is interesting.
but
Um,
I mean, there's a couple of adjustments that need to be
yeah,
Zancian. Oh my god. Um,
yeah,
but the issue with this, and this is an issue the game has had for years. It's just like, okay, we need a new survivor objective, so they add boons. That doesn't. What if no one brings the boons? It's the same thing with the aura perks trying to encourage chases. Well, what if no one brings them? What if people just stick to the slowdown? Then you're not accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish. Like the game would fundamentally have to change to accomplish that. That's the, and I think that's kind of the point you're illustrating
yeah,
with that. Um,
yeah. It's
it's
like I think instead of trying to advocate for a game where like there's enough time to chase all four survivors, because I just don't think that's happening ever. I feel like I actually am pretty happy with the state of balance of the game. Like no funny shit,
mhm,
aside from like a couple of outliers. Like I actually do like the balance of the game currently.
mhm,
I think people who are very chase oriented should probably spend more of their energy possibly advocating for a possible 1v1
one v
styled
one
mode.
mode. Yeah.
Yeah, I 100% would back. I think it would be a great mode. I think it would be a great way for people to get better at chases overall. Because public game setting isn't always the best way to do it. Because sometimes if you want to force a killer to have chase into public games, you might end up throwing the game for your teammates because you're not. Because if the killer doesn't want to chase you and you're refusing to do a gen, then you just kind of create the stalemate, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you have a 1v1 game mode, that would be really nice. I think a lot of people would have fun with it. I don't foresee it I don't foresee it having problems with queues unless like maybe well no, because I think the way that 1v1 mode should work, it should be a thing where you both have to play like survivor and killer. It's like ladder style.
Yeah.
That would be awesome, right?
It's
So I don't think there would be a problem with like queues or anything like that. I think it would be great.
Yeah, I can't see an issue with it. It's like when people bring up ranked modes, I see a lot of issues with that one. Mostly, why would a killer not play ranked mode? Um, um, it's an issue with it no one ever brings up.
Yeah.
Uh, I guess moving on a bit from the perk discussion though. You do have on here general hatred towards killers. You wanna elaborate on that one?
Oh yeah. So again, this is under the lines of chat is why I think a lot of people's mentality is at fault and not solo queues is I think that there is a lot of people like I don't want to like generalize like the whole community, but just based off of like what I've seen people post about, like we talked about tier lists, and I'll see like people putting tier lists of like their favorite killers to verse and what they don't like. And I just see so many people discussing, oh yeah, I dislike this killer, and it's like, dude, this is like more than half the roster. Like,
Yep.
are you sure you like Survivor? Are
Yep.
you sure you like Survivor? Because like, bro, listen. Like I said, I have grown a lot as a content creator and as someone who's played Dead by Daylight over the years. I feel like I used to dislike a lot of the killer roster, but when I approached the game with a different mentality and had to recognize, like, okay, these killers are just they have different ways that you have to play against them. They're different. They're valid. You know, here's what can I do? What can I do against these killers? Like a lot of people need to understand that not everything is going to be their cup of tea. And I'm not saying that you have to love certain killers, but at least put in a little bit more effort into trying to make the most out of a match. Like genuinely. Like you guys see all the time. Like I get a trickster and I'm like, bro, fuck this game. I get a Chucky, I'm like, bro, fuck this game. But I still fucking try. I still try. I genuinely try. I genuinely try to make an effort because you never know. Sometimes killers can grow on you if you approach it with a different mentality, and especially this goes back to watching other content. Like there were some killers I didn't like, and then I watched streams on them. I'm like, you know what? I kind of like this killer now, or you know, I kind of have a better idea of what to do against this killer because I watch content on this killer and I know what this person was struggling with and what I can do as a survivor, right?
Hmm.
Um, I just feel like a lot of people will get a killer. It's not a killer that's similar to their favorite killers, and they dislike it, and then immediately refuse to like find any common ground, find like something about it to at least enjoy or learn the counterplay. Like it's very much like people get their first impression and then just let it define the whole experience instead
It's
of just giving it a chance.
yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, there's a lot of killers in this game who have very bad histories, and the histories have
Hmm.
followed them. There's one in particular who I didn't want to name, but I'm going to. Skull Merchant. I am convinced. I don't care how good the rework is. People are gonna hate that killer forever. The rework,
Oh no,
the
100%.
the rework could literally be she's now just an M1 killer that does nothing, and people will still hate her.
No,
It,
absolutely.
there's
I agree.
there's no changing it. Her reputation is just tainted forever. I think Chucky's in the same boat. I don't care how much they nerf him, he will always be hated. They can make him a first person 110 killer that only M1s, and people will still hate him. Um,
I think I think that there will be some people that can like be moved over and changed, and then there's some people that are just so stubborn, right?
mhm,
And again, this it goes back to this whole thing of just like when it comes to the Skull Merchant rework incoming or changes or whatever, like people need to understand not every killer is going to be your cup of tea.
mhm.
Like I'm fully convinced that she is going to be changed, but still kind of. I don't see them like changing something completely about how her gameplay loop essentially works
Mhm.
per se, because like every killer needs to have something unique about them. If you just make her this killer but weaker or that killer but weaker, like what good is that, right? You guys are still gonna dislike her. They're not it's not like they're gonna turn her into Wesker 2.0. So for anyone who thinks that she's gonna get reworked into like a mobility killer or someone that you deem fun, like it's full stop. Okay, stop the cope. That's not gonna happen, right? She's still gonna be relatively the same. So rather than sitting there and just going next on Skull Merchant until like she becomes like the next Wesker or Billy or Bubba, like maybe just understand, hey, she might not be my cup of tea, but it
Even
doesn't mean that I have to be like the most miserable person on the planet when I go against her. You know, like
Like even like the killers you listed though that are like generally liked, like Billy, Bubba, and not so much Huntress anymore, but like even them, like I feel like the hate for like Demogorgon, I have seen so much hate for Demogorgon over the past like 2 months. It's been growing, and I don't know what happened.
see, I've never been a demo enjoyer, but I don't think demo's like the worst thing on the planet. Like, again,
It's
this just goes to the thing of like, just because I don't like a killer doesn't mean I can't have fun in their match.
mhm.
That's my whole point, right?
Yeah.
Like, Skull Merchant. Here's the thing: Skull Merchant is easily bottom five for me, right? Like,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna sit here and be like, guys, I am uh the strong survivor that loves Skull Merchant. No, dude, I fucking hate Skull Merchant, but I don't think I've ever had a game ever since the 3 gen change, and I'm just like, oh, this is like the most miserable experience ever, right? Like, it, even though she's bottom five, I still don't, she's still just like not that bad to the point where I have to DC upon seeing her. Like, I joke about it, but like, it's really not that bad. It's not.
I mean, I hate going against Huntress, and like I don't DC or give up on Hook. I just be like, okay, all right, here we go. That was kind of fun. Oh, I dodged a hatchet. Cool. Oh, she's just zoning me. Okay, whatever. I die. I go to my next match. It's I don't get why that's. I feel like that should be the normal mentality. like like I went up against Numi's. I played against Numi once when during the Billy win streak. I got destroyed in like 2 seconds. I just moved
Mm.
on. Like
Yeah, it's like,
I don't get it. Like even like and I've said this before about the whole and sympathy is the wrong word. I think understanding is the better one. Like I think Pinhead's a good example. I hate playing against Pinhead. I hate it. Pinhead is one of my most hated killers in the game to play against.
meanwhile,
But
I love him.
but I have gone on record and said I think Pinhead is the best design killer in the game.
Yeah, his design's pretty good.
Yeah, his gameplay design is great. I hate it, but it's great. It all makes perfect sense. I just hate playing against it, which is fine. But like I feel like for a lot of people, it's like the understanding isn't there, and for a lot of people,
Yeah,
it's the like I said, like you mentioned, it's the understanding gets a little tainted by
just because it's frustrating doesn't mean that it's bad for the game.
mhm.
Like, I Skull Merchant has some glaring problems that I am glad are getting addressed, but the problem is like no matter how much she's gonna be changed, there's just still gonna be people that just hate her because she's not gonna be designed like one of their favorite killers. It's like not every killer is going to be the same. There's always going to be something that you don't like, but I genuinely think people will dislike killers a lot less if they just approach killers with a different mentality and
Mhm.
just be willing to play differently depending on the killer. Like if you are a greedy Gary, maybe you should be maybe like if you're a greedy Gary, you're probably not going to like a good pyramid head. And maybe you just need to be okay with pre-dropping. Like again, like the pre-dropping thing gets brought up a lot because a lot of survivor mains with thousands of hours in this game will say like, oh yeah, pre-dropping and holding W is boring and whatnot. And it's like, okay, it's only boring if you make it out to be that way.
Mhm.
Like, just like if you guys like long chases, just focus on. Oh my god, I had a long chase against a pyramid head because I played the
Moments.
correct way.
Moments.
You
I,
know,
I I say this all the time. People need to focus more on moments, not the outcome, if that makes any sense. Like I'm all
for
for
the
people.
clip.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not necessarily for the clip. But like instead of being like, oh, I lost that match, think back on the match and think like, yeah, but I had this sick dodge I did here, or I saved my teammate doing this. That body block was great. Like look back at the match and look at the moments that happened within it. This goes for both sides, but I feel like it needs to apply more to Survivor a lot of the time. Sometimes, um,
Hmm.
it because statistically speaking, the way the game is designed, two of you are dying. Statistically speaking,
Hmm.
Two of you are dying. If you are unlucky enough or not good enough to be that one that dies, look at what happened throughout the match instead of the end result that you can be happy about.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people don't do that. And I get it. Winning's great. Winning is great, and losing all the time does suck. I get that. I do. But like, like we said earlier, sometimes you do have to just take a break. Maybe you're just having an off day. But at the end of the day, you can still have those like little moments that happen in throughout the match, the plays that happen to just make yourself kind of feel better, I guess, for lack of a better word. Um,
Yeah.
and just to bring the fun back and try out different builds, try out like there's so many different ways to have fun in this game than just play the meta, play against the killers you like, and win. And I don't know, it feels like it's a dying mentality a little bit.
Yeah, and I do think people need a lot more breaks. And again, I my big thing with solo queue is overall like it's 100% a mentality thing. If you have a shit mentality going into solo queue, your experience is going to be shitty. Like
Hmm.
no matter what happens, no matter what behavior does, no matter what your teammates do, go in there with a shit mentality, you get a shit result. Like I'm sorry, but that's you're essentially like gambling if you're going into solo queue with a shit mentality. Maybe you'll get like a killer that makes your day. Maybe you'll get a teammate that makes your day. But God forbid if you have someone do something that is, not favorable to you. Oh man, like people just go off the rails.
um, Now, we've mentioned this a few times, and solo queue isn't perfect. Uh,
Yeah, no.
it's not perfect by any means. Other than some of the things we listed before, because you bring up SPMM here in the notes, but is there, what, ideally speaking, what would be your perfect, not solutions, because there's no solution, but what would you add to solo queue to help alleviate some of the issues that a lot of people have with it?
Bef- yeah, before we get into that, like
Hmm.
another thing that people can fix right off the bat,
Hmm.
besides like a better fucking mentality, um, people bring horrific builds for solo queue
Oh, yeah.
all the time, all the time. So I look at people's builds and I'm like, well, no shit, you're having a bad time. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'll see people solo queue sucks, and then I look at their build and it's like you're running 4 anti-tunnel perks, and I guarantee you probably didn't get tunneled all that much, and you probably didn't have perks for appropriate situations, right? Like it's always like perks that are either just really just bad or like perks that are only helpful in specific situations. And I always tell people all the time, like, your solo queue experience could actually get better as well if you run more versatile builds. Don't dedicate a build to one thing. Make it be versatile. Have an information perk. Like number one information perks. Amazing. Bond. Kindred. Empathy is not bad. Empathetic connection, which is like a hybrid perk,
What
like
is
but bond.
what is that? What is the Nancy Jen perk? Is it better together now?
Better together.
Okay, yeah. Like I actually kind of like that perk. If I'm perfectly
It's
honest.
decent.
Yeah, it's decent.
Deja vu, also like one of the best solo queue perks out there. Like,
Hmm.
um, alert's also a really good one.
Love alert.
I know people hate on windows of opportunity, but I think it's a great perk. I
Hmm.
don't hate on it at all. Like, sure, some people like don't look behind them and mindlessly like run pallet to pallet, and but here's the thing. Windows of opportunity doesn't change people looking behind them or not, it just like helps them direct them in a better direction. So I just, you know, at
Um,
the end of the day, again, information perks really good. Always have an information perk. You can get away with having 2 information perk. Have a healing perk. We'll make it. Desperate measures, botany knowledge.
Not
Again,
self care.
empathetic connection, really great hybrid perk. Um, there are just again, I I cannot stress enough how much a game is tied in solo queue survivor's favor the moment someone has one good information and good healing. Especially like with how many more killers are slugging nowadays. Like again, healing perks are fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Start running them.
It
um
even just like you don't have to bring like even if you're bringing like the bad builds, like I think that bleeds into the mentality thing too.
mhm.
If you're bringing like a full healing build, don't go into that match expecting you're gonna win it necessarily, if that makes any sense. All right, like
Yeah,
you
cuz
have an
sometimes it
objective.
helps, sometimes it's plague.
Yeah,
So
like you have an objective with that build, and your goal shouldn't be necessary. How do I word this properly? Your goal isn't necessarily to win the match at that point. It's to get use out of your build. If that makes more sense, right?
yeah, cuz no one likes going to a match and not getting any perk usage whatsoever.
Which is a problem a lot of perks have.
Yeah.
Uh, but it's one of those because I see it all the time too, and I mentioned it earlier too. It's also try to diversify your builds a little bit because like if every single survivor is running the same exact builds, the killers are going to start learning how to play against it, right? And you can be
Mhm.
an immense help to your team if you start bringing some stuff that is both helpful and unexpected. I'm trying to think of an
Not
example off the top of my
not
head.
to mention just running with more perks just makes you more knowledgeable as a survivor
Mm-hmm.
and puts you in more situations where, you learn new things. Like again, I love the versatility. Also, from Lilith Omen, he says solo queue isn't perfect, but I really enjoy the random aspect of never quite knowing who you'll get. Maybe I just don't care about surviving as much as some, but getting weird teammates can sometimes be entertaining and it makes the amazing matches feel a lot more memorable. I can agree more. Like
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier.
I yeah, we are talking about it earlier. I love the mixed bag that you get with solo queue. Again, Swiffing is boring to me.
Yeah, it's gambling, but it's not.
Yeah. And
um,
again going back to the mixed bag thing, I do love the variety of builds that I do see in solo queue from time to time. It's really nice, actually.
I think one thing Chaos Shuffle did that was, and don't get me wrong, I love Chaos Shuffle. I actually can't wait for it to come
Mm.
back. We'll get into game modes later, but one thing I think Chaos Shuffle did for a lot of players was show them perks they have never used before for one reason or another, and how good they can be, even on their own, even in like a completely random, useless build, right? Like
Mm.
Urban Evasion, I think is a good one. I saw people actually starting to use Urban Evasion the correct way because of Chaos Shuffle.
Yeah, I like Chaos Shuffle a lot, and again, I think I think a lot of people end up like using don't like use branch out different perks because they're afraid to. They use like what's comfortable to them, even if like
Hmm.
what's comfortable and safe may not be like in their best favor. Like there might be another build that actually might work out for them better that they don't realize it, but they're running said build because this content creator runs it, or my friends who've been playing the game longer but are burned out but are still playing the game told me to run this build. Like uh, I just would love to see more people try out different perks. And again, just the more versatile your build is, the better it's going to be for solo queue. You want to have a build that can guarantee you value throughout the game, not just hoping that the exit gates are powered or if that the killer is slugging or tunneling. Like have a build that you can guarantee value. So again, an information perk, a healing perk, um people love exhaustion perks. Throw on an exhaustion perk in your build. Fuck it, go crazy with it. And then have your fourth perk slot be like whatever you want. If there's like a perk that you really like, if you really like blast mine, put on blast mine. Or if you want to have a second healing perk, go ahead. Or a second information perk, or a hybrid perk, go ahead. But my tried and true is information, healing, exhaustion, and then fourth slot be a wild card. And
And
tried and true works out really well.
we can't emphasize this enough. By the way, more people should run Bond, please. It would almost
The
every time I hear complaints about solo queue, I'm like, if they just ran Bond, it would fix every single problem they have.
Yeah, the best solo queue perk in the game, hands down, you guys, is 100% bond, and not just because of like it's so versatile. One, like seeing your teammates like helps out more than you realize. Like if you need to get a reset somewhere, you can find somebody with Bond. If you need to find somebody else who's injured, you use Bond. If you are on a gen and you see someone with a chase with killer on Bond and they're kind of getting close to you, you can use that information to go, oh, I need to leave my gen early because like the chase is
Hmm.
coming over here. And on the flip side, if you are the person in chase with Bond and you see like two teammates working on a gen you're nearby, you can be like, okay, well, let me take the chase elsewhere so I don't interrupt the gen and hopefully they can get the pop. You know, just so many different uses for it, but the information is just irreplaceable. Run Bond, or at the very least, next patch, run Quick Gambit.
Yeah. As much as I can get into the balance designs of Quick Gambit, yes, Quick Gambit is going to be an amazing information perk for people who like chase. But please run. But I am so shocked that I almost never see Bond in my games. It is unbelievable how versatile of a perk it is.
It's very, very nice.
Um, and once again, most of your solo queue problems would be fixed with Bond. I promise you. um,
And point with the chat is build making is actually one of the fun things about this game, like making a build for yourself. And it's like, yes, that is actually
mhm.
a really fun thing to do with Survivor. Is just making a build that works out for you and everything.
Yeah, and like I made a tweet about this the other day. How I find it odd with how many perks and combinations are in this game, and yet we never like hear about like, oh, that's this person's build.
Hmm.
Like there's like never like builds that are like like content creators make builds, but like they never become like in very rare occasions. But like it's not as common as I feel like it should be, you know. And it's just
Hmm.
try different combos, try different builds, try like just because everyone says it's meta doesn't even necessarily mean it's meta for you. Like
Yeah,
even
exactly.
if the math works out to where like statistically speaking it's better, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like you can run all the chase perks in the world, but if you're not that great at chase or decision making, it's not gonna work that well for you.
Yeah, not to mention like sometimes I hate to say it, but sometimes perks can be like a crutch.
Yeah,
Right? Like sometimes, right? Like
save the best for last, my beloved. Keep going.
you know, and it's like sometimes it's a point where it's like, are you as strong as a chase as you think you are, or are you running like the flavor of the month exhaustion perk, you know?
Hmm.
Now I'm not saying like everyone who runs like certain perks are bad at the game, and I don't like to feed that mentality, because if you have that mentality, I will never agree with you and you're wrong. I'm just saying that I think like with any person, if you get too comfortable with the build, it does hold you back a bit.
Hmm.
Now, I'm also not going to say like, oh my god, windows of opportunity gamers are dog shit, because again, if you have that mentality,
It,
you are wrong. I'm sorry to say that, but
it depends on the player. Like some
it
people use
depends.
it to its fullest, some people don't, and some people are annoying with it. But regardless,
Regardless, blaming anybody in solo queue for running windows of opportunity for just wanting to know what resources are up are just weird,
wait,
dude. I'm sorry.
hold up,
Like, get
hold
over
up,
it.
hold up, hold up. I know killers complain about it. Survivors complain about their teammates running it.
Everybody complains about it.
Oh,
Everybody. Yeah.
I gotta get out of my bubble. I didn't know it was a problem survivors had with people running. Why?
Because
What?
it's a, oh my god, it's a handholdy perk. And it's like, God forbid I want to know what resources are up. Because I'm solo queue. I don't
It's
have communication. God forbid,
it's
you
just
know?
it's just good info. Like what?
Yeah. Good point, Leo. Leo says the CBD, everybody complains.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just
Yeah.
sometimes I hear people complain about something and I'm like, why?
Windows is a problem. I don't think it's a problem though.
I
It's
don't
not a problem at all.
like like when it was like I don't even see it like all the time like I used to. That's when I thought it was a problem, and only because of variety's sake. I didn't even think it was like a problem, quote unquote. Um, but like I mean, if you're a killer player and you hate Windows, there's so many blindness options. By the way, I know everyone craps on blindness, but if you really hate Windows, just run blindness.
I also just the existence of Windows doesn't take a killer's ability to zone, like
No.
first and foremost
Mm-mm.
at the end of the day.
No. It just makes, like, once again, it comes down to the player using it too. Like, yeah, some people who run Windows are the good people who never look back and just run forward to a pallet, pre-drop pallet, and keep running. But I mean, even if they didn't have Windows, they'd still do that. It just makes it easier. But then there's the people who like use Windows to know where the next tile is with the next resource, so they can get the most use out of their current tile to move to the next tile. Like, or just so they know not to run into a dead zone. Like,
Blindness, what? Yeah, if they're blind, Julie, they can't see palette auras. So,
yeah.
like, yeah,
By
any
the
blindness add-ons or perks or anything, you can't see your Windows aura if you are blind as surf.
by the way, I know Coco's in the or Coco was in the chat, but Singularity has the best blindness add-on in the game. Just saying. Um, if you really hate Windows, uh,
Um, People get so jaded. Okay, Roach says people get so jaded by having that one survivor on the team that takes a killer on a pallet camping tour with Windows and goes through 80% of Fallout's first chase, but not every person uses it like that. Yeah,
no,
that's
yeah,
really never been my experience. Like
no,
maybe like a couple of times, but like between the ratio of people who use Windows and people who just pallet camp, and here's the other thing too, right? People who pallet camp are gonna pallet camp with or without Windows.
yeah.
People who are gonna hold W and not look behind them are gonna do that with or without the existence of Windows.
It's the distortion debate all over again.
Yeah. Like, I really don't think Windows is a problematic perk whatsoever. I think it's a very nice perk. I disagree that, for people saying it's a new player perk because it's really good for both new players and people who are experienced. Because again, like, even if I know relatively where tiles are, it doesn't mean that I know what tiles got used, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to have that information. So, like,
Yeah,
no problem with it. At the end of the day, like from a killer POV, I just zone people. I don't give a shit. Uh and from the survivor POV, it's like, yeah, I like the information. If I get a teammate that misuses the perk Windows, it's like, oh well.
yeah. It's just it's just like it's just a good perk. Like I don't see a problem with it.
Says I missed the distortion debate. Quick summary: we didn't really like debate
No,
distortion per
yeah, we're
se.
talking about
It was
stealth.
just
Yeah.
where we were talking about stealth in general, and just the whole point is like anyone who thinks that stealth is gonna like be less prevalent just because distortion is getting changed, I think is like very, very silly. And one where I was actually talking about stealth is actually overhated in this community. Um, but yeah, that's basically the gist of it. We didn't like discuss it too much.
Yeah. And to the whole build thing, like I think another thing is I love flashlights as a playstyle. I do.
Hmm.
However, if your main goal is to try and win the video game, flashlights are probably in most situations not what you should be bringing. Just saying. Um,
Mm, yeah, I agree. Um, Listen, and ironically, I have a lot better. I feel like people do a lot better if they're bringing flashlights to blind out pallets versus people that are just lurking for saves. Because again, it's just like,
fair
dude,
enough.
dude, bro, like, I'm having a good chase. You could be on a gen right now. I do not need to be lurked like this. Also, like, it's a special case with me, and I know it's not with other people, but because of my anxiety disorder, I actually hate getting lurked. I do, if I have another body I have to, like, I'm mentally taking note of, aside from the killer, it throws me off, dude. I
It's
also, like, oh my god, I also hate getting body blocked by someone that was, like, in a corner, like, crouching, like, around the corner, and I didn't see them, and all of a sudden I'm running into them, and I have a killer behind me, and then I
they,
just, like, okay,
they do that
the body
hallways.
block.
They do that hallway
Ugh.
stuff where you both go left and
Yeah.
then you both go right.
Yep. It's like, oh my lord.
Ugh.
Hi, we.
It's a Yeah, like just I think the main point we're making is just experiment and just bring more versatile stuff. Just like don't go full chase. Don't once again if your intention is to have a more what's the word I'm looking for? Bearable, I guess would be the right word. As over dramatic as it is, a more bearable solo queue experience. It's just like if you're bringing just a full chase build and you're going up against an anti-chase killer, or you're bringing a full tunnel build and you don't get tunneled. Like there's a lot of situations like that. I mean, even if you're bringing something like a full aura build and you go up against like I don't know Ghostface, well, your build doesn't do anything or Wraith. Like,
Yep.
yeah. Um, moving on a bit,
No.
unless you have something else
Yeah,
to
yeah.
add.
What's an anti-chase killer? Like Skull Merchant, Clown, Skull
Clown,
Merchant,
Skull Merchant,
Artist.
Artist.
There's a lot of anti-loop killers.
Uh,
Well, he said
technic
it's more anti-loop than anti-chase, really.
Anti-chase, the only ones I can think of offhand, and one of them sucks, so, is Freddy, Clown, and technically Pinhead.
It's a bit of a stretch.
To me, like anti-chase is a killer with some form of CC, and the more I think it, we really don't have that many CC characters in the game, do we? Clown is like
Nah,
the
not really.
main. Clown is like the main one.
I mean, you can count Nemesis as anti-chase if he has the god zombie just positioning in the planet, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's because like I'm trying to think of a good way to define it. It's just
Liu saying that Trapper would be an anti-chase because you step in trap, you're dead. So, I guess.
I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean,
Technically.
technically, Hag is anti-chase. She doesn't chase. At least she shouldn't. Let me rephrase that. Unless
Oh,
you're
do not aggro the chags in my chat. Oh my lord. Yeah, guys, he didn't mean it. Guys, he did not mean it. He did not mean it. He did not mean it. Stop typing. He didn't mean it.
okay. All right. Moving on. I mean, it's weird. I mean, this is a different topic, but whole like classifications of killers. Like there was that whole thing I got into with people on like what technically is an M1 killer. Because like here's the thing, I think we all know what it means, but all of our definitions make no sense. Because like Spirit by all definitions is an M1 killer even though she isn't.
It's a weird
Yeah.
like I don't know. I would need Evan here to because I think Evan's definition was the best,
Well,
but I can't.
some people have given me good definitions. It's just like whenever someone brings up a definition of some kind, it's like, well, what about this? This is like the exception to the rule.
Like there's a lot of people that swear tooth and nail that Demogorgon is M2, and I'm just like, no,
I mean,
no, thank you.
because that's the thing. It's like, is it primarily M2 hits, or is it just because if Demogorgon isn't, then technically Deathslinger isn't.
I don't know. It's just weird.
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
We're getting off topic
Yeah.
here. Let's bring it back in a little bit.
SBMM, you have.
Anyways,
yeah.
So anyways, getting into what can be fixed about solo queue, you know, because right now, basically up until this point, for those of you that just got in here, we basically had a very long discussion with subpoints about why I think a lot of the grievances with solo queue is actually a mentality thing and not the devs' issues. But now, we can get into some of the things that I do think can be fixed about solo queue. That can, you know, be a dev issue, right? So the first thing is in regards to matchmaking. This is just one of the ideas that I had, just kind of like, you know, said it out, didn't say anything, didn't think anything really. For matchmaking, an option for survivors to opt for quote unquote tighter matchmaking, or on the flip side, less tighter. Essentially, what this means is allow survivors to control whether or not they want longer queues for games with more favorable teammates by, again, opting for a quote unquote tighter matchmaking.
Hmm.
Or if they don't care about the teammates and they just want to jump into games fast with a mixed bag, they would opt out of it, essentially. So basically just giving survivors a way to be like, hey, I want to wait in a longer queue, but I want to have people that are more closer to my level versus, hey, I don't give a fuck about all that. Just put me in whatever the next lobby is available. Just that's one of the ideas that I had.
I think.
Now, again, this would also include uh, this would also include having matchmaking itself get improved on in itself and
Hmm.
not have not having depipping be a thing, but also having the soft cap not be as low as it is in my opinion.
No, we kind of brushed up on it earlier. I do think the soft cap needs to be raised a little bit.
Oh yeah, Leo, this would just be for a solo queue thing. This would not be something that's available for four-mans, basically. I'm saying just if you're queuing solo.
Yeah, that does bring up the question of would this apply to the killer as well that they're getting queued into?
Um, I mean,
Because I feel like it would kind of have to.
I think it would. I think it would, but I just I just feel like a lot of killers would opt it. Excuse me. I feel like a lot of killers would just opt in for whatever they get in the fastest anyway, but I could be mistaken. I just know that when 2v8 was a thing, people lost their minds over sitting in 10-minute queues. So, like, I.
What is that's a curious question. What is an ideal queue time for you?
um,
Like what's your limit?
See, you're talking to like the wrong person because I played Vanilla WoW, okay?
I
I
played
waited 2 hours to get into Battlegrounds.
I
I
played
waited half a day to get into my fucking server.
I used to stream VHS. I would wait 40 minutes for a match. Trust me, you're also talking to the wrong person. um
So, realistically, for a stream, my preferred queue times would be anywhere between a minute and 10 minutes, and then late into the night, like 15 is,
mhm,
for a content creation standpoint, I will say that.
yeah.
If I was playing a game where like my matches themselves were guaranteed to be long matches, then I could wait in a longer queue time. It's mainly about like how long are you waiting in queue versus how much are you getting out of the game,
Mhm.
essentially. But realistically speaking, like anywhere between a minute to 10 minutes, I'm perfectly happy. Getting past that, it's starting to get a little bit iffy in terms of content creation. Now, if we're talking outside of stream, I can sit in queues for fucking ever. I don't care. I really don't care.
It's yeah, that was just a curiosity thing because I know a lot of people during 2v8 complained about queues, and I was like, guys, it's like 10 minutes. It's like it's not that bad.
Yeah, yeah. The only time it got closer to 20 minutes for me was at the dead of night at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's like, yeah, no shit. Okay, no shit. Like I'm not. I don't have expectations, okay? I'm a demon hour. I know these queue times are gonna suck at these times, but at the start of my streams, like I had queues as fast as 4.5 minutes to 10 minutes, and it's like it's not that bad. Like, why are you guys complaining?
um, but like I could see some issues with the proposed idea. But like as with most things, like I could see it being refined. I would actually kind of enjoy it. It'd probably be the closest thing to a ranked mode we have that would
Probably,
actually kind of work.
potentially, yeah.
Um, I think one thing that would have to be added if they did this though, I think we would have to see MMR though.
It would be. I have no problem with it.
No, neither do I.
Yeah,
The devs do.
for whatever fucking reason.
They've said that the reason they've said is because they don't want people to use it to hold it over other people's heads.
People already hold
I
like so
know,
many other
I
things.
know,
That's it's
I
just oh my
know.
lord.
It's a dumb. Well, the thing is, I actually think making it hidden makes it worse because
Oh yeah, yeah.
because like I mean the amount of people I tell or tell me I'm like in low MMR and it's like I'm pretty sure I'm not, but I can't dispute you, so sure. uh,
Yeah, it's just like and at the end of the day, even if someone tried to hold MMR over your head, like dog, we're playing Dead by Daylight. We're playing a game where a killer like the trapper, sorry Leo, the killer like the trapper coexists with a killer like the nurse. I really don't give a fuck if my MMR is dirt low in DBD. It doesn't fucking matter. It is DBD. So
it's yeah,
I don't care.
and once again, like I said, I can see it being refined. I don't hate the idea. Actually, like I said, I kind of really like the idea. I'm trying to think if another game has something like that. Other than actually, no, every game does. They just add a ranked mode. Never mind. I take my statement
Mm-hmm.
back.
Yeah, it's just ranked mode.
Okay, never mind. Uh,
uh
always having a second game mode. So this one is a little touchy because I think there's one problem with this, and it depends on the mode. Uh, actually, did I skip one? No, I didn't. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Chat. So basically, the next talking point is I said that something that might help solo queue, at least like I think it would help a lot with burnout, which burnout directly affects solo queue. I said always having a second game mode available would
Mhm.
help a lot in my experience.
Would you want it to be like an actual like, permanent mode, or would you want it to be rotating?
I think to benefit the whole community, constantly rotating.
Hmm.
Um, I think the game is bigger than people give it credit for, and we can afford to have a second game mode available. Um, I just think some modes should last longer than others depending on their popularity. For example, I never want to see Lights Out again.
What do you mean it's perfect? Come on.
I never ever want to see Lights Out again. Um,
200%
if
BP though.
you know what, if Lights Out, what they should do is they should for undesirable like unpopular modes or just like not like thinking outside the box modes, they should just they should do like week rotations for popular modes like 2v8 or chaos shuffle, and then 3.5 day
Hmm.
3.5 days for less desirable modes. So like Lights Out would last for 3.5 days, and then after Lights Out they can do 3.5 days of like My Little Oni or something,
Yeah.
you know.
So Static Chalky brings up the queue time problem with it. The thing is, if 2v8 was an outlier, because when Chaos Shuffle was extremely popular, and queue times on in both queues were fine.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Even the anniversary event queue times were fine in my
Yeah,
experience.
2v8
The
2v8 had the issue of it was something brand new for the killer side.
Yeah, everyone wanted to play killer. Everybody. The only thing that 2v8 really needs is introduce something completely new for survivors that is really appealing. And I had a couple ideas. I won't get into it this stream because off
Mhm.
topic. But all they really need to do is just add something like very very incentivized for survivor, and it's pretty much perfect. The only reason the queue times were bad in 2v8 because again, everyone wanted to play killer. So if
Well,
you just give survivors just something like, "Hey, let's all play survivor because we can do this,"
it,
like boom, we'll be solid.
it wasn't even just that everyone wanted to play killer. It was also, and I actually have a solution to this problem. Everyone wanted to play huntress. That was the other problem.
Hmm.
So that also made the killer queue times longer because you can't have the same killer. My solution to that is that you don't pick your killer till you're in the lobby.
Uh,
So you,
I
you
don't know how much that would
yeah,
affect things. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, like I think it would help a little bit because it means like because the problem is if two people are both queued up for huntress, they're never gonna find each other.
Oh,
Like
I guess from that angle,
yeah,
yeah, that could be something.
yeah, because huntress was picked more because she's huntress.
Yeah.
Um, And that was the bigger problem. Also, introducing more killers will help. There's a lot of things. 2v8 like on its second round is going to be great. I feel, and it will not be as bad as it was. Uh,
Yeah, I think the iterations are only going to get better. I know a lot of people think like, "Oh my God, you're putting too much trust," but no, like I think they have a lot of motivation to get 2v8 right
mhm.
because it exploded in popularity.
Yeah,
Like
we got
it
more
it exploded.
players for
We
that.
got an insane amount of players. Like we peaked over the Resident Evil
Yeah,
release.
like there were people who left the game for like years and came back for it.
Mhm.
2v8 was a massive success. Even with the problems it had, it was still a massive success. Um,
Yeah, so it's in the devs' best interest to get 2v8 right. So I expect nothing but good iterations going forward.
you know, Chaos Shuffle is great. The only like real like not good game mode has been Lights Out. And even then, Lights Out has its people. There are enjoyers of the game. Um, there's not very
mm,
many of them. I
not very many of
Yeah,
them.
I don't. Let me preface this. I don't like Lights Out, but I do like that I don't think as much when I'm playing it. If that makes any sense.
Mhm.
I like that there's no HUD. That's my favorite thing about Lights Out.
I wish it wasn't Dredge Simulator, but you know.
I wish it wasn't worse Dredge Simulator when Dredge is in the match.
That's what I mean. Like Dredge, like I played 3 games on stream. 2 games were Dredge, the same player, and I was like, okay, I'm getting off. Goodbye.
I got him on Larry's. I couldn't see 3 feet in front of me. I'm already blind. Like I.
Yeah.
um. And
Yeah, but
I like. I would like it to be rotating too. I mean, like other games do that.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Other games have like arcade modes all the time.
mhm.
Super successful. Very, very successful. Um I just think that having a second game mode available would just make quality of life so much better because I want to like put some perspective into people real quick. When the anniversary event came out and majority of the people were playing the anniversary event, guess what I was doing?
My normal queue.
I was on normal queue and it was the best solo queue experience ever. Nobody went next. Everyone wanted to just play good old fashioned normal Dead by Daylight. Everyone who queued up, I wanted to like people who queued up were like, fuck blood points, fuck farming, fuck like the made up rules and bullshit and all this other shit. I just want to play some good old DBD. It was the best solo queue experience ever I've ever had. Not one person gave up. Everyone was really, really good teammates. Like wanted to play out games. Nothing weird. Constantly resetting. Constantly getting on gens. Chases were good. Like it was just an absolute fucking dream. So yeah, when I say that a lot of solo queue's problem comes down to player mentality, I'm fucking right on this. And I'm right when I say some people just need a break from the game. So I think that by introducing a second game mode, at least when people are frustrated with the main gameplay loop of DBD, at least maybe with having a second option, they'll go and queue up for that and hopefully have much more fun time than that than the actual game.
Depending on the game
Okay,
mode. Depending on the game mode.
depending on the game
Because there
mode,
were a lot of
but
people who still hated Anniversary, especially on the Survivor side. um,
well, yeah, but they kept playing it and stayed out of the normal game, which was great.
that
A-okay by
was
me. I
that
was
was so
like,
strange to me. Like, I guess that bleeds into player mentality. Guys, if you don't
yeah.
like the game mode, you don't have to play it. Like,
Yeah, but you know, the blood points and the limited time event and everything and yada yada yada, you know,
okay,
like
dude, I finished my Lights Out challenges in like 4 matches. And then I never had to touch it
and then
again.
going back to deep pipping, a lot of people do care more about their blood points on Survivor than they let on. So
Yes.
anniversary event kind of proves that. So like stop like get rid of like
It always
like bring back deep pipping.
it
Bring back deep pipping,
comes
bro.
back around. Yeah, like I said, I would like it. I think because right now the main ones we have are Lights Out, Chaos Shuffle, and technically 2v8. Like I think once
Mhm.
2v8 is perfected, the wrong word, but once it's like kind of set in stone what it is, I could see them like, and I wouldn't even want it on all week. I would maybe just want it on the weekends. where like it's a different game mode on the weekends. Um, I could live with it being like a weekly change or every 2 weeks or something. I don't know.
No, I think weekly would agree with majority of the community. We
Hmm.
don't talk about the Oni one. I liked My Little Oni, but that would be like I said. I think a great way to like rotate things out is week long ones for popular game modes like 2v8 Chaos Shuffle, and then 3.5 days for like My Little Oni and uh Lights Out. I
Hmm.
think that is a good solution.
Yeah, I mean, Milo Oni, like I enjoyed it for like 3 matches. Stopped playing it.
I actually really liked it. I thought it was really cute. I'm also a big AOT fan, so just
Mhm.
like I just played AOT music and I was like, this is great. um
there was yeah, it's great. I also like I really hope we get more game modes and not just a reiteration of the ones we've had.
yeah, like it was just the thing that like blew my mind about My Little Oni is this like it didn't get this wasn't leaked as far as I'm
No,
aware. This was just
mm-mm.
something that the devs just decided, you know what?
I didn't
Fuck it, let's do it.
I didn't think it was real. I was at
Me
work.
either.
I was at
Me either.
work. I saw it on Twitter and I was like, is this a joke?
I literally, because I remember I wasn't streaming. It was like because I normally end my streams at like uh 3 to 4 in the morning to give
Mhm.
you an idea, right? The update comes out at 8, and someone's like, Naya, Giant Oni. I'm like, what do you mean, Giant
Giant
Oni? I'm like,
Oni.
Giant Oni, small survivors. It's real. Get in here. I turned on stream and I started playing. I was like, guys, we're playing the shit out of this.
Leaked
Welcome back,
DM.
guys. I'm back. Hey.
Leaked DM. It's just giant Oni, comma, small survivors. That's it. No explanation, no elaboration. um, yeah, like I couldn't agree more though. I think making and it looks like we're getting it kind of because Chaos Shuffle is coming back in like 2 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I genuinely think the only reason we're not getting Chaos Shuffle like as soon as Lights Out ends is because we're getting a PTB, to be
Hmm.
honest.
Yeah.
I that is something I do appreciate them for. I actually would be kind of bummed out if PTB and a modifier was going on at the same time because it's like my little like small brain like one at a time. Like I want one thing happening at a time. You're okay.
Um. Next is the this is kind of going into information stuff, but allow survivors to see each other's perks during the match when you press escape. Um,
Yeah.
which
Um.
yeah, I I can't I
I just like here's the thing about solo queue is you can never make solo queue on the same level as Swift with comps. Like
no.
that can never be replicated, nor
Mm-mm.
should it ever be super buffed to replicate that. However, there are basic things that you can do to bridge the very long gap between the two. And I think, again, one of the biggest things is it boils down to information. So, again, if you're in a Swift, you know what everyone's running. So, I think at the bare minimum, solo queue should be able to see what their teammates are running. Like, for example, if someone on my team has Kindred, I would like to know so I know, hey, I'm going to let them go for save. Or if someone has Deli and the killer finds them first, I know, hey,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I can somehow like take hits against the killer, get them to chase me, and save the person from like getting the Deli curse, you
Mm-hmm.
know, or um,
Someone has
you
autodidact, and
know,
you know to go to them for
someone has
heals.
someone has autodidact or Jane healing perk.
Solidarity.
Yeah, solidarity. Like let them heal or oh my gosh, hey, this person has resurgence, so let me try to heal them off the hook immediately.
Yeah, and I legitimately don't see. And we talked about the whole like, it's weird that a lot of the perks don't get brought up, at least in the UI. But I can't see a problem with showing survivors each other's perks. I really can't. I'm sure some contrarian out there would be like, "Oh, it'd be too much of an advantage." Would it though? Realistically speaking, like
In reality, the more you bridge the gap between solo queue and Swift, like
mhm.
in a realistic and positive manner, just means that you, I feel like as a developer, can make more comfortable changes for killer when you know that survivors are a little bit more even with each other. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
yeah,
I
for
just feel
sure.
like I feel like it's just better for everyone overall if the gap between solo and Swift can get addressed so that more healthier changes for killers can come through. So like killers that are low on the list don't feel, left behind and can actually get some changes that address them now that like survivors get fixed essentially.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Once again, I see no issues with it, and I honestly don't know why it hasn't happened. This game is almost 8 year, or it is 8 years old. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Uh, we'll get
Um
into that here in a minute, I'm sure, with another thing you have listed.
One thing that actually wasn't on my list that I quickly want to bring up is I actually do think going back to people's burnout and multiple game modes, trying to help alleviate that and giving people like an opportunity to play Dead by Daylight, but in a more curated way and not ruining other people's experiences, especially on a content creation level.
Hmm.
I really, 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 really wish they would overhaul custom games and
Yes.
give us more freedom with custom games. I think that would be phenomenal and actually help boost the morale of the community. I would go so far to say it would actually boost community morale if custom game modes were overhauled and
I
you had a lot more freedom to be creative with them and make game modes and invite like people to try like these different game modes people come up with and like different maybe some people have fun like rebalancing a game. Like some people like to sit there and argue like, oh, if you made this buffs it would be fair, and it's like, hey, why don't you just do it in a custom where you have the freedom to do so? I think that would be great.
Yeah, and let me earn BP in customs. I kind of get like just make it a reduced rate or something, please. Um, yeah, I mean it worked out for Overwatch. Like a lot of game developers are scared of that kind of stuff, but
Hmm.
because for those who don't know the history of basically how League of Legends happened, that's how it happened. Um, and I feel like that actually scared developers off of giving community control to games. Uh, but it's a whole other can of worms. Um, Something you don't have listed on here that I actually want to bring up. I feel like there should be an option to stay with your team.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be nice. Uh, I like how you're referencing things that I recognize from Overwatch, like custom games, for example. Like again, I know chat is tired of me talking about Overwatch, but believe it or not, Overwatch actually has a massive community bleed out to DBD. There is a lot of people who play DBD and Overwatch. It's actually
Yes.
kind of weird.
Hmm.
It surprised me too.
Overwatch,
But
Rainbow Six, and League, and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
fighting games for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. With Overwatch though, like people can criticize the state of Overwatch 2, whatever. I'm not here to talk about that, but one thing that Overwatch has always gotten right was their custom game overhaul.
Hmm.
It's phenomenally good. It is fantastic.
Yeah.
I also like how Overwatch gives you the option, like, oh, hey, are you waiting in queue? You can come play some custom game lobby
Hmm.
while you wait, which is amazing. And I genuinely think the people who are antsy pantsy and hate 10-minute queue times might actually appreciate if they could just run around in a custom on their killer while waiting in queue.
What do you mean?
I think a lot of people would
Looking
would
at the
appreciate
store is
that.
so fun.
I think that would be great.
um, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna bring this up in another podcast with somebody else, but there's so much that Dead by Daylight can learn from other games that they
Mhm.
just don't.
But in terms
Custom,
of like, yeah, yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say custom games and staying with your team. Like, they're small things, but they matter.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think the problem is like Dead by Daylight just seems to be a lot of people's like first or only game, and it's like, dude, you have no idea how little this game actually has. How some things are just so below the standards. Like 7 years, 7.5 years for an FOV slider.
Search
Um,
bar.
6 years for a colorblind mode that doesn't work. Search bar. Most games actually let you adjust the graphic settings and not just presets.
You can go into the
Volume
files.
sliders.
You can go into the files.
Normally, when you do a volume slider for a game, it's not in increments of 5.
Yeah, that is true. There's also individual things for the menu. Um,
Mm-hmm.
every time I spin blood points and I like turn my volume down for it, and
Changing
then
the color of auras. Oh my god.
and changing the color of auras.
Like
Just
Overwatch again. Overwatch does this.
Overwatch,
Overwatch lets you
Valorant, League even does it. Like
change the auras. Like, oh my god, please, 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 please.
like just have an option where it's like if an aura is red, it changes to this color. If an aura is white, change it to this color. Like, and you can keep the perk descriptions the same. The person is going out of their way to change the color. They know what they changed it to. Like,
Yeah, it's
which I guess this accessibility settings in general,
mm-hmm.
colorblind, volume, phobia stuff. Just like it's not really an accessibility thing, but like more customization with the skins,
Yeah, exactly.
like
Again, this just so we don't skip over it before I go really in depth into accessibility stuff.
mm-hmm.
Another thing to help with the solo queue. Again, I said this earlier, but bro, delete map offerings.
Oh,
Like I know it's not just it's again, it's not just a solo queue thing. I know it affects like every other aspect of the game, but get rid of map offerings. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. They
Badham's so fun.
like listen, I understand, like trust me, I understand the frustration of getting back to back maps that you don't particularly like and you miss seeing Auto Haven or whatever, right? I understand that, but the fucking like listen, the negatives outweigh the positives. Like I'm sorry, but that is just the truth, okay?
So
Like
someone told me the reason they won't get rid of map offerings is because of achievements, and my solution to that is just make the achievements easier.
yeah, I
Like,
if I'm sorry, but if I upset an achievement hunter by making something easier, I promise you I don't care.
it's a multiplayer game. Like achievements
Yeah.
like don't
I
even really
like
matter in my opinion. Like I'm not trying to shit on achievement hunters either, but
yeah. I know some people are completionists. I think it's just weird that like getting mad at making things easier just because like it was hard when you did it. Like it's I don't agree with that mentality. It's like when people got mad when behavior brought back like Lunar New Year stuff from previous years ago that people could have access to or whatever, and they're like, "Oh,
uh,
but I had to grind for this." And like, bro,
I,
no one
I
cares.
I think there's a way to do it. That would make both sides happy, but behavior doesn't have a good track record of it. Just make it a recolor. Boom, you just solve the problem. Both sides are happy now.
You are quite silly to think that there is something that will make both sides happy
Okay,
when it comes to this.
in my opinion, it would make
Yeah,
both
in your opinion, in your opinion.
or not even a recut. Like even if let's say it has a hat, maybe the hat is like chipped on like the newer whatever. That's a FOMO talk.
Yeah,
It,
it's at the end of the day, for my opinion, going back to what we're talking about, is I just think it's I think if the real drawback is, oh my god, they would have to make achievements easier to get. That's not a problem. Like if
no,
you already got the achievement, like here's a head pat. Good job, Slugger, but you know,
like
no more map offerings.
are you really like that proud that you got 25 escapes on RPD?
Yeah, you know, like are you is it really that deep? Is it that deep?
God, fuck that achievement.
Yeah.
25.
Um
Uh,
yeah.
but
But no, I just think the existence of map offerings has just made like again, I've talked about this earlier, but oh, Madeline says I'm an achievement hunter and I don't like map offerings. W Madeline. So again, the two things I talked about is number one, for in terms of solo queue, it's really shitty to have a killer bring a specific build for a specific map that just makes the game absolutely miserable for the solo survivors because again, it's manipulating the game too much in that favor with, it's not like the survivors can prepare for that. It's not like they know, oh my god, I'm getting a killer going for this. It just leads to a lot of unfairness from that front. And I also do think RNG is an important part of the game from the aspect of you don't know what map you're gonna get. I think that's important to the game. And by map offerings taking away that, I don't think it's fair. And on the flip side, as a solo queue person, having solo queue teammates that bring map offerings, it leads to a lot of situations where, again, I described the scenario. And a lot of you guys have gone through this. I know this is something that isn't a shared experience with all of us here. Survivor brings a map offering and a build to go with that map offering, and either it gets sack warded, either they lose a 50-50 because somebody else brought a map offering to a different map, or they end up getting the map they wanted, but they get shit on by a killer that's not fallen for bullshit or whatever. And that survivor just baby rages and leaves because they didn't get what they wanted out of the map offering. So they go next and are going to try to do the same shit again. And it's a dumb cycle. And from the killer side of things, it's also not really fair for the killer to just have survivors bring a stupid strong map with a build, built around a stupid strong map, and it's just miserable to play against. Like, I still think one of my most miserable games on Killer is I had survivors with Sabo no Mither bring me to Irie, and I didn't realize they brought me to Irie, and it was just like I ended up bleeding them out, right? Not because they gave me, not like I had a choice, right?
Yeah.
But it was the most miserable experience because it's damn, this really fucking sucks. It's just a lot of time invested into this stupid ass match that I feel like I shouldn't have been subjected to over a dumb map offering. You can do Sabo builds on multiple maps. You don't have to make it the most miserable thing ever. I'm a firm believer that if you are going for a risky build for a niche situation, you should not be able to manipulate a map. Part of the risk of the build is you get what you get. You get what the game throws you.
It's part of the fun to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I'm doing a thing in a couple weeks where I'm testing Chucky on every map, but I'm just running a normal build. I'm not doing it maliciously, but even I agree map offering should be gone. I shouldn't be allowed to do what I'm doing. But it's yeah, I don't know why they're still in the game. People have complained about them for years.
I wouldn't even care if map offerings were reworked to do the opposite. Like, oh, hey, I brought an RPD offering. This means it's physically impossible for us to get RPD. I would like that more than what they currently do.
Yeah. I still think that has its problems too, but I would prefer it.
I'd prefer it over literally anything else.
Yeah.
Anything else for bro, I'm tired of the Haddonfield. I'm tired of Irie. I'm tired of RPD. I'm tired of Larry's offerings.
It's, and I think it also I think the other problem with it is also, and this is just an inherent issue with killer design. Some killers are just better on certain maps, and it's just they want to go to those better maps for them. But I get that, but I feel like some killers are always going to be bad on some maps. That's just how it is. I don't know. There's not really an easy catch-all solution other than just deleting map offerings.
Yeah.
And give us
and it would some people have accessibility issues with maps, so at least if people had the option to prevent a map entirely, I would prefer that a lot more than how maps currently work, which leads into accessibility issues.
Yes.
And something like having better accessibility settings can improve people's games about solo queue, because we talked and criticized a lot about people going next. I do want to make a disclaimer out there. I do know that there is a small portion of people out there that do try to DC or go next in specific scenarios because they physically are uncomfortable playing the game. It's not baby rage. So when I went on my whole tangent earlier about people who go next ruining the game and stuff like that, I am not talking about the people who genuinely are going next due to an accessibility issue. I will always defend accessibility issues. So I just want to make that clear. Um,
Chorophobia is a real
s-
thing. Fear of vomit's a real thing. Fear of dolls is a real thing.
mm-hmm. So going into accessibility settings, number one, we need a real colorblind mode.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know if people remember how we got the colorblind mode, and while I am just merely speculating, we got a colorblind mode right after a whole incident where a dev was on stream and said some pretty awful things about people asking for a colorblind mode, which then got the attention of a individual called Steven Spawn, who is, I believe, the founder of Able Gamers, which is a well-known organization that tries to bring accessibility to video games.
Mhm.
Um, Caught the attention, got a whole social media fire shitstorm, and then behavior was like, "Oh, don't worry about what he said. We got a colorblind mode. It's on the way, right?" My speculation about that whole incident is I feel like a colorblind mode wasn't actually on the way until that dev caught social media fire, and what we got is a very rushed colorblind mode that is essentially the same colorblind mode that you get from default Windows 10. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it almost mimics Windows 10 colorblind,
I
if I'm
was
not
I
mistaken.
was I actually used the colorblind mode on accident for a while. I didn't even know I had it on.
Yeah, it's very minimal. I did a I did a video some months ago where I have reshade filters that essentially simulate what Dead by Daylight looks like in the eyes of a colorblind person. And if you guys watch that video, um it's pretty fucking insane. Uh Thank God they changed Borgo because old Borgo was really
Oh
bad.
my god.
But
And that gave me a
like I
headache.
said, I simulated the game with different color blindnesses with the correlating colorblind mode turned on for those, within the game for the simulation, and it just showed everyone that yeah, this does nothing. The colorblind mode does nothing. In some situations, it actually made the game look darker and harder to see.
I mean, how long
With the
did it
mode on.
how long did it take us to get the visual heartbeat? Like 4 years after it was in the mobile version?
Yeah, 4 years, and that was with Stormy, aka Deaf Girl Gaming, like advocating for it like every single fucking day,
And
4 years straight.
that's not even counting killers that have and I think there is like a certain like I mean that's not even count like killers like Huntress to a degree, Spirit, Chucky, I'm trying to think of a few others. But there's a lot of killers who some of their counterplay is sound based and there's no visual indicator of any kind. Um Huntress has
Yeah,
like the fully drawn hatchet. Spirit is the woo. I can't do the sound. Um,
yeah.
and
Great,
Chuck,
great rendition.
yeah, and Chucky is the 12-meter lullaby that it's the only lullaby in the game that doesn't have a visual indicator. By the way, it's so unapparent. I know people who still don't know it exists. Um,
Yeah.
I guarantee you,
Um,
someone in your chat or my chat didn't know it existed until I just mentioned it.
Probably not. People didn't know that Slinger has an audio cue when he's aiming at you.
I didn't know that for years. Then again, I only played him,
Yeah.
so.
Granted, a lot of slingers, I guess, do the equivalent of quick scoping, but like
Mhm.
it's still it like if you're like there are some times where you do have to look ahead and you do rely on the audio cue to know like, hey, he's taking aim again, and maybe you can crouch and react to it. But again, you're not like again, I referenced Stormy, Deaf Girl Gaming.
Mhm.
I was the person who told her about it because even she was like, "Oh,
There,
I did not know
there were
that."
Deathslinger mains who didn't know about it.
Yeah.
I bring it up all the time with and there's a lot of people don't know it exists. Um, I don't think it should with how, anyways, but like, like I don't, and the argument of it would make them too strong to play against, or like too easy to play against. I hate that argument so much.
Yeah,
Like,
I hate the argument, and this goes the same with like adding colorblind adding like settings to like adjust colors. Like again, it goes back to the reshade debate. Oh, it makes the game ever so slightly easier. It can be an advantage, and it's like okay, yes, reshade and things alike. I guess what do you call it? The thing that helps adjust volumes, equalizers, I think
yeah,
they're called.
equalizers, yeah.
Um, yes, all of those are, by definition, advantages. But you know what else is an advantage? My
The
expensive monitor with high frame rate, my computer with, my beast computer, even things so far as mice, like mice keyboards
mhm.
for input delay and stuff. Those are all technically advantages too. I would even argue like having a really good monitor is a lot more advantage than people like give credit for.
Hmm.
Is that cheating? No.
No.
Advantages are always just going to exist. At the end of the day, I think the biggest advantage that you can ever get in Dead by Daylight is ping. If you have good ping, you have the biggest fucking advantage in the planet when it comes to Dead by Daylight. Doesn't matter what reshade you got, nothing. And the ping is always going to be the biggest thing in Dead by Daylight. Are you going to start banning people for ping? No.
It's yeah, and like it's a slippery slope argument is all it is.
Mm-hmm.
Also, on top of that, like don't get me wrong, like, and I need to preface this. I want them to add as many accessibility features as they can. I do not expect any company to have accessibility features that literally cater to 100% of the planet. I would love it, but I'm not. What's the word I'm looking for? I know it's not possible, at least not in like a timely manner, right? But
Yeah.
we don't even have basic ones.
Yeah, we don't have basic settings. Again, real colorblind mode. Volume sliders is a huge one. There is a lot of volume triggers for people, but also just audio overload. It's not even about phobias that people don't
Mm-hmm.
realize that like again, there's just things can get very overwhelming in DVD. Like I tell people all the time, I'm not someone that normally gets audio overloaded per se, but
Boba.
I love artists, right? I
Mm-hmm.
love versing artists now. But my God, between the awful chase music, the screeching sound she makes, the if you're crowed and you have birds over you and she's sending more birds, like it's a lot. If I could just reduce the noise clutter of her audio effects, that would be fantastic. And like the thing is reducing the sound of audio effects is not advantageous. It's in fact it's kind of the opposite if you think about it, but at least it would make the game more accessible with people who have overload issues
Mm-hmm.
or stimulating issues or just audio triggers. Like, for example, emetophobia. Um, I
What
know
is?
people who get really triggered by the sound of people vomiting, and there's
Mm-hmm.
also misophonia, which is sounds made by your mouth. It's misophonia is present in a lot of people who are on the autism spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's like this super sensitivity to noises made by the mouth. And there's a friend of mine that also plays DBD. Um, they can't play against Hag because of this, because of the awful throat noises that Hag makes. It's a complete trigger. It's not just like, oh, like they don't like it. It brings them physical sickness
Mm-hmm.
because it's a massive sensitivity overload issue. So again, just
And
simple volume sliders that exist in literally every other game.
it's a client side thing too. Like that's not
Mm-hmm.
like there's a few ones that people bring up for phobia filters where I'm like, well, that's not really like as simple as people make it out to be to just add into the game. But something like a volume slider is, relatively speaking,
Mm-hmm.
that is completely client side. Like, don't get me wrong, you don't really have the act like a general phobia filter on here, but it's like chlorophobia is one of the ones where it's like I don't 100% know how they would fix it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
my solution has been just make a low res version of clown or something. Uh, but
So So the thing is, with doing client-sided phobia modes for some of the killers, number one, sometimes people have problems with like literal killer skins, and if this is actually
mhm.
very easy, you can make a client-side
Yeah,
change to just deactivate
that
skins.
one's easy.
So
Yeah.
doesn't that super easy? It just shows everyone their default look, no problems, no problems. Very easy to implement. Um, for things that are client-sided, like emetophobia mode or client-side clown mode, I think it's very possible. It does require more work, but I definitely can see it happening. You could just essentially, if people wanted, the bare minimum would be like for plague, her vomit would just be invisible. I think like
Hmm.
the bare minimum, it would just be they would replace her sounds with like maybe singing or something instead, just something a little silly, but still it's still like an audio cue, so it's not like a complete utter
La.
like no, actually, wait. It could be singing and then the vomit is animated music notes. Actually, that would be
Oh my
perfect.
god.
That would actually be
No,
perfect though.
I'm just I'm not laughing at it or saying that. It's just like yeah, that actually I kind of like it a little bit.
Yeah. Like I would use that. I would use it. No funny shit. I think like one. I think it's nice for the regular player base to just get something different out of it because you can be like, hey, we can. It's cool. Plague is singing now. Like that's it's funny or whatever. But then
Like
for people who actually have emetophobia, it's like it's really appreciated because now they don't have to feel sick when they go against plague. And then with clown, they can I don't know make him like he's already got like a lot of animalistic skins. Just make him like a giant stuffed bear or something. I don't know.
what about Chucky?
Uh,
Because
a rolling pile of shit. I'm just
that's
kidding.
well, no, because fear of dolls is it's a way more
Mm,
common phobia than I think people realize it is. I mean, I will give behavior. I say this now, and knowing my luck, it'll be the next killer. Um,
mm.
I will give them credit that they haven't introduced a spider killer, and I'm 90% sure it's because they don't have phobia filters.
Yeah, if they are gonna do a spider filter, they 100% need a client-sided thing for that.
Yeah, but
I know WoW uses crabs for their spider mode. It's actually really silly.
mhm.
Um, that could be something to consider. For Checky, what? Okay, would like a very angry garden gnome trigger people with doll phobia, or would that be like
I,
okay?
I
Like I'm not sure.
I think the other problem is because he's licensed. I don't know if they can do it.
Mm, I wonder if they could do like since he already has like a shadow form. What if if you are someone that has a doll phobia, would it be bad if Chucky was just a like
It's just
shadowy version of
it's
himself?
just
Like just
it's just the Charles Lee Ray but shorter.
that would actually be funny though. I'd love that. I would love that
They
unironically.
wouldn't
I
even have
think
to
that's a
add
great
anything.
idea.
They just have to lower the model
Yeah,
size, and we
yeah,
know
yeah,
they
yeah.
can
They would
do
just
it.
they would just have to squishify him a little bit. I actually like that idea a lot. I think it would be great.
Um, yeah, I mean that's the other thing with phobia filters that I've always said is my question would be, and I'm sure this is a question they ask themselves because I doubt they don't talk about this. Um, where do you start and where do you stop?
I think the more popular a phobia is, I think the priority it takes. Like emetophobia is a relatively common one. Fear of clowns, fear of dolls, also relatively common. And again, with the fear of dolls, it's why again they need to deactivate skins because the doll dredge skin is actually really
Oh,
unnerving, even
yeah,
for someone like
yeah.
me.
Um, even did you know fear of dogs is like the third most common fear?
I actually don't know.
Yeah, no, I looked this
I
up one day when I was talking about this. Yeah, it's one of the most common fears at least in America. It's fear of dogs. Um, I just
It also just depends on like the realism too, because
yeah.
sometimes it really like it depends. If something is hyper realistic, it's going to be a trigger for someone. If something looks goofy,
Hmm.
it's not going to be a trigger
Yeah, and then
more often than not.
there's you know, apart from killers, and what the one I'm about to bring up does actually apply to one killer, but your the deactivating skins client side actually fixes it.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm gonna Pixie's gonna kill me. Um, Mycophobia, I probably mispronounced that.
Hmm.
Which is the fear of mushrooms. Um, for those who don't know ZM Pixie, she is a very very popular night main who has this, and if she loads into Toba, she almost always has to DC because it has mushrooms everywhere, um, and it can be very triggering. And I'm trying to think of other maps with problems like this. I'm sure there's maps that what's the fear of holes?
Oh, I know what it
You
is.
know what
I
I?
do
Yeah,
know what
don't
it
look it
is.
up.
Yeah.
No one look it up. By the way, anyways. That fear, I feel like it's not a problem in the game that much, but there are some maps I've heard that do cause it. Fear of birds is another one. I know some people who
Phobia.
can't.
Yes, Sephi.
Yeah, there's some people who can't play on Dead Dog because of the vultures. Um, there's some people who have fear of crows. I'm one of them. It's not. Uh, I don't get triggered or anything off of it, but some people do. Um, so like that would be a problem with artists that would need to be like yeah, like I do think like a lot of phobia filters do need to be added, and once again I'm not expecting them to add them all at the same time, but the fact that we haven't seen any is what bothers me with it.
Yeah, I think it would be really nice to just know that something like that is getting worked on, at least for the more common ones and ones that people talk about all the time.
Yeah.
Like the immunophobia one has been talked about so much, so much. I get so many people in my chat that talk about, hey, plague actually does like
Hmm.
it's very triggering. It makes me uncomfortable. Another another thing in terms of like accessibility that I wish they would do is there needs to be an option to disable screen effects. We already have informational
Hmm.
UI, so it's not like it's putting you at a disadvantage for disabling screen effects. Like if I get lasagnaed by Pyramid Head, I don't need all this shit on my screen to say, "Hey, you stepped in the fucking lasagna." Or like I what really upset me with the trickster change is with the trickster causing like the strobe lighting thing.
Hmm.
I don't understand why then and there they're just like, "You know what? Why don't we just move the effect altogether?" Because what does that effect actually bring? It does nothing.
Once again,
So,
if it's an option, that would because I for tricksters the only like argument I could hear is you can tell your laceration stacks without having to look at the
yeah.
UI. That would be the only like argument I could hear. But once again, if you make it an option, then the people who
Mhm.
don't want to be bothered with it can turn it off, and the people who
Yeah.
do can leave it
And
on.
the reason I'm saying about screen effects is the number one culprit that actually causes migraines for people with screen effects is Doctor. That has been
Yes,
something that's discussion for years now. A lot of people are like, Doctor does so many screen effects and it actually triggers migraines for me.
it
And I
used
know it used to be worse. It
yeah,
actually used to be
it used
worse,
to be
but
worse.
it's still a trigger and it's just like I don't understand why like you already have so much UI information, so I don't understand why there isn't an option to just turn it off. I would also like to not get blinded when I'm or like blinded in terms of like darkness when, I'm mending for 9,000 years. I don't need my screen to be dark, thank you. I don't need this effect. I can tell when I'm mending. Thank you very much.
It's such a it's like I think the other thing with it that's really important is these things have been talked about for years. Years. We just got clowns bottles removed.
The screen effects from Doctor is fine for me, but the constant screaming. And again, with the constant screaming, this is where volume sliders would come into play. I
Hmm.
think there should be a slider for turning down screams. I don't know why every time you hook a survivor, they have to scream in your ear
Rebecca,
immediately, but
Sage. Oh my God, Sage's scream. Uh, it's like 2 minutes long. I swear. Um, it's yeah. I don't get it. Like, and they've never given a reason.
Yeah,
I think
you
it's
should
the
be able to nerf Dredge Nightfall. Yeah. Or, I mean, nerf the sounds of Dredge Nightfalls because it's triggering for some people,
mhm.
especially people who have PTSD in certain areas. So,
there there
100%.
there's like the one argument I don't even agree with is um chase music. Some people have said it's a balancing thing. The only killer in the game it's a balancing thing is one that it barely affects. And
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's
yeah, and do you even know who it is? Because I can name him.
uh, no, go ahead and name him.
It's Chucky.
Yeah,
Because when you're in chase, you can't hear his laugh.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
he's
Can't
the
hear a
only
lot of
killer though.
things.
He's the only one. That's what I'm saying. So that because I think they've said that in the past that the chase music being as loud as it is a balancing thing. It's like that's all it affects. It's a killer that was added less than a year ago. So,
Yeah.
like,
And me personally, I like a lot of the chase music, they immerse them. I probably wouldn't like mute them, even like as a player like me. I'd love a way to turn them down. I don't. I think it'd be nice for both sides, for both survivors and killers. A lot
mhm.
of killers don't like
Oh God,
having
plagues,
shit blare in their ears. Like, I'm
plagues
sorry to nurse
chanting,
players, but nurse's chase music was fucking awful.
plagues fucking chanting when she has corrupts.
Hmm.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the little whisper. Again, like volume sliders for chase music. For even if the devs didn't want the chase music to get flat muted because quote unquote balancing issues, then have a way to turn it down at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
At the very fucking least. Um, Also, just volume sliders for sound effects, volume sliders for screams, volume sliders for map wide effects. That'd be great. You know, this isn't me like coming up with things out of my ass. This is literally just me repeating settings
Yeah.
that exist in every fucking game.
It's also the game, the audio is layered. It's not like individual. Um,
Yeah.
so like it's not impossible for them to do. Like it
Oh
wouldn't be
yeah.
like if they added like an audio slider for like the chase music, it would affect everything. No, it's a different layered of sound.
And let us make changes in increments of 1, not 5. It does actually matter, okay?
At least
That 1% matters more than you think. For
it
the love of God, just please.
at least if you're gonna do it in like increments of 5, can you lower the number so it is 1 still and not 0 to 100? Um, God, it's like it just annoys me because it's just like
Mm.
there's been so many complaints about this over the years, and they have said nothing.
I mean, it fucking took an arm and a leg to get the FOV slider, which is ridiculous.
I wanted it, and I play a killer who doesn't even use it.
Yeah.
um,
I'm a survivor maiden. I want it for the killers. I
the good
also
point, yeah.
when I also played killer, it's like golly, all these builds I want to run, but I gotta run 3 perk slots because I need
Yeah, you
Shadowborn.
Shadowborn,
He's
yeah.
so funny. I it was so funny. A couple months back, I like swapped to a killer. I'm like, oh boy, I haven't touched this guy in a while. I still had Shadowborn on.
It's 20% speed on the blind must
Yeah,
have been great, huh?
I was like, oh, all
Uh,
right. This perk I used to equip all the time.
um, I mean, are there any like other major like I'm sure there's millions of accessibility features, but like I think those are the big ones.
Yeah, those are the big ones. And again, like it's not even the shitty thing too is like a lot of like these quote unquote accessibility settings, like volume slider isn't actually an accessibility setting. It's just a basic game
Yeah.
setting that just ends up being an accessibility issue
Yep.
when you don't have a volume slider.
Hmm.
But what game doesn't have volume sliders? What game doesn't have volume sliders besides like shitty indie games? Like I
I've,
don't hate the indie game community.
I,
I just want.
yeah, I've asked this question before, by the way. Is Behavior technically a AAA company?
I don't know all the inner workings of that bullshit. I'm not gonna
I don't know.
lie.
It's just like I want to kind of like ask like, is there a AAA company who doesn't add this stuff to their game? um, it's just so strange. Doesn't DBD Mobile has all of this, doesn't it?
I don't know what all DBD Mobile has or hasn't. I just know it has a lot.
Yeah. Somehow it's better than the base game.
Like they can emo on DBD Mobile, okay? Like we are behind the times here.
We got a loot. It's fine. Um. Uh.
DBD Mobile got prop hunt before we did, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like,
We still haven't seen it yet, which is so weird. Uh.
mm,
Man, it's. I don't like. There has to be a reason, and I refuse to believe it's just laziness. I refuse to believe it.
God, sometimes I really wish people put less energy into complaining about tunneling and camping and more of like, hey, how about some actual game settings? That'd be nice. That'd be a nice change of pace.
uh. Like even if it was slow, like I like even if it was slow added in, even just acknowledgement that they're working on it, like that's all I think we really want, honestly. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
let me rephrase that. We want them in, but like just a hey, we're working on it, it will be in the game at some point would be nice. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even the FOV slider, they kind of just dropped it on us. There was like no like fanfare before it came out, really. Um, no, that's a lie. It was in it.
No,
No,
there
no,
was
yeah, it was in the.
that. So the question was, is so the thing that happened with the FOV slider is one of the I don't think it was a dev. I think it was a community manager. He just straight up asked the question like, "Hey, do we need an FOV slider? And if so, why?" And everyone was just like, are you really asking this after so many years?" So like, okay, bet. And like floods of comments came in, and like apparently he took their responses, went to wherever it needed to go, and lo and behold, we have an FOV slider now.
Not all heroes wear capes. uh, man. Do you have anything else you want to say about accessibility? I know this is one you're very passionate about. You made video.
I'm very, very passionate about accessibility. I can go on a rant about it, but in context of the stream and in context of solo queue and how accessibility settings can help out solo queue, I think I've said all I need to say about accessibility. But again, guys, make sure if you guys have not seen the video on the colorblind simulation thing that I did, definitely check it out. And also just express a bit of kindness when it comes to people who say that they DC or go next because of a real accessibility settings issue. I know we're all really pissed off and annoyed about how many people go next, and majority of the time it is just baby rage and inconvenience. But for the small percent of people who do have accessibility settings, like number one, listen to them, and number two, this is a lot harder for people to do apparently, but advocate for them. Say something. Like I know a lot of y'all got social media and everything, right? Or access to the forums. Like write about it.
You got
Seriously. Like
phones.
yeah, like start posting about this. Because this is like 8-year game. We don't have volume sliders or real colorblind mode. This is ridiculous.
Even things like flashlights. Like why isn't there an option to make it black instead of bright white?
Oh yeah, exactly. I've
Like-
also brought this up
like-
constantly.
Like things like the fucking like I remember when Hex 2 Can Play came out. And so many and don't get me justifiably complained. Let me preface that. But so many people were complaining because it was it rightfully so, because there's some people who legitimately can't handle the bright light in their face, and that's why some people only played Survivor, so they didn't have to deal with that. And lo and behold, here's a perk that lets the killer blind the survivors now.
Yeah.
Thank God it's not run that much. But like, It's
It's
just
very jarring too because at least with like okay, it's the same thing as a flashbang pretty much, except flashbangs at least give you an audio warning. Well, they should
they
outside the
should.
bug right now. They should. They should. But at least with flashlights and you get like a cue, right?
Hmm.
They're aiming the light with that. It's just like it's just boom, jump scare. Like instant.
Out of nowhere on the second pallet you hit the
Mm-hmm.
killer with.
Yep, it's like just instant. I'm suddenly blind now,
I love
It's
I
like
love the idea of the perk. It's just like it seems a little insensitive. That's all. Um,
I don't know why it just like if a fog appeared on your screen that was just as blinding but not
it doesn't.
well, I say blinding but not like
Yeah,
it
just
restricts your vision but doesn't like burn your retinas out. That'd be
turn
great.
turn the screen black.
Like the whole like from my understanding, like the whole like the entity's realm and everything is all like fog and darkness. So just like have fun with like your own like shtick, you know? Like why not do shit like that?
Uh, we'll never know. I'm hoping this is the year we start seeing it more, especially with the big license we're getting. I can't imagine it's not time to start doing this stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
Um but going on to another thing that can immediately improve solo queue. Again, like I said, I disclaimed when I'm talking about my grievances with people going next and everything like that. This is not at the people who are doing so for accessibility issues.
mhm.
But there is a whole plague of people that are going next simply because they can. They don't want to go against, a killer they don't like because it's not the wholesome Chungus killer or tunneling or camping or a perk or the map, whatever. Just, again, if you want to DC out of the game, then eat the penalty and actually DC. Don't abuse a loophole, which is unhooking. So I think a immediate fix to this is get rid of the ability to self unhook outside of Deliverance, Wicked, or the anti camp meter.
Mhm.
And in regards to slippery meat, so slippery meat doesn't become just like a haha, look at me hook attempt still, despite changes. Rework slippery meat to be an anti camp perk where your anti camp meter only has to fill to like 70 to 80% instead of 100%. So it's just straight up an anti camp perk, which I think is a good change. And by getting rid of self unhooks again, like it gets rid of that loophole if you want to, because at the end of the day, if you're going next because the game didn't go your way, in reality, we say going next, but the actual term is throwing. That's what you're doing. You're
Mhm.
throwing. You're griefing the game. So if you want to throw and grief for game, you have to put in more effort to do that and possibly and rightfully eat a report for it, or you have to hit the DC penalty. And I think that's fine.
Yeah,
I think that's fine.
yeah,
Bots aren't desirable, but at least I know that you have a penalty, and because of the penalty in place, the chances of you DCing again are you at least will be a lot more conscious about how often you DC in throw games because of the penalty.
yeah.
Because here's the thing, the penalty as of right now is fine. It just doesn't get used because it's getting ignored.
Yeah, what is the penalty anyway? I don't DC, so I don't. It's not me being high and mighty.
So the
I just don't. So I don't even know what the penalty is.
the first time you DC, it's a minute. The next time is 5 minutes. The next time 15. The next time I think 30, and then an hour, and then I don't know how it accrues after an hour,
That
but
that seems perfectly fine to me.
yeah.
Like if you're DCing that much to the point of getting an hour ban, I think there's. I don't think the game's the problem at that point.
Yeah,
Um,
if you're on an hour band, either your internet just really fucking sucks and I'm really sorry for you. I know what it's like having shitty internet. Um, but if it's not that, maybe you gotta get off the game for a little.
and then we mentioned it earlier, like with the phobia stuff. Like the solution to that would just be killer prevention.
Hmm.
repeat killer prevention. That would be the solution to
Yeah, and
that.
there should be killer prevention, to be fair.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
but no, I completely agree. I mean, we've already kind of gone over it, but the self unhooking has no purpose in this game anymore. It really doesn't.
yeah.
Um,
Okay.
we kind of jumped around a bit, didn't we? My
A little
bad.
bit.
My bad.
No. It's okay. We're approaching the end. But what do you think of the idea of region locking accounts to prevent VPNing?
That's a touchy one.
I
That's a touchy one.
here as someone who plays on VPN o'clock on West Coast servers, like, would I be relieved that I wouldn't have to potentially see a VPN again? Yes. But at the same token, not everyone who VPNs is doing so out of malicious intent. Sometimes people play in a region that just literally is dead, and the only way that they can play games is by VPNing.
Wouldn't
Um,
c-
and also, like, would region locking affect your ability to Swift with people that are from different regions? Because I don't think that should.
I think it would also wouldn't region locking require kernel level access?
I have no idea about how all that works. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because if it would, people would be very mad about it. um, as much as I think it would be the best anti-cheat, and I think people overblow how bad. Anyways, I mean, I wouldn't want it region locked. I think that's too restrictive.
Yeah, I don't think I like the idea of I don't think I like the idea of like region locking and restricting VPNs because again, like believe me, I'm all that getting VPN hits more than like your average fellow. Okay, like I have taken out eardrums with the screams that I hit with the after some pallet hits. Like I get that, but at the same time, I don't know. There's just I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's just because we've been live at this for 5.5 hours and my brain is fried, but I don't know
It's a
how to
short one.
explain my I don't know how to explain this without like just saying like something morality wise feels wrong about region locking uh this game. I region locking people, I feel like.
Hmm.
Because again, it goes back to there are a number of individuals who play in regions that are just always like dead regions just because the game may not be popular where people live. So again, I don't like the idea of taking away their ability to VPN over. Like, yes, the ping is like, yes, I know ping is ass a lot of times, but I also think like the servers themselves could also just improve
Hmm.
a bit. Um, I feel like that's a discussion to have with, Alu, my resident tech nerd and smart about all this stuff. But again, I don't think I like the idea of region locking, even though like it would 100% benefit me. The morality of it is what I don't agree with. I feel like if this game was a lot more competitive by nature, um, I think you could justify region locking for the advantageous aspect of it. But the fact of the matter is this isn't like a game that I feel like yes, you can get competitive in Dead by Daylight, but it's not a competitive
Yeah.
driven game.
Hmm.
That's my whole argument. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't think it would be good. Pretty much the same thing. I just don't think it would be a good
Hmm.
idea. um, I don't like when anything's region locked personally. I miss the days of my Pokemon games that were region locked. Um,
Oh my god.
uh, I mean, we
um.
talked about the unhealthy perks, but I mean, we didn't really
Yeah.
mention third seal.
Yeah. So again, another thing to improve solo queue is addressing the few killer perks that are completely and utterly unhealthy for solo queue.
Hmm.
Um, we already talked extensively about knockout. I think knockout is like the number one like problematic perk on the table right now because, it's getting popular. It's good Swiss can deal with it just fine, but outside of that, it's just a miserable perk. It's often used as like a griefing perk as well
Mm-hmm.
for all the bleed out builds. It's just the nature of the perk is outdated. I think Hex Third Seal is also like incredibly annoying for especially solo queue. But I didn't have it really highlighted because the third seal, from my understanding, is a little bit like knockout, but more work has to get put into it because it is a perk that requires more work put into it. It's like, it's okay. But I know third seal games can get annoying really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so if third seal
I,
more protection to guard third seal, no, I'm saying like I think third seal is problematic for solo queue. So I would like to see third seal get changed. However, I don't if it never got changed, I also would be like okay with it
I
at the end of the day
yeah,
because it's harder to make work.
I can see the argument for third seal. Personally, I don't think it's that big of an issue, but I get why you put it on here though. Um,
No, I mean how third seal is more effort, something along those lines you said. Oh, I think third seal is more effort to make work in terms of the killer. Like if to
yeah,
get third seal value as killer, I think it's more work than it is with knockout.
you gotta
Was
protect a hex. You gotta hit everyone at least once.
was my argument.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the best killer to use it is Legion, and it's Legion. Um,
I I've had like a very miserable third seal game, but that was because it was a slugging nurse.
yeah, fair enough.
And I was like, oof. And
I
then
remember.
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I used it once on RPD because of course. And I hooked somebody, and I didn't realize I hit every survivor, and I wasn't camping or anything, and they just died on hook. I was
Yep.
paying no attention, and I didn't realize what happened until like I thought they gave up for a minute, and then I realized, oh, they just didn't know where the hook
Yeah.
was.
Yeah. That's like the biggest problem that I have with third seal is just the hook look. If they do hook and you just don't remember if it's like a labyrinth of a map,
Mm-hmm.
and like again, this is what new players especially will struggle with, and new players occupy a lot of solo queue.
Yeah.
It's a struggle for new players, which is why I wouldn't even care if third seal was buffed to be a better perk and did something completely different because
I
tag perks.
I think the simple solution is just, well, no, you can't take away the. I mean, you could just make it so the blindness doesn't affect the person on the hook. Like that aura
Uh,
could just never not go away at the very least. It doesn't
that would
fall.
be like a basic change to the game, not just with third seal though, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of blindness in the game.
yeah, but a lot of the blindness,
Um,
except for singularity, except for singularity.
sometimes. And then again, this is probably just my bias speaking, but um like I chat knows I really don't like Pentimento and solo queue.
Hmm.
Swift, whatever. I think Pentimento is fucking abysmally miserable in solo queue, and it's the only quote unquote slowdown that I ever bitch about. You guys will never catch me bitching about Ruin or Pop or Call of Brine, Scourge Hook, whatever. Like I never ever will complain about any slowdown under the sun other than Pentimento. Fucking hate Pentimento.
I think it's. I
Um,
mean, we talked about it again earlier, but like, I think it's just a. I don't like the idea of a perk that rewards or that punishes people for quote doing the right thing. I think Haunted Grounds is like a weird middle version of that, but Pentimento straight up just punishes you for doing the right thing. And then when you're not in a
mhm.
Swift, you're relying on object permanence of the person who did the totem in the first place.
Yeah, and again, like there and there's so many perks in the game now that does benefit survivors like from like doing totems like inner healing
Mm-hmm.
or overzealous. And while I'm not opposed to having killers that get benefits from broken totems because I think it's really cool, it just sucks that when you first light a pentimento, that's the slowdown. Happens immediately. Like boom, just
Mm-hmm.
slowdown just like that. Even on like a non-hex perk. I believe it works on any broken totem, if
Any,
I'm not
it's
mistaken.
any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it puts you in the situation where let's say the person that did a dull totem, right? So you don't even have information on where that dull totem is, right? At least with a hex, at least you can kind of see the bubble in the direction.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's just a random dull totem that just get lit, you don't know where it is. And let's say the person that does is the person that's on the hook and possibly like gonna be tunneled or at least proxied a bit and they don't get it. And now it feels like you, as a survivor who had nothing to do with any of that, is getting punished for something somebody else did.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Pentimento would be a cooler perk if it applied a curse on whoever broke the totem
Mm.
and had some gameplay that way without punishing the rest of the team. I feel like that would be a more interesting way to go about Pentimento and a solo queue standpoint without completely butchering the perk itself, while still like keeping some uniqueness about what the perk is
Mm-hmm.
and how it activates. But again, it's not just something like, oh well, a teammate cleansed totem and God knows where, and now suddenly I'm punished for it. You know?
I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna say this question out loud. Anyone in chat who wants to answer this without looking it up, feel free. What does the third stack of Pentimento do? Does anyone know?
Michael Jackson says buff slugging. Thank you, Dwight Jackson, for
Ah,
your input.
there we go. Buff slug. Let's go. Um,
From the man himself.
because it's I don't even remember because the fourth stack is exit gates. First stack is gens. Second stack is healing. The fuck is the third stack? I don't know why. I just like sitting here thinking because no one cares about the other stacks. It's just the first one,
Yep.
and I think that's
Wait, what was the
also
question?
what the third stack of Pentimento does.
Yeah, that's the question, Dwykel. And Brain says Pentimento playthings shouldn't have synergy at all.
There's no way to not have it have
Yeah.
synergy. Unless you completely rework how Pentimento works as inherent.
Dwykel says recover speed slugging.
Okay.
I don't know if that's
No,
right.
that is
This
right.
guy just
That no,
it
no,
is?
no, that one is right. It is.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, it nerfs recovery speed. Yeah, it's
Oh
yeah,
my
that is
god.
right.
Of
Yeah,
course. Of course, Twykel fucking Jackson would know this shit.
yeah, it's
Of
gens.
fucking course.
It's gen speed, healing speed, recovery speed, exit gate, and then it
Nah.
blocks.
Nah, I know how this guy did this. I know how he knows because I bet money, right? I bet you $20. This motherfucker one stream was like, guys, how can I make my slugging build even more miserable to go against? And he went to the perk search bar, right? He went to the perk search bar and he typed dying space state, hit enter, and saw what popped up for killer perks. Or recovery, I guess. I knew it. I knew it, dude. I knew it, bro. All right, I expect the $20 in the mail?
Oh
Okay.
my god.
I fucking knew it, dude.
Like, because like I'm sitting here thinking of like ways to like make Pentimento better for solo queue without like destroying it completely. Because my first idea was like, okay, well, just make it so the relit totem has an. Well, no, they could do that. They could do that. Yeah, just make it so Pentimento totems have an aura like you see within 10 meters. Doesn't fully fix it, but
Uh, I don't know. I don't know if aura would be like the quote unquote solution per se.
mm-hmm.
Again, I really think it would just be a lot more interesting of a perk if it applied some type of curse on the person that cleansed the totem, and this would be like even outside of hexes or whatnot. So in a way, it's like a quote unquote a counterplay to like inner healing or that type of thing.
Mm,
It like an it's just something interesting. It doesn't have to be something miserable for either side. I just think that it's a good out of the box idea, and it addresses like the main grievances people have with Pentimento from
yeah,
a solo
yeah,
queue perspective.
yeah. Fair enough. Um,
Um,
speaking of those, because Rancor's on here, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. Do you have any
yeah.
thoughts on the new obsession perk?
Uh, Refresh the obsession per.
Wretched
What's
Fate.
the?
When the first gen pops, a totem lights, and the obsession, I think it's 33%. It has a 33% penalty to repair speeds until it's cleansed.
I actually don't see that get used still like ever, so I've never
Hmm.
um I've actually never had to experience that.
The obsession also sees the aura of the totem within 12 meters.
Well, if the obsession sees the aura, then I think that's totally fine
Hmm.
because like the thing about that is um a generator is already complete, so its activation condition is already fair because like it's after gen completes.
Hmm.
Uh I like that, at least with this condition, it's like, okay, well, you have to go and do the totem to, like, be able to repair the gen. And I guess the nice thing about that is if you're unable to cleanse the totem because, like, the killer's chasing you, it doesn't really matter at that point, right? Because it's like, oh, well, I'm the only one that's cursed and I'm being
Yeah.
chased, so it's not like I can do a gen anyway. So
Hmm.
I think it works out in that regard.
Yeah, I don't like the precedent with most of the obsession perks, if I'm honest. Because most of them, actually, I can't even think of is there a single obsession perk that makes you want to go for the obsession?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
So, is there an obsession perk that makes you want to chase and down the obsession?
I don't. Oh,
Because play
play
with
with your
your
food, kinda, and then
kind.
there is the obsession exposed swapping build that involves a Chucky perk and another perk, I believe.
Friends to the end, Rancor, Nemesis, and Furtive. I
I was just thinking like furtive
how
and
how did I name that off my head
yeah,
like that? Anyways, I play this game too much.
yeah,
uh,
yeah. I know like with the Chucky perk, there
you
is
know
an
what? Yeah, yeah. I guess
incentive with that.
yeah. Friends to the end is like the only one. The more I think about it, yeah, because it makes them
Yeah.
exposed. So you want to go? Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Um,
Dwykel says for each survivor that's cursed, Penti gets buffed. If a cursed survivor cleanses another Penti totem, have a bigger debuff. Just spitballing. Thank you, Dwykel, for your insight.
I love it. I love it. Next patch, so more people can be mad. Um, and then yeah, obviously the Rancor one.
Mm.
I mean, we the simple solution to the Rancor one. This the easiest solution, not going to be not like the best solution, but just make it so you can see if survivors are exposed. Um, I still was confused when I found out that the little exposed icon on the UI didn't mean that. Uh, it's when someone's touching killer belongings is what that symbol means. I thought it meant they were exposed because I feel like it's a
Oh
relevant.
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like
Or
it's a
it's
relevant thing to tell somebody, but I guess not.
the little skull that appears, it's either like a belonging or interacting with a power type thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, my solution with the Rancor thing, while still keeping it like a jump scare perk, is but like again, just bridging the gap between Swift and Solo, I just think Rancor should have a UI reveal to the survivors when it's activated on the obsession after 60 seconds. So like after 60 seconds of it being active, it just goes, okay, put the obsession symbol and bright red coloring that's like, hey, this person is marked for death. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
I think that would be a lot more fair. It's kind of like giving Rancor kind of the Noid treatment, but with the UI instead
Hmm.
of like an aura reveal.
Yeah, I could see it. Like I don't see a problem with that at all. Um, It doesn't nerf the
Um,
perk at all. It just adds info. Like I think
yeah,
it's the main thing we're saying for a lot of perks. That's really all they need. Um, are there are
but
there
yeah.
are there any other you can think of as far as perks go?
Uh, in terms of perks, what I can get into is another thing about making solo queue a lot more enjoyable for people is again, solo queue is made up of newer players every single day. So making gaining perks more
Mm,
accessible to new people would be a huge help.
hmm.
I cannot stress enough. I hate the existence of perk tiers. I don't understand why they exist.
They're
Why?
outdated. They have no point. They limit perk design too,
Mhm.
because every perk has to have like a number that can go up or down as a
Yeah,
result.
just get rid of perk tiers. They're the make the grind is so annoying having to get there like, "Oh my god, a new killer just dropped and I want to play him. I want to get this perk on him. Let me sift through hours of yellow and green perks until I get what I actually want." Like, it's dumb. Get rid of it. And also because of getting rid of perk tiers, once you actually prestige a character, their perks at their max strength is just now available to everyone you own. You don't have to, again, like, it's not a thing of, oh, hey, I prestige this character. Now I unlock perks for my other character, but I have to go through multiple blood woods of that character to get the purple tier. Like, none of that bullshit, okay? None of that bullshit. It is so unfriendly to new players. Um, Another thing about making perks accessible is base game perks like Deja Vu should just be available and should not have to appear in the Blood Web. Those should just
Yeah,
be on every character. I don't understand why they're not.
something to grind for, but but a new player wouldn't care because they don't know. So
Yeah, yeah.
like I can't think of a reason.
Um, this is probably more of a hot take, and this is like a really elegant idea of mine, but again, this goes because, okay, one of the things that I know it can be perceived as a problem in this game is how perks are locked behind a paywall
Hmm.
um, for a lot of the licensed characters, and especially really, really good perks like Decisive Strike, for example.
Hmm.
So, an idea that I've had that um, kind of helps make these perks more accessible in some capacity to get past the paywall of at least getting the perk. Um, I wish shrines were kind of personalized in a way where you can essentially do like a wish mechanic with a shrine where you can select 2 survivors and 2 killers, and the shrine would rotate their perks in the upcoming like however many like weeks or days. How I actually don't pay attention to how long the shrine rotates.
It's a week
Um,
every week
yeah.
every
So
Tuesday.
every week the shrine takes those characters that you wish for and picks out 4 perks from the characters that you wish for and puts them in the shrine. So you have a higher chance of getting the perks that you want. And then when you get the perks that you want, you can choose different characters to wish for.
So the thing with the shrine, I had Mint Skull on here and we were talking about monetization, and the shrine got brought up a lot. The only issues we kept cropping up to is if something like this existed, what would the point of buying a survivor be?
Well, to get the survivor and perks right away.
Okay.
You can make it where you can't put a new character on a shrine for, let's say, like a couple weeks out or something
Hmm.
if you want to at least like encourage people to like buy it with all the hype and whatnot. I just with how many
I
characters
No, I
that
agree.
there
Let me
are
make
in the
this.
game,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me make this. Yeah, I agree. Like it should be fixed in some way. Um, it or like So I said it's a week rotation on the shrine. That's actually not
Mm.
completely true. During the anniversary, and it's funny because they didn't talk about it this year. They do it every. They've done it every other year. This during anniversary, the shrine swaps every day, and everything is halved as far as the
Yeah,
pricing. I think that should just be base.
that would be nice. Just something to change the shrine, because as of right now, the shrine is still incredibly unfriendly to new players.
It's the shrine is just so bad. It needs an overhaul. They've overhauled the store completely, and the shrine is still the same.
I mean, with all the perks that constantly get added to the game as the years go on, if not anything else, another solution should be one perks that come from characters that are already free with the game should not exist on the shrine if they're
Oh,
already like
yep,
available to get and take up a slot. Um, and I think shrine should actually be 8 perks per week. Double it.
yeah.
Why does that have to be 4? Make it
Uh,
8.
I I would say triple it honestly. Um, and it's funny because I did just say they haven't updated the shrine. They have updated the shrine. They updated the UI.
Oh, I haven't checked the shrine
Yeah,
forever.
because it used to be the four like perks in like a diamond. They changed it so it takes up the whole screen now, and it's like four sections. Um,
Jesus.
they I don't know when they did it. I think it was like a couple patches ago, but I don't like so clearly they know.
Yeah.
So they're doing something with the shrine. I mean, and then there's also the problem of like um someone probably knows the answer to this. Cheryl's perks weren't in the shrine for 3 years. Not a single one appeared for 3 years.
Which is ridiculous.
They and don't get me wrong, Cheryl doesn't have the most meta perks or anything like that. But still, what if someone likes those perks and they want them, but they can't afford Cheryl? Well, tough shit.
Soulguard used to be very
Hmm.
meta.
Um, it's
um,
cropping up more. Actually, I've noticed.
yeah.
I've seen it a lot more in my games. Um,
Um, yes. I remember the good old days of Soulguard. That was Soulguard Wiglif.
but
That was something.
like the new player experience in this game is, and to be fair, because someone's gonna bring it up. Yes, the new player experience is bad in like every multiplayer video game right now. That doesn't excuse it.
Yeah, it doesn't excuse it, and it doesn't change the fact that like in a lot of like multiplayer games, at least when you play a new game, you typically get access to almost everything,
Hmm.
minus like I guess DLCs and stuff like that. Um, like I don't know. Again, sorry I keep bringing up Overwatch, but you can like load up Overwatch and access everybody,
I bring up.
right?
Well, you couldn't.
Well,
um,
with DBD, it's like sure people don't have access to all the characters, and that's all fine, but perks. They don't have access to all the perks. That in itself is already like
even
a major disadvantage, and then getting all the perks is a fucking nightmare for people,
I,
especially if you can't physically spend more money on a game.
I have 3,000 hours in this game. I just got all the perks on the survivors 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's insane, and they need to alleviate it in some way, in my opinion.
Um,
Um,
it's I feel like it should be a priority too. Once again, like
mm,
we're getting a major license in less than a year.
yeah, we're having a surge of new people, so the new player experience definitely needs to be bumped up like a
Yeah,
lot.
I mean the tutorial doesn't even mention perks, by the way.
I mean, shit. And going back to like accessibility settings and just settings, like that also weighs into new player experience. When you have like new players coming in from games with actual real settings and they jump on DBD and they're like, "Bro, what the fuck is this? Why can I not why can I not change this or that?" Like it does I guarantee you it definitely has deterred people in the past.
I'm
I
sure
am
it has.
definitely I would not be surprised if someone who is like a well-seasoned gamer that's been playing a lot of different games for a majority of their life, they get on DVD and they're like, I know what the standard is for video games. What am I looking at here?
It's it's so DBD's an enigma. I swear.
Yeah.
I love this game, but it is an enigma in every way, shape, and form. Um, but
Another. Oh, go ahead.
no, go. You're good. You're good.
I was gonna move on to another thing that I think would really help both new player experience and the solo player experience is addressing griefing, because that's become more of a relevant topic over the years. As listen, I said this before, I don't really want to name specific individuals that have notoriety for being quote unquote griefers or anything, because at the end of the day, they're trolls are a dime a dozen. All right, no matter what X person does, if they disappear tomorrow, another person will come up and do the same shit, right? Like every game is going to have its trolls, every game is going to have people wanting to grief and whatnot and exploit outdated mechanics, because that's what essentially they're doing. So we need to address griefing and primarily bleeding out lobbies and body blocking, because that is not a fun experience for people. In the solo queue aspect at all, it's not very fun. Sometimes it's very targeted, um, or at least it feels that way. And you know, it's just it's just dumb, because it feels like the only way that you can get out of getting bled out, especially by like someone who, let's say, is sniping you or just getting into your lobbies constantly, is DCing. But you shouldn't have to eat a DC penalty because someone is essentially BMing you, right? Because there's no reason to bleed somebody out unless they're actively forcing you to, other than just BM. It's just BM and trying to waste people's time as much as possible. A killer should not be able to slug 4 survivors and then shoulder juggle people to slow down their bleed out even more. Because that's also an outdated mechanic. I didn't write it down, but shoulder juggling is also a thing. I personally think that killers shouldn't be able to make survivors wiggle, but that's a topic for another time. But the main thing, again, bleed outs, just give survivors an ability to insta die when everyone in that lobby is either dead or in the dying state. It could be an option. So like if you want to see if anyone has an unbreakable, great, you don't have to die. But if you don't, if no one doesn't, then great, you can just end the game right then and there, right?
Just like I know some people will say it's like it makes the game more like into a competitive light, but just make a concede option. Like if everyone's on the ground and like 3 people agree to leave the match and just say it's over with, just like would it be that big of a deal? Like I personally don't think so. Um and like the other thing is and I mean this kind of comes back to knockout. Don't make perks that incentivize it.
Yeah. And then one that's not talked about very often is on the subject of body blocking. What I mean by body blocking is having it's a rare interaction, right? But sometimes a killer can trap a survivor in a corner or anything like that, and essentially the survivor cannot get out unless the exit gates are popped, and they will be forced to die by the entity's hand. And it basically depends on if their teammates are doing gens or not. I've seen some games where like someone's getting body blocked by a killer and the team, instead of doing gens, is like running over and like pointing and waving at the killer, and it's like, bro, they're not moving. Like stop wasting everyone's time and do the fucking gens, you know?
I did that. I did that in my first 10 hours. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't know any better.
um I will say that the frustrating thing about body blocking is like, yes, it is a lot more rare griefing that happens, but it does happen. But it's frustrating because there is literally a workaround it that already exists in the game, but for one specific killer, and that's twins.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they just don't apply it to everybody. This would also help games where a killer kills everybody but one person in the match and there's still multiple gens left, and the killer just goes and stands to body block hatch. Because that happened to me a couple days ago with the Wraith guy. He stood on top of hatch and made me do all the gens. And the only reason he's able to do that is because, again, he's allowed to body block. It should just be like the twins, where every killer who stands still for 25 seconds loses collision. That's a very easy change to do.
Yeah, I can't think of no, I can't think of any real situation where like that would be a
Yeah,
an issue. Like honestly, like
yeah,
like
and
the only
again, it's
killers
coding that exists in the game, so it's not like it's work. You can just apply the coding to every killer.
like the only killer that's like standing still for that long is maybe a Myers, maybe a Ghostface, and maybe a Chucky, and that's about it. And even then, 25 seconds. 25 seconds. And like for most of them, they're not doing it to like stop a survivor from moving. They're doing it to stalk.
Yeah, like stock, power, blinding orbital hits if you're a huntress, whatever. Um, yeah, there's just no reason to. Um, yeah, but yeah, just address griefing. There are just simple changes.
Mm. But
I don't think standing still should remove hitbox since the killer can just move a bit to avoid it. Well, here's the thing. It wouldn't be a case of like, oh, the killer would have to like just press a key and move. It would be like you would have to lose collision. You would have to like walk like just a little bit because that's how the twins works, and that would be enough to prevent. That would be enough to let survivors escape from getting body blocked from you know
most
corners and hatch. You would be able to get hatch as well if you lost collision with killer.
yeah, most of the and most of the body block things like you actually have to like even if you move like a pixel to the left, they can get out.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
can
again,
maybe think
it
of
wouldn't be a problem.
yeah, I can maybe think of one offhand where that doesn't happen, but it's so it's like a specific spot. And it's on Asylum in one of the loops. But otherwise, yeah, even if they had to move like a little bit to the left or right to keep it going, like the survivor has a chance.
Yeah. But that being said, if the survivor does have three crows on their head, I wouldn't mind survivors also losing
Yeah.
collision as well, just because survivors can body block other survivors as a troll, and it's really shitty when it happens. It's a lot more rare, but it does happen.
Yeah.
So what's your stance on survivors who do nothing but head-on plays all match and only touch gen to get flashbangs? Do you classify as grief plays or no? Because they are technically progressing the game in your specific scenario, because they're technically progressing the game by touching the gens, even if it's only to get flashbangs. I don't really think that is classified as griefing for me personally. If they're sandbagging and whatnot, like that's griefing.
I mean, in my mind,
I don't think it is though. I think it's like probably being a bad teammate.
they're doing something. So like
But they are doing something.
I
So
wouldn't
like,
classify it as it's annoying
yeah,
and you're not really helping the team win, but well, I mean even that could be argued.
that can be argued. You could get a head-on save that,
Yeah.
you know, yeah. There's a lot of nuance. Like, there's a lot of nuances when it comes to the game. But for the specific scenario that you're describing, no, I would classify that as just being an unfavorable teammate, but not griefing.
It's yeah. I mean once again it's just like it's just like with my fishing thing. It's like someone could technically say I'm AFKing most of the match, so I'm not even playing. So it's technically reportable, but it's I'm still playing. It's just in a
No,
different
this
way.
is usually four-man swifts that do it, not in solo queue. Oh, are you talking about like
To the killer?
to the killer? No, no, because
No.
you're eventually gonna kill them, right?
Yeah, it's
Like you
annoying, but
it's annoying as fuck, but it's not griefing.
yeah. And if the killer, like honestly speaking, I'm gonna sound a little mean saying this. If a head-on squad is bothering you for I'd say more than a minute, and you're not able to deal with it, that's a skill issue. Like honestly
It,
speaking,
it'll depend on the map and everything too of how much they can do it,
yeah.
but uh generally generally speaking, I don't think you should ever be held hostage by a four-man locker spamming flashbang squad. I think if anything, like it sucks because you're gonna have to eat through a lot of flashbangs, right? But
Mhm.
eventually they are gonna run out of flashbangs,
Yeah,
right? Like especially if you're pulling like instantly, you know. And
flashlights will
plus, like
run out.
it's already like set up time to begin with anyway, you know.
Yeah, the
So no,
flash.
I don't. I really like I don't think that it can be held hostage because you can deal with that. You can. It's annoying. It can be more drawn out than it needs to be, but um it never should like be considered griefing in my opinion.
Also, if we get rid of map offerings, the map problem doesn't even exist. um, but I mean, like they're gonna run out of flashlights eventually. They're gonna run out of flashbangs eventually. Head on does
Mm.
go on cooldown. Um, you can slug them if need be. If they have no mither, I mean, you can just hit them once. Most killers can still do that. Like,
Uh yeah.
like, yeah.
Curse says I'm a bit late, but you talk about full stealth survivors. I think a decent one would be that the killer gets permanent killer instinct on it. They don't enter chase for like 3 to 5 minutes. Well, this
Mm,
isn't really like that's addressing more into like griefing in general of the game. It's more the today's podcast is about solo queue, so that's not really like a solo queue issue. But I will just quickly say, I do think that there could be a mechanic to introduce if no one touches a gen for like a decently long amount of time, then you could add something
I think
uh
me and you
in
talked
that.
about this. I think on Twitter. I think we said 2 minutes.
Yeah, like I think like 2 minutes of mm, like give it benefit of the doubt. 3 minutes. Three
Yeah.
minutes of absolutely like no touching the gen, no nothing. Like everyone's all reset and everything, right? Like I think in that context, like yeah, you can easily add in a mechanic that's like, oh yeah, killer sees you if you haven't done your objective in a while. But again, not gonna dive too deep into that because that's not really like a solo queue issue. That's just griefing in general,
Mm-hmm.
and more so the killer side. We're kind of wrapping up the talk about solo queue.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
that is the end of everything you had listed, unless you have anything else you want to add. Because I know
um,
it's getting late.
yeah, yeah. But no, to basically wrap up again, like final thoughts about improving solo queue from a community aspect is I really would like to see more educational content and teaching good game sense for survivor content. Not the whole, oh guys, here is a build where I'm gonna be blinding the baby Bubba for 12 times in a row and make them whiff like 25 times, you know, like content like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's entertaining, but I wish there was just more than just that content, you know, talking about when I talk about good game sense, I'm talking about like, you know, proper unhooking and when to hook trade. The whole concept of resetting serves, when's a good time, when should you just be injured and split on a gen. The whole concept of chases, so like chases in general are already in depth depending on the killer, how to run tiles, that type of thing. But more so also just like where should you be taking chase, right? Because a lot of people talk about the chase themselves, but again, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of my solo queue games, they can struggle sometimes because someone might be having a strong chase. However, the chase ends at the most active gens, so the chase is essentially useless because killer gets it down or killer gets it down, uses a slowdown, and suddenly all the progress we had just means nothing on that gen,
Mm-hmm.
essentially, right?
Mm.
Um, since we talked about stealth just a second ago, proper teaching people proper stealth. Like again, stealth is very overhated in this game. A lot of people like to criticize stealth gamers, but there are plenty of times where stealth is incredibly important, and especially when it comes to killers like Nurse or just killers proxying a gen and a hook. You know, having someone being able to stealth past a killer and get the hook save without taking a hit beforehand, so it's not just a trade. Really, really helpful, right? Um, Also, from a content creator's perspective, because again, this goes back to a lot of new players playing the game and playing solo queue. I would love to see more content creators showcase perk builds and just anything that doesn't require the use of DLC characters. Essentially, just showcasing builds to run the game that don't require you to pay money to use, right?
Hmm.
Because you know, and also just builds that are really good for solo queue. Because I argue that any build that is dedicated to one specific niche scenario is not a good solo queue build. Your solo queue build should always be versatile and um, guaranteed value. Like majority of perks should always be guaranteed value, right? It's not like a condition based perk, at least for solo queue. Um, I also wish that um, teaching game sense on how to address slugging got more popular, and it should get more popular because I do think we're about to see a lot more killers start slugging more. So, and I know solo queue struggles with slugging a lot, so it'd be nice to kind of educate people on how to deal and address slugging and good perks to address it, that type of thing. Teaching people how to pre-leave, like teaching people, hey, pre-leave a gen in this situation, and
Hmm.
gen splitting, addressing three gens. Like there's so much game sense to be taught in this game that could make for really good survivor content beyond just like, hey guys, I juiced up this killer for 5 minutes for a montage, right? Or this is a montage of me spinning a killer in every single game, that type of thing.
Throw in the
And
funny
most
sound effects.
importantly, and most importantly, I would love to see more stuff on how to handle a teammate being tunneled, not you being tunneled, but a teammate. Because I think the reason why tunneling is super hated, not just because like I don't know, people are weird about how people play the game, but also just people do a bad job of addressing getting someone being tunneled, right? Like even if your teammate has like anti-tunnel perks, it really doesn't matter if the entire team is suddenly like throwing bodies at the killer, expecting the killer to stop tunneling. Like very rarely will someone throw a body at a killer and the killer will be like, "Oh yeah, here, I'll just pick you up." If the killer is going to want someone out of the game, they're taking them out of the game. And I get so many games where people not only take a hit, but take downs against the killer trying to keep their teammate alive and then get all mad when the game is lost. And it's like, well, no shit, you lost. You just gave this killer so much fucking pressure.
Hmm.
It's about learning like when's a good time to take a hit and okay, when do you need to be cranking gens? Again, this all boils down to just game sense things.
Hmm.
And at the very end of the day, sorry, I know I've been yapping a lot.
You're good. You're good. The whole point.
At the end of the day, right? There is something that everybody in this chat, everybody in the community can do right now to make their solo queue experience more enjoyable, and that's a better mentality.
Hmm.
All right. Again, the biggest grievances people have with solo queue literally comes down to a mental thing,
Hmm.
right? So if you approach solo queue with a better mentality, right? You try to drop all this entitlement of how your teammates and how your opponents should play and just focus on more of okay, what can I do? What can I bring to the table and what can I improve about myself so I bring better stuff to the table and just how can I enjoy this match instead of just constantly focusing on like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. Learn to just be cool with more shit in this game and you're not going to have a bad time in solo queue. I promise. If you have a more chill and unbothered mentality, you're going to look back on how you acted before and you're going to be like, "Damn. I was a whiny bitch, baby." This is just a video game. It is not that deep. So, again, just if you approach solo queue with a better mentality, you guys will love solo queue as much as I do.
I think, yeah. I mean, we I pretty much agree with everything. um, but I do want to add one more thing. The and I might get some hate for saying this a little bit. The biggest solution to your solo queue problems is there are discords, there are forums, there is Twitter of everyone complaining about solo queue and their solo queue teammates. Why don't you guys play together? Uh, okay. I think that's a good spot to end this. Anyways,
Yeah.
my point is, there's a lot of resources, like, and I
Mm,
really do think educational content and these, even on the killer side, I wish more killers would put out videos on how to counter their killer. I know it's
yeah.
counterintuitive, but like,
Yeah, but it would be nice.
yeah, um, the unknown and singularity main community is actually very good about that. I will give them credit on
Yeah.
that. Um,
I think when killers like put out content like that that is very welcoming and opening and friendly to serves,
mhm.
I think that does kind of help the whole like combat the whole them versus us bullshit. Like I genuinely think that is a good step in the right direction to actually address that horrible mentality and maybe even in the future squish it out completely.
Yeah, yeah. It's a long battle that will probably never end, but
We can try.
we can
We
try.
can try.
I mean, we've been it's been a killer main and a survivor main, talking to each other for almost 6 hours. So,
Six
see,
and a half hours,
see, we
actually.
can get
Yeah.
along, everybody. It's fine. You just have to be normal human being. Okay. Anyways, um,
You are a human being behind the screen. You are not literally Max Thompson Jr. The you are not actually Yoon Jin. You're just someone playing as Yoon Jin, okay? You can be a little bit nice, okay? You can be nice to the killer. It's fine. It's
uh,
fine.
but I think on that, unless you have anything else you want to add, um, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up there.
Yeah, I think I am I am all yapped out.
I joked this is actually one of the shorter ones. Um,
Yeah.
but I do want to again say thank you for coming on and for being the first official Survivor player to be on. Um, I'm kind of mad at myself it took me this long, but we had an opportunity, so we went ahead and did it. Um,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored that out of all the Survivor players out there, I'm very honored that I got to
I'm
be the first.
I'm gonna for anyone listening on the YouTube, this is a little behind the scenes thing. I've wanted you on for like 5 months. I just never knew how to ask.
Oh my lord. Oh, thank you.
Like people were like, you need to get a survivor on, and you were the first choice. Um, take that for what you will. Uh,
I
in any
appreciate
case,
that.
all of Naya's stuff will be below. Check them out. Great content creator. I'm in chat every now and again when I have the time. Um, and the accessibility guide will be down there, or not the guide. The accessibility video will be down there. The colorblind video will be down there. If I forget, someone will remind me, please. Um, but for those listening on the YouTubes, I love you guys as always. To the people who watch all of these all the way through, there's a lot of you. I check my analytics. Um, I love y'all. Y'all make this more fun than it should be. But in any case, have a good one, and yeah, bye.
Bye.